chicken dinner. This is brilliant. There's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player for the South Korean side.
ကျွေးကြမယ်သားတို့ရေနော်ဒီနေ့ကတော့အန်ကြည့်ရမယ်နေပြီနော်ဒီနေ့အန်ကြည့်ရမယ်နေဖြစ်သွားပြီနော်သားတို့ဒီနေ့ကတော့အန်ကြည့်ရမယ်နေဖြစ်သွားပြီဆရာသမားတွေ
Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding obscure.
ကလကလလောမင်္ဂလာပါနော်တော့ live stream နဲ့ဝင်လာပြီဆိုရင်တော့မြန်မာလန်လေးမှန်သွားပြီဒီလိုမြန်မာလန်လေး Let's go
This is our game to win.
But again, like Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have helped along that PMWC arena a lot sooner.
Let's go သားတို့ let's go အမတ်ရှာမယ်သားတို့ဒီနေ့အမတ်ရှာမယ်မ60ရှာနိုင်ရပြီ okay ရင်ခုန်နေရရင်မခုန်နဲ့ဒီမှာအမှန်ကန်ကျုံးပြီဒီနေ့နော်ဒီနေ့တော့အမှန်ကန်ကျုံးပြီ
Pushing up close and personal.
ဂျိုလိုပဲသားတို့နော်ဂျိုလိုပဲဒီနေ့ကတော့နောက်ဆုံးနေ့ဂျိုလိုပဲသားတို့ let's go ပိုင်နေသွားမယ်ရောဒီမှာ1.4ပြပြသွားတာဒီတော့ light တီးပေးပါတော့ဒီနေ့တီးပြီ bro ဒီနေ့တီးပြီနည်းဟို strategy လေးပါလိပြောင်းလာမယ်ထင်ပါတယ်
A desperate last moment dash coming in now for our teams with 6 more matches to play. We are going to be heading straight into Rondo to keep more 1v4s. I hope so.
Let's go.
Pretty mad. Milu made it incredibly easy. Overall, just very, very excited to jump into the final day of survival before we head over towards those finals. Let's find out who our top 6 will be, which 10 teams will be sending home, because this is the most brutal. 758 damage per game, but it's the average survival time, which is just disgusting at a whopping 27 minutes and 38 seconds. When roughly most games end at the 30-minute mark, we are making it pretty much right to the end every single time. Making it fairly far in, but we're lacking on those elims. It has been less aggression coming through from the arena. Yeah, and I mean, those 2 minutes are pretty important as well. Yeah. Towards the end of the match, always those 2 minutes equate to maybe like 5 placement points, essentially.
Yeah, bro,
every single team.
ချက်ကမ်းမြရင်တော့ကေးယူမယ်ဟလားချက်ကမ်းမြရင်တော့ကေးယူဖျက်မင်းမရိုင်းလိုက်တာမင်းသူများထမင်းစားနေဟဲ့အောင်
Alpha 7
Oh my angel ဆိုတော့ကောင်သူများတော့ကစားတောင်းနေနော်မင်းတအားမရိုင်းနဲ့ကောင်
solidly. Well, they are there currently, but you know, keep that.
ကိုပြန်ရောက်ပြီညီကိုတို့
to be able to.
ကိုပြန်ရောက်လာသူဟိုကသွားကြည့်ရုပ်ရှင်သွားကြည့်
Yeah, they were able to penetrate into the top 6 yesterday, which is fantastic for them, but it came at a cost, right? There was a lot less aggression coming through from them. They were relying on lucky games.
Let's go.
I'm hoping that yesterday was a bit of a wake up.
See baby တွေစားပလိုက်တော့တယ်နော်မင်းနော်ဟိုစီပေနဲ့မကားလို့ဒါစီပါလောင်းချိုးလိုက်တော့ဟလား
Alpha 7. I'm hoping they go back to
တော့မရိုင်းနေကောင်လေးဒီလားမင်းတေပိတ်တာဖြစ်မှာကောင်
speed, velocity in these matches. That's what makes them them. And I believe they continue playing like this and they do make it through to the finals.
15နှစ်16နှစ်နော်19နှစ်18နှစ်အလုံးလုံးထားပါတော့နော်အဲ့ဒီကတော့ယွန်လိုက်မယ်နော်လာရောနော်အခုကဒါ26ဖြစ်နေပြီနော်မင်းတို့အဲ့လောက်ပြောနေတော့ရင်မခုန်တော့ဘူးနော်
Again, that cohesion.
အိုင်းလေအကင်နဲ့ဝယ်စားရုံးမတွေ
Some of the rotates towards the end game feel a little sloppy.
တရားမလားလို့ညွန်တတ်တော့
I do think that they have some strong players.
လူစင်အောင်မင်္ဂလာပါဗျာ
Really impressed me.
ဟိုကကြောက်တီးရလားဟုတ်တယ်ကြောက်ကင်နဲ့
I think that this guy is one of
the
strongest players from that team and is a really strong contender here at PMWC.
လာတော့သားတို့အားပေးမှာလား
Individualistic.
လာလွန်းစားနောက်ကျနေမှာဆိုလို့
work anymore.
အစားရသမင်းစားကြီးမှတက်လာမလို့ဗျာ
That's the thing of the past.
နောက်ကျနေမှာဆိုလို့စောစားလိုက်
Absolutely. It's something we've been saying for the last
probably few years now at this point, right? You do need to have all cylinders firing.
Then just
to
leaning
make
in.
sure your engine's pushing.
Eh,
as hard as
ko
they can.
lean having la ba.
It's potentially something for.
No, like pin ni la bi bro. Di ni aro
We
so ni ba
talk
lo.
about star players quite a lot, and I feel like Ulf and Nongshim.
No, ne long ta phwe ko.
Star player on side and Aaron
Sai kaung tan.
and Junbin respectively. They do need to have the rest of the team with them. We have seen that from both of those.
သိကြုံးမယ်ဟာဒါ
I'm
သိကြုံး
hoping
မယ်
for a lot more. I like the brains on Nongshim, and I feel like Ulf can step forward. But
ရှောင်းရင်လည်းပြန်မယ်လူဗျာသိရမလား
that's the target.
ဒီနေ့ရေဝင်ရေကန်းကြုံအောင်
Into the day with our first.
စပြီလားစတော့မယ် bro စတော့မယ်
Brutal as always. Rondo ready to roll.
Rondo is where you can gain the points. It's where you can get those eliminations. It's where you can set yourself up with a 39-point game and still fail to qualify for the final.
ဘယ်နဲ့ဆက်ချအောင်ကျွန်တော်20တက်နုနေတယ်
You and top 6 and staying there. For some
Yeah,
teams
no,
like
bro.
Option Red Force, they can
Yeah, no.
got themselves a massive game from top 6. They're currently in 6th place. Could rocket themselves up towards the top of the leaderboard.
ကဲဒီမှာပဲနော်ညီကိုတို့
I think their momentum is
easy ပဲ let's go let's go let's go ကျုံးမယ်သားတို့
They're feeling good about themselves. Milu was practically beaming the entirety of
Stadium မှာဆင်းပြီးပြစ်မလားသား Stadium မှာဆင်းမလား
They're going to have a fun time with this one. Team's got
ဒါ Stadium မှာဆင်းကုန်ပြီသားတို့ Stadium မှာဆင်းကုန်ပြီပြစ်ကုန်တော့မှဟောဝိုင်းကြီးပဲနားဆင်းမဲတော့မသိဘူးပြစ်တာတော့ပြစ်ရမှာ
Today, they are going to be locking down one of the.
အမှန်ဘလောက်မကွာဘူးအမှန်ဘလောက်မကွာဘူး
teams will be going with them. I mean,
10မှတ်ပဲကွာတာ bro 10မှတ်10မှတ်တောင်မဟုတ်ဘူး bro နော်10မှတ်ပဲကွာတာဟလား
stuck in nice and
အ
quick.
များကြီးမကွာဘူးအမှတ်တွေက
Very close to this.
1 2 6ဝင်းချင်းလွယ်လေး
A little bit
အများကြီးမကွာဘူးကျုံးယုံပဲဒီနေ့ကျုံးယုံပဲနော်
Stuck in right to the thick of it.
အောင်လည်းချပေးထားတယ် bro ချပေးထားတယ်နော်ချပေးထားတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်ကနည်းနည်းလွတ်တဲ့နေရာလေးထားပေးထားတယ်နော်ဝက်ကန်
Bit of a meander, right?
ကျုံးယုံပဲသားတို့ let's go မြန်မာလည်းလေးမဲ့မဲလား
Moment.
ဟောဝိုင်းကြီးပဲနားဆင်းသွားတယ်သားတို့
As many teams, so you are going to see things start to pop.
ဝိုင်းကြီးကခုမှရိုမီယိုကကားနဲ့ဟိုအပေါ်မှာသားတို့နော်
Right now and just go straight to you.
တွေ့ရလားမသိဘူးပေါ်မတ်မှာဒီနေ့အီဂျာမှာ
that location going forward. We can
အဲ့နေရာဘယ်လိုခေါ်ရလဲတော့မသိ
I
ဘူး
think
နော်
right now we want to see what happens there. Who's going to profit the most in that location? We're heading down towards.
ဒါတော့ဥဒါကြုံကြံတဲ့သူတွေကျုံနေတဲ့သူကျုံလို့ရအောင်ပေါ့နော်ဥဒါ
Let's get towards
တာဝါတော့ဟိုပေးတာပြောနေနေတော့သားကြီးတကောင်တော့အပခေါ်မလား WOL တွေကိုကောင်းနေရောင်ကြီးကိစားရပြီသားကြီးတို့ ကိစားရပြီသားကြီးတို့ကိစားရပြီဟလားကျုံတော့ရတယ်ထမင်းမစားတော့ဘူးလားထမင်းမစားတော့ကျုံမယ်ဒီမှာကီတကောင်ရလိုက်ပြီကီတကောင်စားရလိုက်ပြီသားကြီးလုံးဖူရီယာနဲ့နော်ဝူဖ်နဲ့ဥစားနဲ့သားကြီးတို့နော်မင်း3ပင်မဟုတ်4ပင်5ပင်လောက်ကိုဗတ်တဲဆိုင်နေတာ
It's looking like we might get another one with 721 GS.
ပုတ်တွေလည်းရှိရဲဟိုမှာစီကလောက်စမိုင်းမာနက်
What to get stuck into.
ပြစ်နေပြီသားကြီးတို့ဒီမှာဗတ်တဲတော်တော်ကြီးတယ်
Already stepping up to the fight with Goat.
လှုပ်ထားသားကြီးတို့တကောင်တော့စားရပြီနော်ကီတပွိုင်းတော့စားရပြီ
Scarface.
Oh no, catch. I mean, catch as well as the rest
Pero
of
ne
the
outside, man.
currently taking down two
la
separate
outside,
teams.
man.
This is why I
Neu-
want to
neu
get
tayo
off
huma,
the
battery,
straight away,
battery.
because this is an incredibly
battery.
hard drop over towards you, Lin,
Don't
right
bounce,
now.
Keely,
So
Wally.
teams on the outside.
ပြစ်မဲ့သားကြီးတို့ပြစ်မဲ့သားကြီးတို့ဒီဘွဲကကီးရှာမှာနော်ဒီမှာစမိုင်းရှိမယ်စိတ်ကလောက်ရှိမယ်သားကြီးတို့ကိုမမှာ ULF တွေရှိမယ်နော် ULF ကကောင်လေးတို့ထုပေးလိုက်မှာစိတ်ကလောက်ရေးနေကြီးမထီပါဘူး easy easy
To set themselves up for success towards
တေ
the
ဝိုင်း
end.
ဟိုဘက်မှာရိုမီယိုပြန်ကယ်ပေးလိုက်မယ်နော်ရိုမီယိုစိတ်မီသိတယ်မလားရိုမီယိုစိတ်မီ
Getting a big points
ULF နဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်မှာနော်ဗတ်တယ်ဆိုင်မှုတွေတော့ရှိတယ်ဆရာသမားတွေ
It's going to be a really big boom for them going
ဘာမှာ
forward.
Hopefully trying to levy that one, get that one on
အေးမပြေးတက်လာပြီလေလုံးပေါင်း
Gets across uncontested right
ဟေး
there.
မာနိုင်ရေ
They didn't see him cross.
မာနဲ့တော့တော့ဝါပြီဆရာသမားကြီးလုံးပေါင်းနည်းနည်းလေးပြန်ထောက်ပေးပါအောင်ဟေး
On the DP there.
ပြန်ထောက်ပေးပါအောင်
Back, leaves them a little bit for worse for wear.
E-Arena just took down their outpost, honestly, for Ulf. So Solus actually out.
ဒါကဲလို့တော့ရတယ်ကဲလို့တော့ရတယ်အစီနော်ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးတေဝါလဲ record နဲ့ပြန်ခေါ်လို့ရတယ်
Now it's do or die for them. They are all inside of Yulin. There is no one on the outside edge. Ulf could go down right now.
ဒါ UAF တွေပါမချဘူးလားပြေးသွားလားဒီကောင်ထွက်ပြေးသွားလားဒါကြီးတို့
towards the pagoda and figure out an exit. They can move out towards the east here, though, John. That's a possibility. It's in the direction of the circle.
UAF ကကောင်တွေဘယ်ကိုထွက်ပြေးသွားတော့လို့လာလေးပြစ်မယ်လीဒီဘက်မှာသူများကြီးနဲ့ဗတ်တယ်သွားဆိုင်နေဒု
And
က္ခ
they
ပဲ
also don't have vehicles here, Blank, right? They got
ပြန်ကယ်ပြီးသွားပြီဗျာမာနကို
They're
တော့နော်
expected to be able to regroup later on as Maple
Could be,
goes
Mama.
down.
KRX ကလည်းအောက်ဆုံးရောက်နေတာဆိုတော့ကောင်တွေကလည်းမှတ်
And
လို့
get that flush, but yeah, for Ulf, it is pretty
Come on,
tight.
come on.
Managed to find a vehicle there and
စမိုင်းစိတ်ကလောက်ဟိုဘက်မှာကျွန်တော်
South.
ကောင်လေးနဲ့တော့ညီးတော့မှာဒါယူနေဦးဗတ်တယ်ဆိုင်အောင်မှာ
to potentially pinch this one through.
မပေးရတော့
So
recall ခေါ်
danger
ခံတာ
for
နော်
Ulf
မင်းကောင်းလေး
on all
share recall နေ
fronts. I mean, you're absolutely right.
ဒီကကေးရဖို့ပဲဒီမက်ကကေးရဖို့ပဲပထမဆုံးပွဲပါဒါပထမဆုံးပွဲပါနော်ခုမှစတာ
But that feels like a bit of a mystery coming through from Ulf. Honestly, for E-Arena, it was clear before the tournament ever started. They tend to go for this big old trash loot drop over towards stadium side. They don't just stay in stadium. They like to have outside outposts. And for Ulf there, that's a little bit of a poor read, in my opinion. And Solus pays the price for it. And for a hot drop there, which could have been absolutely monumental for them, because Scarface was certainly
တော့ဘာဟိုကောင်လေးဘယ်ပြေးသွားတော့ငါ့ကိုပြေးမပေးချင်လို့လားမသိ
on the table. Quizzout finds A-King from Tiamba. And E-Arena looks to send out over towards the northwest side. RRQ moving down towards the southeast, looking to poke their nose in over towards Yulin. But we're on board with Furia, another team that was doing fantastically well yesterday. Right now, Ayala, one of the top players, currently down. We're in ball with the coach corner. Honestly, the coaches, they look happy at the moment for Furia. But we'll see for how long.
Chicken stand map bro chicken stand map
Pointing at it for you there, but
Key ကတော့ 1K ကိုတတ်မှတ်ပေါ့နော်
taken down as well. So Alpha 7 now in Neox, in this Yulin hot drop in a
အဲ့
crucial
ကျင်းနေလို့မရသေးဘူးနော် 1K ပဲရသေးကျင်းနေလို့မရသေးဘူးဟိုမှာ free fire တွေပြစ်နေတာ
very very difficult spot for them to find. E-Arena been
ဒီ
playing
ကောင်တော့နှစ်ယောက်တယောက်လာပြစ်နေရတာဒီနေအေးမမသမိုင်းတစ်ကောင်တော့လိုက်ပြီအပါခေါ်ရတယ် okay okay နောက်တစ်ကောင်ရလိုက်ပြီသားတို့ကင်းနောက်တစ်ကောင်ရလိုက်ပြီ
once again Igors
လောက်တာပြေးတယ်ဟောအာဂျူတွေနဲ့ E7 နဲ့တွေ့ပြီဗျာနော်မင်းတို့ကလည်းကျန်တာပြလာတိတ်ကြီးမဆိုင်ဘူးဘာလို့ဝိုင်းယူပြပေးအောင်ကင်းနှစ်ကောင်စုံနော်အဆင့်7ဖြစ်သွားပြီလားနော်အဆင့်နေပြန်တက်လာပြီသားတို့ဘယ်နှမမကွာဘူး bro 10မှတ်10မှတ်လောက်ပဲကွာတာနော်10မှတ်လောက်ရလိုက်ရင်ဟိုအဲ့ဒါ1 to 6တဲ့ပြန်ဝင်သွားပြီဘာမှဘူးကြမလို့ဒီကစိတ်တက်ပဲနော်ငါတို့နိုင်မခံအရှုံးမပေးဒါပဲဟလားလိုအပ်နေတာဒါပဲရှေ့ကအမားတွေကိုတင်ယူပြီးတော့ဒီနေ့မှာအကောင်းဆုံးပြန်ဆောင်မလား
absolute nightmare to the solos on the north side. They've gone and sent a duo down to one recall.
Let's go.
They took a solo out.
ဒီ chicken ကိုလိုက်ပွဲနဲ့စားမရမယ်ဟုတ်တယ် chicken ကိုလိုက်ပွဲလေးနဲ့စားမရမယ်စမိုင်းတော့သွားပြီ စမိုင်းပါခေါ်သွားတာရပြန်ခေါ်ပေးလိုက်မယ် Romeo ရှိတယ်ငါတို့ Romeo စိတ်မီလို့ရတယ်နော်အဲ့မဲ့ Romeo ကလည်းဒီအတိုင်းပဲနော်တာဝါကြီးဖင်ကူးတိုင်းနေလို့မရဘူးခဏနေမှပြန်ခေါ်ပေးလိုက်မယ်
Massively playing spoiler here for E-Arena. I mean, it's a good play, right? The closest res beacons on that northern
မာနပါတော့သွားပြီဟေ့တိုင်းတို့မာနပါတော့သွားပြီ
He is around stadium area.
ပြန်ခေါ်လို့ရတယ်ရောက်စေးကလောက်ပါနော်ဟေး
Pulling this out on day 2.
အဲ့မာနကိုစေးကလောက်ပါခေါ်ကလိုက်ရ
because they clear out suddenly a lot of space.
အဲ့ခေါ်ပေးပါအောင်ဟေ့ recall လေးခေါ်ပေးပါအောင်ဟေ့
into Yulin. Start taking down teams.
မာနအေး recall ပါ okay ဖြစ်တယ်နော် easy လေးယောက်ပြန်ဖြစ်သွားပြီဒီမုတ်ကြီးရတော့ရှားမှာပဲနော်ဥစားဖြစ်လို့မရဘူးဘာတွေရှောင်လို့မရဘူးဘာတွေဆိုင်ပြီးတော့ကြီးရှာမှရမှာ
Instead of going
They
over
recall
this
call
way,
me, man.
even breaking further south, but Alpha 7 will be able to get back to full 4 and already 8 eliminations
Okay,
on
he's
the
got it
cards
on
for
him.
the
Go,
blank of nice early
ကျန်တိုင်းအမက12မှတ်ပါ
very much trapped inside of
တော့
Yulin
မရတော့ဥစားမဖြစ်တော့
at the moment, but as
ကဲရပြီဗျာလိုက်ဟိုကောင်ကေရအိတ်ကိုပြတ်သွားပြီလို့အေး recall လာခေါ်တာဖြစ်ပဲကဲကေးတစ်ကောင်ထည့်ရလိုက်တယ်ဗျာ3မှတ်သားတို့တော်တော်ချင်းနေကောင်းတယ်ဒီပွဲဟေး what the hell
2026 PMWC tournament.
အာဒီကောင်တွေသွေးလာစိုးနေတယ်
Fantastic set overall. Very, very cool stuff.
ဘယ်နှပွဲဆိုရမှာလဲဒီနေ့6ပွဲပါဒါပထမဆုံးပွဲပေါ့နော်မတ်1ပါဒါကတော့မတ်1ပါ let's go ဝါညီသားတို့ let's go အောင်ကြိတ်တော့
make the most of them whilst they're here.
ကီယာကြီးကတော့တကယ်ပြတ်သွားတာရောဒီမှာမာနနဲ့ပတ်တယ်ပြန်ပြတာ
Okay, just steps out for the spray down. Wolves
ဒီကောင်ပါနှစ်ယောက်တယောက်ပြီးပြတ်သွား
back
တာ
together here. They are
What the
in
fuck?
currently 4th place and a lovely 2-piece coming through from Necessary on
ရ
side.
စေးလား
It's been
ဟုတ်
pretty good for the
ဒုံ
squad.
ဒုံ
Next
ဒုံနေရ
circle comes on
ဟုတ်
through.
တာဗောဒုံဒုံနေရတာဗောငါတို့ဒုံလည်းရှိုးလာအောင်
But Dopeness-
နော်ဟိုဘက်ကဘာမြေတစ်ချမ်းတောင်နဲ့မြောက်ဖြစ်နေတယ်လို့လာပါအောင်ဟိ
Positive thing coming through from Dopeness. In the meantime,
ဒုံတော့ဒူးရမှာခုနသွေးရောနေ
like
နော်
you
ဒီ
said,
ဘက်က
they have to leave some of those points
Tini,
behind there.
ရလေးယောက်ပြည့်သွားပြီဆိုဒီစီ
Not as courageous.
ကဲလောဆယ်တော့နော်ကျွန်တော်ဝိုင်းကြီးနေနဲ့တော့ဟီယိုကင်3မှတ်ရထားတယ်ဗျနော်3ကောင်တက်ထားဆို3မှတ်ရတာ
They got a lot of loot as
Star
well.
Wars
I
machine
imagine
about
as they
China
shift their
loot
own
can
towards
allow,
the side,
no?
understanding that with the playing path likely not going to be a huge amount of
You
teams
got
at
that
that
already.
spot anyway.
So a slight risk, but overall did work. E-Arena finding Saf G. AGAL piecing themselves back together, now rotating in from that eastern side. That is a weird and unfortunate rotate for them. Looked like they had to go very far to get the reset, which means they'll be likely playing later on. Revel instantaneously getting the flush. 9 them so far. The team is bruised and bleeding, but they are still going. And they've got all 3 of their players who were recalled up on the northwestern side, starting to make their way away from it. With a little bit more loot, hopefully moving forwards with some sort of strength, but getting into the next zone may be tricky. Over towards Danching. Sits on their side. Straight towards the southwest side. It's not looking super easy to try and navigate. RRQ wanting to navigate this compound, it's not going so well. 71 GS with a little bit too tight. Make sure I don't make that one happen. So interesting. I love being able to get the player cams with the phones in hand as well, just because we got to see E-Arena there and just the speed at which they're flicking between what were they doing in the current moment, what's going on with the current map situation, zooming in, out, seeing what res beacons are in play. It's a lot to take in on Rondo. Very, very difficult map to play, especially at this level where everyone is going to give you grief all over the map. They're not going to let you get that aggression going, not going to allow you to push in without any kind of clapback. RRQ does move over towards the northern side. Gets that reset, move down towards that south side, but you're right. We're over towards... Moved out from 10 Long Gardens, have a little bit of a dip down towards the bottom here. The south edge. And on the south side with one Elim, it's Tianba.
ကဲ၄ယောက်လုံးတော့ stay လိုက်ပါပဲเนาะဆရာသမားတွေဇုံတွေဘာတွေကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတိုးလာတဲ့ဘိုင်းလေးတော့ရှိရဆိုပေမဲ့ညဒီပွဲတော့ဟိုဇုံတွေဘာတွေကတော့အများကြီးမပြောချင်ဘူးပေါ့နော်။အဲနောက်ပိုင်း late game အဲ့လိုမျိုး state 5 state 7လောက်ရောက်လို့ရှိရင်တော့ဇုံတွေဘာတွေကတော့ဖြတ်လိုက်ကြည့်ရမှာဗျ။ခုလောဆယ်ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ YG တိုးလာမဲ့လမ်းကြောင်းမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် Fury တွေရှိမယ်။ နော် AGAL တွေရှိမယ်အာဂျူအကောင်တွေကတော့ဒီဘက်မှာလာမှာဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အာဂျူနဲ့တော့တိတ်တွေ့ပြဖို့မရှိဘူးပေါ့နော်ဒီဘက်မှာတရားတွေပါတွေပဲကူးလာမလားပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်အဓိကတော့ဇုံထဲလာဖို့လုံနေတာဇုံကတဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့တော့ state 3ရောက်လာပြီးတော့နည်းနည်းလေးတော့စနာလိုက်ကောင်းတာလေးတစ်ချက်ကအပေါ်ပြန်တက်လာတာနော်ဟိုအောက်ထိဆင်းသွားကြမလို့ဆိုတော့ဒီဘက်အာဂျူကကောင်စကောက်နေတဲ့ကောင်တော့အရင်ရှင်းမှတော့ရမယ်
Actually I think the most interesting spot at the moment is sort of that dead land which has a fair few compounds
ဖြတ်ခံနေရပြီးသားတကောင်ပါသွားပြီ
say probably 2 teams there and then you can play out towards the northern edge slightly where the forest currently
ကြာဒါပတ်ကြီးပါကတ်နေပြီသားတို့နော်ကျွန်တော်
find QZZ
ပတ်ကြီးဝဲပါကတ်နေပြီသားတို့
Tiamba's going to look to try and just break out and through towards that northern edge, but oh my god, it is clustered right now in Danching. Lots of teams want to get a move on.
But you've
got Yangon Galacticos. They are flying in towards the RRQ are looking for that position as well as went north, but I think that they've battled for this, and I don't think that I'm too unhappy that they get a little bit of luck here towards the middle of the game.
Don't think they're going to be able to get to that recall tower before Yangon Galacticos. Unfortunately, it is pretty closely fought though, and they might want to just set up for it. RRQ could third party, but the brunt of it will fall on Yangon Galacticos right now. And Yangon maybe actually look at ascend even further on and not get stuck into this fight at all. The recall tower being available for just under 4 minutes now, blank remaining. It is going to be a powerful asset on side if you can keep control of it.
It's a very big deal. Like I said, though, you can see here you got Alpha 7 controlling the northern portion of these compounds, and then down towards the south side you got Yangon Galacticos. Outside of that, this area, most teams would probably like to play over towards that northern edge where there is the woods that you can play around. There's some ridge sides in play. Kind of oh my god, a lot of teams just
Shama, Yadla Yama, Ever 7 is better like the corner, Ever 7.
The Wolves.
Lord, he don't keep on
really, really difficult. I feel like Geeko have been punished at every single turn of this.
So not the Kumbama Bay, John, not a game solution. Ever 7, not 7 in
GK players.
So, but there's time will she
they have come back time and time again.
I'm going to show one lava, not going to GR.
Wolves looking to try and guard them out on the northern flank.
You come out or losing my bay. To Makina,
in game. now looking to slowly march. Shamble.
နောက်တစ်စုံပဲဘက်ကျင်းမလဲတော့ကြည့်ရမှာနော်ကျုံဘာသာသမင်းစားနေရပဲ
teeth into it, see what they get done here versus the Wolves because you know all things considered, honestly, Wolves are having a decent game.
မင်းကစားတယ်လို့ဘိုက်ထဲကိုမရောက်ပါဘူးဗျာဒီမှာအန်ကျိတ်နေရ
in the near future though.
ဇုံသားရဇုံလေး
A little bit further towards
ဇုံလေး
the
ဟော
outside, maybe
ငါ
trying to
ဘာညမ
isolate the
ဆုံး
Western
ဘူး
portion
အဲ့
of the
F7
circle.
ကိုထားလိုက်လို့ရှိရင်ငါတော်တော်အချိန်ကြီးကောင်းသွားပြီလေလားနော်
Teams
တော့က
are happy though. Teams are
That
very
F7
happy
တိုးလာတော့
that we are heading back down towards Danching. Goodness me, all that
Con
work to try
bóng
and
nó
find
ra
a
rồi, ra
position
ra
there
đi, sao
for it to
mà
only go north. You would be fairly upset. Egos though will crash
ကျောင်းမှာ
into the
F7
building.
သတင်းမရှိမယ်နော်ရင်ဆိုင်ရမယ်သတင်းက F7 ကိုရှင်းလိုက်နိုင်လို့ရှိရင်ဒီဘွဲကကီးလဲများသွားမယ် chicken အတွက်လည်းနော်အဲ့လိုမျိုး1 to 5လောက်ဝင်ဖို့အတွက်ကရာခိုင်နှုန်းတော်တော်များသွားမယ်နေတာနော် F7 ကိုတော့အနိုင်ပြစ်မှာတော့ရ F7 ကလည်းတည့်ရတိုင်းပဲဘလို့နော်နည်းနည်း on နေရလို့ပြောလို့ရတယ်နော်ဒီကောင်တွေကဒီဘွဲတောက်လျှောက်တောက်လျှောက်ပြစ်တောက်လျှောက်တွေပတဲ့နိုင်လာတာနော်ကီးက9အောင်လောက်ထိရောက်
Could get third party
Don't
the
thank-
west side as
don't
well with
thank-
Nongshim
don't thank
and
you.
721
I'll
GS
show my
have to move on in as well. I feel like that may be a little bit of an easier approach. In the meantime, GK
ကဲကီကြီးကတော့သွားပြီဒီမှာတကောင်ပါခေါ်ခံလိုက်ရပြီဗျာ
limbs away from themselves. They drag
တိုက်ကျွေးနေပြီလားမသိဘူးနော်
form in towards
ကျွေးနေ
Danching.
ကွာ
And they lose
ဒီ
right
မှာဗတ်တဲကတော်တော်များနေတာတိုက်လို့ဘယ်နှသိန်းအောင်လည်းမသိဘူးအများကြီးပဲဒီနားမှာပုံခဲနေတာ
Easy Van Boy looking for that cheeky angle around the aircon
တွေး
unit.
ခိုးပြနေတာတွေးခိုးပြနေတာ
Poking the barrel through the window there.
ဒီမှာဘယ်နှသိန်းအောင်လည်းမသိဘူးတစ်သိန်းနှစ်သိန်းသုံးနှစ်သိန်းနော်
Safety underneath. All
နှစ်သိန်းဟိုကဝမ်ဒီ3သိန်းလောက်ရှိတယ်ဒီနားမှာတော်တော်တိုင်ပတ်နေကြ
The
တာ
inside edge, so it's quite surprising that Go is taking
โอ้
the fight.
ရဟုတ်တယ်ဟာနေဒီက
After
ဒါ
it
တော့
being
ခါရပါခေါ်ပါခေါ်
shot up towards speed,
ကိုရီးယားအသင်းနော်
just
ကို
wants
ရီးယား
to
အသင်း
see it
နော်
very early, but
ဗတ်တဲတီချနေတာဟောဝန်ကြီးကတော့ရသေးတယ်အဆင်ပြေသေးတယ်ဒါဟိုဘက်ကွန်ဘောင်းမှာဖူးရီးယားတွေနဲ့ AG တွေနဲ့နော်ကျွန်တော်ချဖို့ရှိသေး
a
တယ်
little bit lucky at times. They just don't have that
ပြန်
firepower.
ပါခါရဥစ္စာဖြတ်တော့နော်ခါရဖြတ်ချပါနော်လုံးဝဥစ္စာပေးမကယ်ဘူး
Not quite there. Not quite there. Can't
Oh,
hold
really,
on.
no.
The onslaught. Alolo went for a wild crash, by the way. From
Nhà
the
mà
area,
có thể
the
rồi,
boat team
chỉ
on
về
the
phiền
south
nhà.
edge. They just went
လို့
straight
ငါ
in
ဝမ်ကြီးနဲ့
and managed to land
ဝမ်ကြီးစိတ်ဝင်စားနေပြီသားတို့ဝမ်ကြီးစိတ်ဝင်စားနေပြီကျွန်တော်ဗတ်တဲနိုင်အောင်ဆိုင်မတော့ရမယ်
But
နော်
it's not going well, kind of for either team. But Ulf right now on
ကျွန်တော်ထင်
the
တော့
north
ဇုံက
side,
ကျွန်တော်ဝမ်ကြီးဘက်ကိုလာဖို့
on the
များတယ်
south side, and they are bleeding out. Something awful. Those recall towers
ဒီအဲ့လိုပြောငါဒီမှာအပါပြောအဲ့လိုပြောငါ
are not getting back to their feet. If
ဟိုဒါဥစ္စာနော်
go down, and with
Zone,
Ulf
zone,
just
zone.
on Solus, Goat team getting those reses on that angle. It looks like they may be able to stay alive as 4 after a crash onto Ulf.
For Solus, I just don't.
ဟေးဘေးကနိုင်သွားရတာ
1v. What is it now? Yeah, there's
Không biết
no
lâu
team
mình
that
chơi đâu
loses a
mà.
single player.
တန်းလာတန်းလာ
Very,
ကောင်းနေ
very interesting
ဟုတ်တယ်
stuff.
ဟုတ်တယ်ဟုတ်တယ်
I'd love to see a replay
အကောင်မကျန်တာတကောင်တော့သွားပြီ
just
ဆိုတော့
Go
Lu
team
pha đã còn nén rồi, dũng kèm đi.
That'd be a much easier
Pha
fight
bọc
there for
cái
them,
cầu à?
but they have had a tough approach into this game. A lot of it has been on the back foot so far.
မင်းတို့စိတ်ဝင်စားလို့ဒါတော့ငါတို့ဝိုင်းကြီးပဲအဓိကဝိုင်းကြီးပဲမင်းတို့ခဏအသက်ရှည်လေးနေရလိုက်နော်ငါတို့ဝိုင်းကြီးလာတက်ပြီနေစောင့်နေ
A massive boon to them. On that
ဘူးလောတယ်ကျွန်တော်နောက်တစ်စုံကစက္ကန့်20ကျော်ရင်တော့ကျင်းတော့မယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီဇုံကျင်းတဲ့ပုံမှာမူတည်ပြီးတော့အသင်းတွေက position စရွှေ့ရတော့မယ်အနေထားမှာဘက်တရီကတော့ဒီတက်ပိုကြီးညာနိုင်ရရှိသေးတယ်
step forward.
16သင်းစောနေတဲ့အနေထားမှာ18မိနစ်ထိเนาะကျွန်တော်15သင်းကျန်နေသေးတဲ့အနေထားတော့ဒါတော်တော်ကြီးကိုဗတ်တယ်ကြီးမားလာတော့မယ်လို့
No safe.
ပြောနေလို့ပါပဲပြောနေနေတော့ပြေးဝင်သွားပြီ
To the settlement. Rayhan down and will be flushed out, I imagine.
ဘောင်
Fairly,
ဟို
fairly
တကောင်
quickly.
လူဖာဆိုတဲ့ကောင်ကြီးအကောင်ကျွေးတော့မှာသားတို့
And they're
ဇုံ
trying to
ဇုံ
crash
သား
out
တို့
to
ဇုံ
DK position as well as
မစုံပါသေးရဲ့နော်ဇုံပါသေးရဲ့နော်
Really weird to me.
ဇုံပါသေးရဲ့အောက်ကအသင်းတွေကအပေါ်တက်လာမှာ
See Alpha 7, you see
အဖာ7အာဒူနောက်အသင်းအာဒူဘေးမှာ Alpha 7ဂျာညက်လို့တော့မရဘူးဆရာသမားတွေเนาะအဲ့လိုမျိုးကွန်ပေါင်းတွေဟိုးပြီးတော့ပဲအာဒူကိုဖြတ်ချလိုက်လို့ရှိရင်တော့ တော်ချီနီကောင်းရမယ်နေတာဗျာနော်ကဲဆက်တော့ကြည့်ရမယ်
Just so you can quickly move out. I believe that Alpha 7 was trying to hang on to this location on that north
come on နော်ဒီကောင်ကြီးကဇုံတက်မနာတက်နေပြီဗျာ
pressuring out Nongshim.
ခါးလေးလုံးကျန်သေးတာလို့ခေါင်းကြီးကြည့်လာနော်
However, this required a hard shift over towards the north. I am confused. I sort of want to see a little bit more firepower. You want to start clearing out this northern edge so you can just start peppering the entirety of the
7-2-1
team.
နော်ဒီဘက်ကောင်ကြီးကကုန်း
If
ကုန်
it
တာ
does
တို့
move
နော်
away
ဒီမှာ
from
တိုင်
it,
Alpha 7လည်းငါတို့ဝမ်ကြီးဘက်ကိုထောက်ထောက်နေတာသိလား
there is so little
နောက်မှရအဲ့ဒါ
so
တွေ့
little
တွေ့ဝိုင်းခင်နေ
happening on this northern side at the moment. No team wants to get involved with one another.
NS တွေရှိ
I
နေ
mean,
တာ
Alpha
နော်
7 and Yangon Galacticos have been here for quite a while.
ဩဒီမှာကျွေးကုန်ပြီတိုင်းတို့ဂီးနဲ့နော်
This is
7-2
7-2.
ဟေးရှောက်ပစ်တာ
Crash in, but GK are starting to turn the tides of this
မမြင်
game
မဆန်းနေပစ်တာ
around. They have been through hell and back so far, and they are
မ
looking
မြင်မဆန်းနေ
to
မ
bring
မြင်မ
back
ဆန်းနေ
some
အောင်ကြီး
progress for the rest of the teams around them. Kevin does get knocked, but that looks to put themselves back up. 5 eliminations now for GK. They are
ဟိုမှာ
holding
ကို
on
ယ်
to
တော်တော်
the
နေ
watching
နေပြီ
point
တေးပြီ
desperately.
တေးပြီတေးကြပြီတေးကြပြီကဲလို့မရတော့
Milu
နေတလုံး
finds Alula Claws.
နေကြော်သွားတယ်ဗော
Kind of within one
ဒီကကောင်လည်းကုန်းနေတယ်ဟိုမှာ UAE တွေရောသားတို့နော်မင်းတော်တော်ပတဲဆိုင်နေတာအကြီးကျယ်ပဲ
Goats
သားတို့ချမယ်နော်သားတို့ချမယ်နော်ငါတို့ကကြာစိတ်ရှိလို့ရပြီနော်ငါတို့ကဟိုမဖြစ်သေးဘူးဒီလား easy စိတ်ရှိနေစောင့်လို့ပေါ့ငါတို့မနေ့ကကြည့်ခဲ့တဲ့ game နဲ့မဟုတ်တာလို့ပဲ game စစ်လို့ပဲဒီတစ်ခါ4အောင်လုံးတက်ရှင်နေမမားဖို့ပဲလို့လားနော်ဤပြသွားပြီဤပြသွားပြီမ NS ကဖြုတ်သွားအေးအဲ့ပါဆက်
Alpha 7 looking to flex out.
ကောင်းဒီအဲ့လိုပြဿနာပူတက်နေငါ့ဝိုင်းကြီးတော့ပူပေါင်းနေပြီလားတိုးလာလားရအောင်တိုးလာလားစကောက်တာလား
Alpha 7
Okay.
on up to the ridge.
စကောက်တာဖြစ်နေနော်
Okay, this is good news. So we have Guizhou. Guizhou leading the charge. It's very confusing for me.
အာဂျူရီကလည်းဖင်ဝင်နိုင်နေပြီ
He gets something done.
A7 တော့ကတော့ချင်းမကောင်းတဲ့နေတာဆရာသမားတွေအော်ရခုံးတွေပါပြေးလာတာ
Trying to pinch it over to
ဒါစကောက်နေပြီနော်
But they're recalling it.
လောက်ပါသားငါ့ဝိုင်းကြီးရောနည်းနည်းပါဘာညာ
Finding himself knocked over towards that northwest side. They're looking for the save on this one. Quick smoke out the window. Guizhou doing a lot for the team right now.
Yeah, it was RRQ.
ကဲဇုံကစက္ကန့်40တားလို့ချိန်ကြီးကတော့တဖြည်းဖြည်းနဲ့တော့နီးကပ်လာပြီ
Need a little bit of a
ပို့
pick
ပြီး
up.
မျက်တောင်မခန်းနဲ့တော့မျက်တောင်မခန်းနဲ့လွတ်သွားမှာဆိုလို့
Pressure forwards, and I think that might have been the end of
မျက်တောင်မခန်းနဲ့တားလို့အောင်ဆိုင်တာ
Back in towards Dunshing. You got Alola now at loggerheads with 7-2-1, who were able to crash in successfully.
ဇုံ
Alola
ဇုံတားလို့ဇုံပဲအဓိကဇုံပဲနော်
capable of getting in and amongst it. But everybody's holding their corner. Next circle, very likely to push a lot of this one out. And I feel like AGAL may
Oh,
have a better time
what
of
the
it.
young
And they go the road
what
from
the-
R3B is able to
နော
connect.
က်တစ်လုံးနောက်တစ်လုံး
That opens the door.
ကနော်တဲ့ကောင်မတီးလောက်တ
to
ယ်
give them time to get the res, some more damage, and now they have to
ဖူ
hold
ရ
up
ဖူရဖူရရောမင်းဒီကောင်သေးစိုးနေတာမင်းနေရာတန်းမင်းနောက်တစ်လုံး
Move out here next.
Not
So
alone.
through. We'll head
Okay,
over
need a
towards
goal
that
lead.
eastern side. Yangon
Okay, need a
Galacticos,
goal lead.
defending champions right in the center of it.
ကွက်တီရောဆရာသမားတအားကောင်းနေတာ
To
ဟေး
begin the tornado.
ပြေးတိုက်သွားလားပြေးတိုက်သွားတာ
အပေါင်မကြီးရလို့ပဲ
တော့မပီပြစ်ပြီ
The 7.
ကြီးထဲနေတယ်အေးဟုတ်
လက်ကြွားရရ
What the fuck 721 GS အိုးတော့တော့တေးသွားတင်းနေမှာပြီတော့ပဲကောင်လေးကိုပါခေါ်ရတာရောက်တအားကောင်းတာ
Shot and quick.
ဇုံပါတယ်နော်ဒါဇုံပါတယ်နော်ဇုံထဲမှာပဲဒီဘက်မှာ NS ကိုကောက်လို့ရတယ်
Exercising.
ကြိုက်တာလို့မိုက်တာလို့ပဲ
Goodness me. There was a moment there, it felt like maybe
Eva
Malik
7
was
နဲ့
gonna
ညီး
do
ဖို့ရှိတယ်
something
ဒီလားဒီကောင်လေးက
magnificent, but was put down. Alola losing
စိုက်ကချင်း
three
ပြီ
of
စိုက်က
their
ချင်းပြီဒီကောင်လေး
players.
ဒီကောင်လေး NS ကတော့
Eliminations with
မလွယ်တော့ဘူးနော်နှစ်ကောင်ပဲကြံတော့တာဆိုတော့ဒီကောင်လေးကရှေ့တိုးဖို့ကမလွယ်တော့ဘူးကျောင်းဝိုင်းချက်ဇုံထဲမှာပဲ
He's already managed to find Eagle.
easy ပဲသားယူမျက်တောင်မခန့်နဲ့မျက်တောင်မခန့်နဲ့လွတ်သွားမှာဆိုလို့
There goes the flush. And he's still
တော့
got
ပ
a
ထမ
little
ဆုံး
bit
ပွဲ
more to say. The end of
အ
the
ဖွင့်လေး
story.
လှသွားဖို့လိုတယ်သားတို့
Dashes out and the pit
အမှတ်
will
ခွေးလို
make
နွားလို
GG
လိုနေတာဆရာသမားတွေ
down.
လောက်ပါ
Yep, common misconception. Can't get out that window. It is barred off. We'll have to swing around the
Fury
side.
တွေ
Fury
ULA
looking to
ရွယ်ရတကောင်ပဲကြံတော့တာလိုက်ရှာဖြတ်နေတာဘယ်လိုလို့နော်ဟိုကောင်လည်းပတ်ပြေးနေတာအတက်နိုင်ဆုံးတော့နော် run စိတ်သွားမယ်နေတာမှမရတော့ဘူးဒီဘက်မှာနော် Fury ကနှစ်ကောင်
Taking a turn.
တွေ့ပြီဗျာ
he's
ဒီ
taking
ဘော
off.
တော့မှာစောင့်နေတယ်ဟေးဟေး
ဟိုဒါကြီး
စစ်တာတော့ကောင်းနေဆိုပေမဲ့နော်ကျွန်တော်နှစ်ယောက်တစ်ယောက်ဆိုတော့လည်းမလွယ်တဲ့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာတော့
Knocks your red force on the
မှန်
west.
နေဗျာကဲဒီဘက်မှာမိုးလီတွေနဲ့တီယန်နှစ်ကောင်တော့ကြံနေသေးတယ် Fury ကလည်းနှစ်ယောက်ပဲ
Looking nasty.
နော်၄ယောက်အလိုက်ရှိနေတဲ့အသင်းကတော့၄သင်းပဲကြံတော့နေတာတစ်ခုမှာဒါကြီးပွဲရတော့တော်တော်ကြီးတော့
From a team like this,
ချိန်နေကောင်းလာပြီလို့ပဲပြောရမလား
control.
ဘူးရာတွေ့သွားပြီရောက်ရင်နော်မီလူတစ်ကောင်တော့အခါရဲနော်ပေးတိုင်းနဲ့အပါပါခေါ်ပေးလိုက်ပြီဗျာ
Only Eagle left alive.
ကဲဇုံမီကတော့တူးရတော့မှာဒီမှာအသေးတန်ကြီးနော်ဟိုစမှုတွေခင်းပြီးတော့၄ဘက်ကုန်းသွားနေတာအေးစမှုတွေကိုစပရေးနှစ်ကောင်လုံးရှော့ရောက်ရင်
Name, so
မန်ကဟိုကောင်ရောဟိုကောင်အပါကို
အေးလို့အပါခေါ်ရင်းနဲ့ကဲဒီဘက်မှာဒါကြီး A7 နဲ့ကျွန်တော်ဝိုင်းကြီးနဲ့ကတော့နည်းနည်းလေးအော်ပြဿနာကြီးတက်နေပြီလားမသိဘူးပြစ်တယ်
over
Ah, you better get
towards
that.
the southeast side of them.
အာဂျူဘက်ကပြစ်တာ
Send some.
F7 3ယောက်ကြံသေးရနော်
They lost Grizal in
They
the
don't
middle of
like
all of that.
တကောင်ပဲကြံတော့တာ one man live ပေါ့နော် EGA နဲ့သွားတွေ့ရင်တော့ဒီကောင်ဒီဘောပြတ်သွားမှာဒီကောင်ဒီမှာ၄ယောက်တယောက်ဆိုမလွယ်ဘူး
crashing into Ulf, disengaging,
Okay.
catching, taking the
ခြေ
initiative.
တန်းကြီးတော့ကြားနေရပြီအထဲကိုပြေးဝင်သွားတာဒူးတော်တိုင်းတမန်ရိုင်တမတ်ယူဝင်နေတာ
တိုက်ဘေးမှာဘေးမှာတိုက်ဘေးမှာအာ
အော်တအားဟိုဟိုလေကအတက်ဆင်းဆိုတော့ကောင်ကြည့်ရတာတိုင်ပန်
Currently still as a 4-man.
ဒါတို့ငါတို့ပြစ်ချင်နေပြီဒါတို့ငါတို့ပြစ်ချင်ပြစ်လို့ရပြီနော်ဒါတို့18ယောက်ပဲကြံတော့တယ်
Nice little chicken dinner at the end of the day. We expect so
Sweet
much
baby.
more
ဒီဝို
from
င်း
this
ချစ်မယ်
squad.
ဟောရုပ်စပရီးတာလေရောင်ကြီး
Year PL, PMI was not
Alpha 7ချင်းနေမကောင်းဒါတို့ Alpha 7ချင်းနေမကောင်း
start for them.
အမကုန်းဒီ WOL ဟိအောင်မင်းဖင်းကြီးဟောင်းလောင်းကြီးပြစ်နေတာလို့မင်းသေးတာတော့နည်းသေးတယ်
No smokes available. It is free pickings.
ကဲသေးတာဗောဒါတို့နော် AGA ရဲ့အသင်းကတော့တအားဖင်းတာဟဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဝိုင်းကြီးကတော့ဇုံအလဲတက်တက်ရနေပဲဒါတို့ကိလာသမျှကိကုန်ကောက်ရုံပဲနော်
Alpha 7 is taking heavy
15ယောက်ကျန်သေးတယ်
on this northern edge, but it's Yangon Galacticos.
15ယောက်ကျန်သေးတယ်ကွန်ပေါင်းထဲမှာတော့ position ကောင်းကောင်းနဲ့တော့ဟိုးရာတော့မယ် Alpha 7မှာအုံပြန်ကယ်သွားကွာနော်
Early
တယောက်တည်းနဲ့
really
နှစ်ယောက်ကို
solidified
ပြန်ကယ်သွားတာ
position. They've been playing a 2-2 for a
Come
long,
on,
long
come on.
time. RRQ just hasn't given them
Come on
much.
ဒီဝက်ချစ်ကန်မယ်ဒါတို့ဒီဝက်ချစ်ကန်မယ်ဟလား6သိန်းပဲကျန်တော့တယ်2 4
I would
6
genuinely be happy to see a goat win.
ဟုတ်တယ်
On that eastern side,
7သိန်းပြုတ်သွားပြီ
RRQ
6သိန်းပဲကျန်တော့တာ
a little bit tentative.
6သိန်းနဲ့ကျန်တော့တာမှာနော်ကျွန်တော် YG က
Yangon Galacticos.
No,
Only
full
three
man
players
alive.
at the moment, though, with 6 teams
No,
alive.
ကျွန်တော် utility
Going
အပြည့်နဲ့
down here would just not be
နော်ကွန်ပေါင်းအကောင်းဆုံးရတာတယ်ဇုံလဲတိုးရမလို့ဟလားဒီပွဲတော့ချစ်ကန်စားဖို့တော့တော်တော်ကြီးတော့နီးစပ်နေပြီဗျာ
running to defend.
ကဘေးမှာတော့ RQ တွေရှိမယ် Alpha 7တွေရှိမယ်ဂုတ်တွေလဲဒါဇုံနဲ့တိုးဝင်လာတဲ့နေသားတစ်ခုတော့မြင်တွေ့နေရရင်လည်းပဲနော်ဘလို့ဘဲပုံလေးစက်ခိုးသွားမလဲ
Now, Goat team
position ကတော့ကောင်းတယ်ကွာဒီလားဟိုဘက်နည်းနည်းဒီဘက်နည်းနည်းခွဲကြည့်တယ်နှစ်ယောက်
lining
နှစ်ယောက်
up
ဒီ
their cannons, trying to find a broadside. The question is where
So
do they
not
go?
to zone out,
Or
no,
are they
it's
going to wait
about-
for other
yeah,
teams to
get
move
that.
around this one? Try and pick up some of the
Zone
drags.
out,
'Cause They've
who's that?
already
Okay,
done a
okay,
lot
okay.
in terms of
10 minutes ago.
isolating teams, in terms of moving this circle and being a
ဇုံပါတယ်ကောက်ရုံပဲဘလို့ဒီကခုနကဆို Alpha 7ကောင်တွေကွာသိရမလားအာဒီနဲ့ပြဿနာတက်နေအဲ့ချိန်ကျုံးအောင်ဒါပေမဲ့ကိုမောင်းမဖယ်ရင်ပေးကြည့်လို့လဲပါတော့ပါတော့မယ်
The
ပေါ့
way
နော်
these teams
ဆို
are playing
ပို
right
တေ
now,
ကြတဲ့လမ်းကြောင်းပဲရွေးထားရလို့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မြင်နေဗျ
other teams
အဲ
just
ပြောနေနေတော့ RQ အကောင်တွေဒီဘက်မှာ Alpha 7တယောက်ကိုတော့ Norway ထားနေတယ်ပဲကျွန်တော် YG နေနဲ့တော့ခြေနေလေးတော့ကြည်ပေးနေတယ်ဗျ
as they have to head over towards
တ
the
ပါတီတွေ
tip.
ဖြစ်ကုန်ပါ
AGAL now punish over towards Wolves, who sat in this location for a long time. as
လုံးဝ
well.
Alpha 7ဟုတ်တာမရဘူးဘလို့နော်ဖိုးကန်ထားတာ
Attempted to get in.
ဒီဘက်မှာ
on the
AGA နဲ့ WON နဲ့ကလည်းတားလို့ကောင်းလိုက်တဲ့နေဟောင်းကြီး
AGAL, some good nades
နှ
over
ကောင်
the
လုံး
top,
တန်းနေသွားတာ
will take out the remainder of Wolves. It's a weird endgame.
EGA တွေကလည်းနော်ကျွန်တော်နည်းနည်းတော့ဥသာဖြစ်သေးတယ်ညောင်ရေးစိတ်ကလုံးတော့သွားပြီလုတ်ပေါင်းဘက်ကလေးတားလို့ဥမာဂုတ်တွေဝင်လာပြီ
to continue out in the open and knock over towards the Yangon Galacticos position on the south point. This 2-2
ဖိုင်
split.
စိတ်ကလောက်လေးစမိုင်းပြန်ခဲ့ပြီးနေတယ်ဒါစမိုင်းပြန်ခဲ့ပြီးနေတယ်
Going to get pushed over the hill, and with an opening, they might be able to find
စမိုင်းပြန်ခဲ့ပြီးသားတယ်ရာသီးရဲ့ဒါတို့ easy ပဲဟိုတော့
head to
ဟိုတော့ဒီဘက်မှာ AGA ပြတ်သွားပြီဗျာနှစ်ကောင်လုံးနော်တော်4တဲ့တော့ဝင်လာပြီဆိုပေမဲ့ကီးတွေကတော့လိုအပ်နေတော့မဲ့နေတလုံးရိုမီယိုနေရမတီသေးပဲကိုမောင်းနှစ်ယောက်စီဟိုးသားဆိုတော့ဖြစ်နေတာဗျာသီလား
South side.
စမိုင်းနဲ့စစ်ကလော့တအိမ်เนาะဒီဘက်မှာရိုမီယိုနဲ့မာနကတော့တအိမ်ဘက်မှာ Alpha 7နေရာတော့နေပြစ်ထည့်နေပြီး RQ နေနဲ့တော့ဒီဘက်မှာ Gold နေနဲ့တော့ပြဿနာတော့တက်နေနေပဲလောက်ပေါင်းသားတို့အသင်းတွေအများကြီးမကြံတော့ကီးရှာအောင်မယ်
Figure it out right now. Yangon Galacticos.
Alpha
on this
7เนี่ย high ground low ground ဖြစ်
2-2
နေတာလားမသိဘူးเนาะ
to
ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီကောင်လေးစုံတူးရမှာ
realize
တယ်
they have vehicles.
စုံတူးရတော့မှာဒါဒီချင်းကခွင့်ကောင်းမယ်အကောင်လေးစမုတ်တွေကင်ပြီးတော့စမုတ်ခင်းပြီးပြေးတို့မဲ့နေတော့ကျွန်တော် YG
Very doable here.
ကောင်းမွန်ဆုံးဖြတ်ပြသွားမလား Alpha 7 3ယောက်4ယောက်เนาะဒါတို့ဘာမှဥစ္စာဖြစ်စရာမလို3ယောက်4ယောက်အကုန်တီးရုံပဲ
a little opening, and Alpha 7 will descend. Maybe even Goat team could crash on towards it.
ကုန်တီးရုံပဲဆိုငါသမင်းစားဖို့เนาะဟိုကမဖြစ်တော့ဘူးဒီဘက်ကြီးမှာစားတော့မယ်အောင်
As RRQ start to march forward, Alpha 7.
စမုတ်တွေ
with
စ
the
မုတ်တွေ
cover
တီး
flares,
လာ
they
ဒီ
can
ကအဲ့လိုမျိုးသူတို့ပြစ်နေတယ်အာဒီကကောင်တွေပြစ်ပေးနေတာရုံကြီးငါတို့ဘက်ကီးမရလိုက်ပြန်
will
ဘူး
be immediately flushed, so Alpha 7
ဒီကောင်တွေကငါတို့ YG ကိုပဲကြည့်နေတာတီးလာဒီဘက်ကအာဒီက
shots now being
ဝ
levied
မ်
over.
ဂျီတို့ကတော်တော်အခြေအနေကောင်းတာနော်ဒါကြီးဝမ်ဂျီတို့ကအခြေအနေတော်တော်ကောင်းတာ
But they can't move.
ချစ်ကန်ဆယ်မှတ်ကတော့တေချာသလောက်ပဲမ
RRQ.
ပေါ့ဘူးပဲဒီဘက်မှာ Alpha 7ကောင်ကြီး
Goat team holding out RRQ. You're right. Alpha 7 trying to get some shots over towards.
ဟုတ်တယ်
Yangon Galacticos,
အာဒီကကောင်ကြီးတောက်လျှောက်ထောက်ပြီးထားတာသိလား
Broadsides
တော့
and
ဘောအေး7နေတော့
not for a single
ကဲဦးမ
second have they just
လောက်ပါ
let
လောက်ပါ
Alpha
Control,
7 move
control.
freely here. It has massively slowed them down. Coming into this end game with very few smokes available. Zone 9 now just hits. And we will be closing to center.
Oh, yo. Kili công đó, nade long.
I think at this point in time.
Nade long. Khỏi tay ta ra. Ôi gấu đi biển thâu vì ra là lớp bóng kia có bóng. Pi mùi này, con bóng này pi mùi này. Xì cả lo. Bao này nó. Tay phía mặc kê này lớp bóng biết bóng. Bóng mi. Đâu luôn. Nấy gần đây lùi này ngay này phải xì lâu tay Bakkali là bóng. Romeo man á. Samai mà lố này li Samai. Xì lâu. Easy man nó. Ông này giống này gì mà nó. Ông này giống đấy tìm mà đi bắt mà Show Sabrina ra xích lâu coi ra ra đi ngồi cái nào đi đâu với chơi nó để tay luôn mà nè lý yêu gì xem cái lúc là mình hát đồng để đủ đây con nó mình lùi tôi mà lùi rồi ra mà không con này nó chắc cái nó mình hát cái uso bên mẹ cho đúng không chúng nó phải để sang cái nào luôn nó không để chúa E7 này rồi chúng nó phải để sang cái nào rồi nó gồng đi này cha bộ đua cả position lên mà ta rồi luôn nó tất cả đi join hàng này bông nên phết quá raအမှန်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အာဂျူအကောင်တွေဒီဘက်ကိုတိုးဝါးပေးမယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ငါတို့ဝိုင်းကြီးကချစ်ခင်ရပြီပါသိလားကောင်းတယ်သားတို့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးအမှတ်တွေတော်တော်ရလိုက်တယ်နော် Let's go ဘာမှမဖြစ်ချစ်ခင်မရလေပြဿနာမရှိဘူးလားကီးရလိုက်တယ် run point 6မှတ်ရလိုက်တယ်နော်မစိုးဘူးသားတို့ Okay let's go run တော့တက်ပြီ run တော့တက်ပြီစနမှတ်လောက်ပြီးတော့
They looked at the bigger picture. They took a big chicken dinner.
အဲ့လိုစပိုင်းခံမှာ
So much willingness as well.
စပိုင်းခံမှာကြောက်လို့သွားကြည့်ရမှာ
ကောင်းမှမဖတ်တော့
အေး
ဘာလဲကောင်းမြင်ပါလေ
For the amount of time we're in that location,
Why am I
you
saying
deserve to be
that?
crashed upon.
Martin, why?
On that 2-2 split, holding those two buildings for as long as they did only happens because there is such passive
Martin,
gameplay
Martin,
around
Martin,
them in that location.
Hello?
Everyone is so afraid to get third party right now, and again, that's survival stage, John. That's what happens. The
ရတယ် easy ကောင်းတယ်သားတို့ကောင်းတယ်ဟဲ့လားကောင်းတယ်ဒီတိုင်းလေးပဲသားကြီးဒီတိုင်းလေးပဲเนาะကျွန်တော်6ပွဲပဲစောရမှာလား easy လေးပဲသွားစမိုင်းလည်းမလောလို့မရဘူး bro အဲ့ဇုံကလာနေပြီဗျာသိလားဇုံနဲ့တေသွားလို့ရှိရင်ကီးမရမှာဆိုလို့ဒါပေမဲ့စောင့်တက်ချင်လဲတောင်းတက်လို့ရတော့ရပါเนาะကိုအာဂျူကောင်လေးလည်းဇုံနဲ့တော့သိခံမှမထင်ဘူးအဲ့နေရာကြီးကတက်တော့ပြစ်မှာပဲ
Until the Blue Zone forced them to do something, that was completely unfavorable for the longer term point scoring.
မဟုတ်ဟိုကယ်နေတဲ့အချိန်သွားပြရင်တော့ကောင်းတယ်ကယ်ပြီးတဲ့အချိန်မှာသွားပြလို့ဖြစ်သွားတာ
almost annoying for me because the beginning of that game, my God, I saw glimmers of the past. I saw the demon that used to be.
ဒီရက်တယောက်တောင်းတော့ခဲ့သေးတာနော်
I want more of that. Alpha 7 looked genuinely.
ငါးဘက်ကြံသေးရဘလို့နောက်တော့ငါးဘက်ကြံသေးရလားအေးသေးလေးလောကော
From Kalaris. What do you think about Alpha 7?
Thank you very much, boys. Yes, once again here for the 100th time, I am with Revo, as always. Let's talk about that game, actually. Of course, Go Team didn't get the win, but you guys were incredibly resilient in this game. You actually, from the word go, E-Arena hunted down Carrillo and then was able to take him down. Of course, then you were able to save and Gizao to be able to get the res off here. But what's going through the team's mind?
ကဲမစိုးသားရွေးကြာသမားတွေနော် easy ပဲ run တော့တက်ပြီ
Yeah, I think we know that can happen. Like it can happen.
ဒီဘက်အပွင့်လေးတော်တော်ကောင်းနေသားရွေးနော်ဒီပုံစံလေးဆိုသွားလိုက်ရင်ရပြီ final တက်ပြီ
To do anything when that things happens. So we was ready to that, and we did a great match.
အဲ့ကိုလည်းမင်္ဂလာပါဗျ
told me especially that you really
ဆိုင်းလေးလောတာတော့မဟုတ်ပါဘူးဗျအဲ့လိုတော့ပြမပြောချင်ပါဘူး
and speaking of that pressure to continue on in the game once again
တော့ကရန်တိတာမဟုတ်ဗျာသိရမလားအဲ့လိုတော့မပြောချင်ဘူးစောနေတဲ့ player တွေကကောင်းဖို့အတွက်လုပ်တယ်လို့ပဲတွေးလိုက်ပါနော်ကောင်းဖို့အတွက်လုပ်လိုက်တယ်ပဲတွေးလိုက်မားတွေဆိုရှောက်မထောက်နဲ့ဘာလဲကျွန်တော်ဒီ game ကအရင်တိတာမဟုတ်ဘူးနော်
I think like
ကျွန်တော်လည်းအဲ့လိုကြီးမပြောချင်ပါဘူး
Brazilian because we never give up. So we was trying to
အမားတွေပြောနေရတဲ့ဆိုလို့ချင်းတော့အကောင်းဘက်ကပဲဖြစ်တွေးကြည့်လိုက်ပါနော်
but we were trying to stay like safe in that house, and we did it. Like, and in my mind was not
နားမလဲဝိုင်းကြီးမလို့လာကြည့်ရတဲ့ဗရန်စစ်တက်မှာ1 to 6တက်မှာပါလို့နော်6သိမ်းမဲ့တက်မှာပါ
anyway. So yeah, was that
feeling good for a top 6 today?
feeling good? I know God gonna give it us if you qualify gonna be by God. So I trust him, and let's see what's gonna happen.
တူတယ်ဘယ်နှမရသွားလဲတူတယ်ဘယ်နှမရသွားလဲကြည့်ပေးရမှာ
That's Revo.
မတင်သေးဘူးဘရိုနော်ဘယ်နှမရသွားလဲဆိုတာမတင်သေးဘူးဗျ
Human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk
Oh, tell them
in
how-
one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
အာယူလာရုပ်တာဟုတ်တယ်
For you, gamers, hybrid workers,
အာယူလာရုပ်သွားတာအမှန်ဆိုလို့ရင်ကိုယ့်အနေကိုအဆင်ပြေနေပြီ
remove.
ကိုယ်တားရတယ်
ဒါပေမဲ့ဇုံကတော့တူရတော့မှာပါဗျာနောက်ဆုံးဇုံကတော့မပါတော့
ဟိုကောင်ဟုတ်ပြီတောင်းနေတာအမှန်ပါကျိုးဆုံးနေတဲ့ခံပြောမှာ
ဒီကောင်တွေကကျွန်တော်တို့စီပြေးတူတော့မရတယ်ချမှရတော့မှာဗျာဒီကောင်တွေတော့ဂုတ်တွက်ကတော့ဒီကောင်တွေကဟိုသာဖြစ်သွားတာပေါ့
ကပ်ပါဝါပဲပြောမှာဖြစ်
နော်ရေစာနေတော့မိုးရွာသွားတာပေါ့ဗျာ
Hi, I'm here with FireH from AGAL from the survival stage. I want to ask them a few questions about the tournament overall and see where they sit so far. So first
ခွေးသိ
question.
န်းအာယူအေးအဲ့ပြောတာခွေး
We're
သိန်း
9 points away from qualifying through into the final. I wanted to ask you guys if there was any adjustments from the group stage that you could have maybe changed, looking back at it, to maybe just go directly into the final from top 5.
那我们现在生存赛当中有 AGL 的 Flowfish 给带来我们这次的采访。然后 Flowfish， 首先你们当时小组赛的时候，其实差9分就能直接晋级到决赛了。现在，如果让你去回想一下的话，当时能做出什么样的调整，或者怎么样的进步来相当于能成功拿下这9分，并且直接进入决赛呢？
其实当时知道差9分，其实挺可惜的吧。然后因为那人的圈运其实也算很好的，然后当时也是没打好，其实一直在想，如果少犯点失误的话，
哦，几款乜啊？几款乜人呀？နော်
It was
just
9 points, and honestly, like pretty friendly towards us. I think that like luck was on our side, but we just made a couple of mistakes too many. And looking back, if we only just ironed out some of those mistakes, played a little bit better, I think we could have gotten that 9 points and gone straight into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you're right on that regard. Okay, so let's talk about actually the last game from yesterday on Miramar, and it was kind of like lost Leona's finish. Urban endings can be very difficult for a lot of teams to be able to move through, but AGAL performed it masterfully to be able to go from building to building, really get through to the middle, despite having to make a lot of movements. So, were there any big challenges that you felt like making moves through Los Leones?
那我们先说一下昨天打的最后一张图，因为当时是那个沙漠图，而且那个圈都是在那个城区嘛，然后城区的这种圈通常都是最困难的，因为四面埋伏就是到处都有危险，但是你们却是非常干净利落的一栋楼清过去，能不能跟我们说当时那一张图当中，哪一些时刻特别的危险，以及你们当时做出了哪一些就是比较优秀的一些决策呢？
当时的话应该是扎进去的时候风险挺大的吧，然后当时是被两边还好没有掉人，然后后面的话就是我们一起抱团吧，然后一步一步清一个边出来，慢慢的往前推往前打。
Well, yeah, when the circle first formed and we saw that it was in Los Leones, it was very dangerous. Initial incursion into the circle because we were getting kind of like flanked by 2 different teams, but we managed to, form as a group. We pushed as a team, and then once we cleared out our own side, our own niche, I think.
ထားလိုက်ပါဘရိုအဲ့ဒါ game 1နေပြန်ပြောတာဟလာနောက်ဝဲထကြုံမယ်လား
victory.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
you for the translations. That's been us here with AGAL.
A
day where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. So how about you start improving on stuff that we've been pointing out here? And that's exactly what GOAT Gaming was able to do in this game, Max.
The boys, the GOAT team finally showing up. And you know what? It's very interesting because there's no hovercraft on Rondo, and yet they still get themselves a win. Moxie definitely making me proud in that game, but a great merge of aggression in this game from GOAT team. Also strong macro. I'm going to break down the play a little bit later on, so check that out later in this desk segment. But No, GOAT team generally the first time in this tournament. I have hope that this team can actually maybe make a big jump at the top 6. And just to highlight what you said earlier, Seven, on the pre-show, the point gap is so minimal towards the middle pack teams, which is where GOAT are. This game, I think, puts them up in top 6.
It was 14-point difference between 3rd place all the way down to 15th place now.
Wow, that's fantastic. I mean, it really just goes to show that anybody with one decent game can jump all the way. We will see that on the overload. But yeah, GOAT team able to just grab this hilltop. I'm so excited that we actually got a really dynamic terrain to actually work with. GOAT handled it so beautifully. RRQ as well, you're seeing there with Yangon. I was really happy with Yangon. Yes, it's a more of a passive 2nd place. Yes, the zone was given to them a little bit, but they defended pretty well against RRQ, and we could see them take some shots towards other teams in the zone. So actually, I'm very happy they were able to get some killer shots, man. There's some awesome shots coming on through there, and yeah, getting the win is finally going over to GOAT. But Yangon, GG.
Yeah, to be fair, it is really hard for Yangon Galacticos. You just had a fight with RRQ, and then you have to instantly finish the fight with RRQ and go for an exit onto GOAT. I understand that getting that win was not possible, but you know what? Again, the point gap is so small that could put them really high on those rankings.
It is strong 2nd place, and look at GOAT team, 25 points. RRQ as well. A lot of this squads that actually needed. In that squad, it's currently in 4. Damn right. And not only that, we got a chance to see Rebel showing what we know he's capable of.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was kind of like such a beautiful start for them. They're just dropping slightly northwest of Yulin and not getting into that hot drop scenario. But what actually happened was E-Arena forced into the hot drop zone as a duo. But you think that would be the downfall of them? No. Reeve the Beast
Somebody do one to be the lower in it. A little more about Bruno. Now, do let comment in the load up. Pigeon or back. Gogale, who that penny. Fishing here, what did
they cleared like a very clear route for them to be able to sit.
Gogale, Minia, what did I? Somebody to be the team. Somebody know what somebody about for what.
Did you see just how much aggression they were showing, even as a duo, in between a split hold of YG? Like, this is all we were asking for.
I didn't say I don't know. Shit here you about. Now, these are lima solution. Sorry. What can you pay me?
Exactly. Talking about that gap of points.
Oh, no matter how loud. These are cool. I want these are lima solution. Don't matter what I do. Don't matter what I do. Don't matter. DSA 9 to Amazon. Yeah.
This is where we've got to be really careful now, because it all comes down to the
match out there win mo.
Look at 2nd place.
Don't keep on the line. The match out there win.
Arena 46.
Number go laser lima.
44. The list goes
I say on Gia bro. I'm Gia.
So go.
I got high level qual. I'm not alone. I'm survival stay go matter. Don't know so many penny as well. Long a malo me out. The Bohema do some water by me out.
These other teams are not going to be happy where they are. The points are so close. It's really anybody's game now.
That leaderboard is going to be shifting. Okay, it's going to be shifting not only during the match, after the match, and everything in between. We don't know which top 6 teams are going to be going. Has been putting in the word. Maybe they've been listening to us, because I know Killer Joe.
You are blue, no, run, let's see, I'm blue, no, run, see,
towards the end of the games.
As I said earlier, this is one of the best rotations we've seen so far this tournament from GOAT team. So I'm going to hold you to
I got some analysis to make right now.
Look at bring it over. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was having a little bit of a bad time. So I want you to look at these positions in particular.
So the F7 are what they're getting. Oh, key to go I down more damn. I will be back on the top.
And there's a great opportunity that happens later on down the line.
No, China down home. She was the home way. And
E-Arena.
Losing argument E7 for
this is your opportunity right here, right now, GOAT team. To
somebody
and the moment they see the fight starting up, they instantly go for this wide western rotation, which not only allows them to clear some teams.
ကရပါတယ်ဒါတို့ဒီပုံစံတိုင်းလေးပဲစထိန်တာ AC ပဲ
the rest of the game.
နော် AC တက်
avoiding all of the skirmish happening in the
Final
city.
State ကငါတို့ဥစားမစားဘူးနော်တောက်ကြစနေနေလို့ဆော့တယ်
two stones one bird, a two birds one stone kind of
လက်ဖက်ပြည့်နာ
situation. And Goat Team, this gives me hope.
တောက်ကြစနေတနင်္ဂနွေဆော့မယ်ပေါ့နော် Final D ကတော့Final D ကတော့ကျွန်တော်ဥစားမပါရင်တော့မပြတော့ဘူးเนาะကျွန်တော်မြန်မာမပါရင်တော့မပြတော့ပါဘူးဆရာသမားတွေ
With the improvement that you've been able to do on that one, you get a
ပါမှာပါเนาะ
for that one. Hopefully
ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာအသင်း Final တက်ရင်ကျွန်တော်တောက်ကြစနေတနင်္ဂနွေထပ်ပြပေးမယ်ဗျာเนาะ
Then game at number 2, baby.
Oh, absolutely. We're getting ready, and our teams, I feel like they're feeling
NBA
a bit like that plastic
type
chicken right now, a little bit squeaky, because it is getting a little bit later in the
NBA
day with every
type
single match, one opportunity.
NBA အင်ဒိုကလည်း
off your card. Match number 8.
We're ညဘက်ဆိုမေးညဘက်ဆို3ပွဲဆိုလို့ရှိရင်8နာရီခွဲမှာစလို့ရှိရင်တော့မမီတော့ဘူး
Very easy to put all those points. And Valve 7 on our screen. Obviously, I've been critical.
Yeah.
But I was at the start of that last game.
NBA အင်ဒိုနဲ့တက်ရင်တော့မပြပြလောက်တော့
Really,
ဘူး
really
နော်
was. There's just
ဒီအတိုင်းအားပေးရပါဘောနော်
tentativeness
စိတ်ထဲအားပေးရ
towards
ဖုန်းနဲ့
that
ကြည့်
last
ပြီး
10
အားပေး
minutes
ရ
or last 5 minutes when they get to those stages of the game. Where even then I could see Guiz out, setting himself up for that fight, that engagement versus Go Team.
ဒီပွဲထားတယ်ဟိုတောက်ကြနေရတော့ဥစားမလို့ဖြစ်ဘူးတနင်္ဂနွေနေ့ပြောတာ
because it's just not a
ကျွန်တော်နောက်
full
ပိုင်း
cohesive
ဟိုတော့
push.
ပါရ
It's tough. It is tough, and I understand that last game was a lot of moving parts in that game.
နောက်ကြနေပြီအဲ့ချိန်
They
ဟုတ်တယ်
did show, as Clar said,
3နိုင်မှစ
no
မယ်နော်
resilience in the early game, and we can't forget that. I think they had a
That-
fantastic start. Like
7နဲ့73ဆိုတော့2နာရီရစမယ်နော်2နာရီစမယ်9နာရီ
anyone else, and
Yeah,
I've said it before, it's very promising right now. So we'll see what more they
ခါ
can
ကျရင်
do.
10နာရီလောက်ထိသွားလို့ရှိရင်ငါတို့ကအမှားဥ
Another
စားဖြစ်
team
သွား
that I did want to talk about, I think they went down fairly early.
အာရကိုယ်တွေနဲ့ညှိကြည့်လိုက်အောင်မယ်ပေါ့နော် NBA အင်ဒိုကတော့ကိုယ်တွေနဲ့တစ်ချက်ညှိကြည့်လိုက်အောင်
Slowly bled out players.
ကဲဒါတော့မတ်တူးလေးသွားမယ်ဒါတော့ let's go အခုရေးကြည့်တာတော့မတ်တူးလေးပါနော်
Pop off later today at some point. I think the Furies should be in that top 6. I think they belong in that top 6. From PMMI to
ဒီရ
now,
ထိတ်ဆုံးမယ်မင်းညာဒီစား
အေးရရင်စားပါထိ
at
ဒီပါအော
a
က်ကြီး
major stage in the year.
ပြပြစား
Heading into game 2
ညနေ
now
ဘာလို့
with
ပြောလိုက်တာ
Arangle flying over
ကဲစပြီဒါရောရေမတ်တူး
towards Nova of Noya.
တော့ကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့ရဲ့ပွဲစဉ်နံပါတ်2ပါ
A nice
ဒီ
even
ပဲငေါစမိုင်းတော့
အေးမပြုံးမယ်
စမိုင်းတော့အားပြုံးနိုင်
pretty cruel though. I think it's safe to say we were maybe a little bit of we were given a little bit of rest from it in that last rondo. Not super favourable for the team.
မှန်မကွာဘူးပြောင်းရေးမှန်မကွာဘူးဒါတို့
We have had some much worse circles moving forwards. Arena
Noble well.
early near Alpha 7.
Ja, very sincere, man.
Arena employing interesting strategy at the start of that last rondo, right? Really going on the hunt, like targeting those recall towers and finding those solos in a way that I don't think we've seen so much. It's definitely something that teams have thought about doing. It's some things that we have seen happen, but it felt very much like a very specific game plan for Arena to be able to go for those hunt downs. And it
ဇုံမဲသားရောငါဒီ Iran ငယ်ဆိုဇုံမဲကြောက်နေတာစကတ်နော်
Happening actually a lot more recently.
ကဲသားတို့မြန်မာလန်လေးမှန်သွားပြီဒီကိုတို့မြန်မာလန်လေးမှန်သွားပြီနော်ချစ်သူများချင်း
We'll try and catch out one or two teams who are just carelessly throwing over towards the same spot every single time. That team will just wander in, get themselves free elimination, and practically ruin the hopes of another team, or at least make their rotations out very difficult, like it was for the case.
အာလို့ကြာနေ
So yeah, I do think that that's happening more. It's just
အေးလို့သားတို့နော်မင်းအဲ့ဇုံနဲ့ကဇုံနဲ့ရန်ဖြစ်ထားတာတော့အောင်းမိရတယ်လို့သားတို့နော်
QCZ currently at
တော့လုံးစားတစ်ခုလုံးတော့
3,900, but the drop off between QZZ and Killer Joe in
အေး
third
မဟုတ်
place.
အဲ့အပေါ်ကြီးဆွဲတင်သွားမှဆိုးတာကွာ ဘုံကဘာအာဂျင်တီးနားလည်းနေမှန်ပါရိုက်မယ်နော်
QZZ has just been on another world entirely over the course of these 2 days. Circle very kind right now over towards Boatyard Ruins. DK getting a nice start over towards Pachiki.
We're in Nepal,
At the
wow.
moment,
Nah, boy,
balls
shit, get out,
scattered
no?
across Gatka Fields. And you could be scattering jutsu all over the
ဟော
place.
မဟုတ်တယ်ဘရိုအဲ့ဇုံအပြင်ကနေ
With the new
သွားတော့
narrative
န
skin
ည်းနည်းတော့
set
ဥစား
as
ဖြစ်တယ်
well
ဖင်
as
လုံး
the
နဲ့
Nine Tails Fury.
နောက်ပြီးရင်ဥ
all
စားဖြစ်လို့ရတယ်ဗျာဒီလား
Make sure to draw
ရိုင်း
that
အပိတ်
in
မခံရ
game
တော့
because goodness me,
ပိတ်
that's a
မခံရ
gorgeous skin. One of the best ones actually I've seen in quite a while. And you can also
Napad
have
niya
one
pita,
tiny
diba?
Kuruma if you wanted, right? You know, you get that Nine Tails Fox. He's got loads of emotes. It's fun. It's good stuff.
ကဲတော့ဒီမှာပူချင်ကြီးမှာတော့ဂီကေတွေ
It was one of the things I was very
ဒီ
envious
ငါ
of.
ဂီကေဟိုတင်းနေရှိနော်ရှိနော်
Get your spins in, get onto the game.
အေးဒီနေ့မှတွေ့ရ
Those up. RRQ on the south side.
ဟိုပလီယာရဲ့တူတောက်လီယာပဲဒါပေမဲ့
No
တင်းနေမယ်
early engagements. We're not seeing a hot drop in Pachinki anymore. It's just Geek on the inside there.
ကျေးဇူးပါဗျာကျေးဇူးပါနော်အပင်းကြတော့ thank you ပါ
That was settled.
ကျွန်တော်အပင်းရတဲ့နော်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာအသင်းလေးကိုအပင်းကြမှာဗျာနော်မြန်မာအသင်းကိုလာအပင်းတယ်ဆိုတဲ့စိတ်လေးနဲ့ကြည့်လိုက်
the beautiful trophy
အဲ့ဒါတွေက require ညင်အောင်လို့ဟုတ်တယ်မလား
here at the PMWC EWC
မဲကြောင်လေး
also a nice little flyby of our wonderful stage backed on both sides by fans from around the world, which is great to see. Honestly, it's really cool to have everyone here.
လမ်းမှာ blank ဖြစ်နေလို့လေယူလိုက်ကြမလားစိတ်ကို short အောင်တိုက်လို့ပွဲကိုအောင်ဆိုင်ပောက်ကြရည်မမဲနဲ့မြန်မာလန်လေးမဲဟလား
quite loud.
ပောက်ကြရည်မမဲနဲ့ဟာတော့အာနေနေ
I am happy, you know, there is some
ဒီကောင်းလေး
rambunctious
go
support for the
ပဲနော်
squads.
military ပဲ
Absolutely. The drums of war beating heavy on the ears of our players. Well, hopefully not.
အော်ချားနေရတော့ဆင်းရလို့ရှိရင်ဗတ်တွေစဖြစ်မှာလေပွဲစားနေမှာတူးဆုံးကုန်ပြီ
And they will.
ကိုနေရနဲ့ကိုလေးပဲကောင်းပါတယ်နော်ဟောဇုံနေပါတွေကတော့ပြီးမှာပေါ့ဗျာ
Efficaciously. Goat team, okay, moving over towards what? Yeah,
Someone saw you.
It's very effective.
Who likes searching the dictionary for that one?
Oh, outside, outside,
it was good. It was good. I think I came.
I saw you pull out the dictionary and start flicking through there.
Hey.
ကဲနော် easy ပါပဲကျွန်တော်ဒီဘက်မှာ
got to riffle through it.
ကိုနေနာပုံးနေနေ easy ကောက်ပေါ့
What I
နော်
find would be Elemosynary.
Oh, okay, wonderful. No clue what that means.
Neither. I'm pretty sure it means like.
You've just. All right, fair enough. You skipped a single page and just gone for it.
Because you read the dictionary, you know the definition. I would hope you did.
You're like the picture book of dictionary. You look at the words.
Yeah, don't want to look at the definitions. Absolutely, yeah. A is for Alpha 7.
That's true. B is for Brazil.
Yeah,
B is for Brazil. C is for Korea.
ကပ်လို့မောင်းရပြီအဲ့လိုကြည့်ရတယ်ဘယ်လိုညောင်းမောင်းလဲမရှိ
I'm out.
ဒီမှာမောက်ပါမောက်ပြီလားမသိဘူးပြူရီယာကောင်လေးသားကြီးမဖြစ်တော့ဘူးလေတူတယ်
But they do get back to their tyres and will be on the
ရှိရ
road
တင်က
again.
ခဲဝဲ
They come in from that eastern side. Jump up from the northeast from Yasnaya. Making their way into teams looking to leave Pachinki, or well, crowd in around the edges of Pachinki in this spot.
နံပါတ်8မဟုတ်ဘူးနံပါတ်6ထိဝင်ပါရမှာဟောကြီးမဆုံးနော်ဒါကြီးက
Teams are still a little bit in that looting phase.
ချမ်းသာပါပြီဒါတို့နော်နေထားမွေပါစုံစောစီးရွေ့နေတယ်နော်သိပါ
From minute one, you bombarded by
စီယာတိုင်းလေးလက်ခံအောင်ဒါကိုလုတ်တီလုတ်နေတော့သေးကြပါအောင်ကောင်းမောင်းတာ
plenty of ridiculous infighting towards some of these POIs on the map. But for Aragorn, this is a pretty reasonable circle. I don't think there's nothing too crazy about this whatsoever.
I feel like the first fight that might pop off is actually Alula when they're crossing from the north side. Depending on where they go. Yeah, Alpha 7 are kind of in the way. But Alula could just go further.
ဒီကကြည့်တာကြည့်နေရတယ်နားမလဲဘူးဆိုရင်တော့ bro နည်းနားလဲအောင်အတူချုံပြောရမယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်စာပဲ game ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးအသက်ရှင်တဲ့အသင်းက champion ဖြစ်တဲ့ပုံစံပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့နောက်ဆုံးထိအသက်ရှင်အောင်နေမှတော့ရမယ်ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာအသင်းအသက်ရှိတာကျွန်တော်ဟုတ်တာနောက်ဆုံးကြံတဲ့အထိနေနိုင်လို့ရှိရင်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာအသင်းနိုင်မယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုပဲဒီကတော့16သင်းလုံးအသက်ရှင်နေသေးရပေါ့နော်ဘယ်အသင်းမှတော့ပြစ်တာခတ်တာပါညာမရှိသေးဘူးဆိုတော့ပြစ်တာခတ်တာတွေပါပြီးတော့မှပဲတော့ဘယ်အသင်းတွေကြံမလဲဆိုပြီးတော့ကြည့်ရမှာပေါ့ချစ်ကန်တပွဲမှောင်မရသေးတာမင်းငါတို့ group စိတ်တွေက
Obscure was sending back that information that potentially was a team roaming.
ဖြစ်ကြာလာရတာနော်စီတိုင်းကောင်တွေလုံးမလုံး
back down towards the south side of
Game 2ပါဘလို့ Game 2ပါနော်ဒီ6ပွဲဆော့မှာ Game 2
currently taken by Tiamba.
ကဲဇုံတော့စောစီးပဲရွှေ့လာပြီပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်ရန်ဥစ္စာဖြစ်မနေတော့ဘူး
over the water.
ရှင်ရန်ဆွဲမနေတော့ကြီးတွေပါလေယူအောင်မှဆိုတော့
But pretty much this one comes down to zone 2. It's
I mean, yeah,
plenty of space for absolutely everyone here. So we can probably talk about some of our teams. Currently in this one, Yangon Galacticos getting a
ပတ်ပြင်းနေလို့ရအဲ့ဒါသဘောလေးကိုယ်သဘောနဲ့ကိုပဲပေါ့နော်ပတ်ပြင်းနေလို့ရတယ်
Wasn't a horrendous game
နော်
last time around, but they did
ဇုံမြင်ကနေသွေးထိုင်ဖြစ်နေလေရတယ်ကြိုက်တာလုံးမိုက်တာလုံး
I think I'd like to see a step up from this squad. Probably first portion of the day, right? First 3 matches, I'd like to see something good out of this squad, and that would indicate it could actually be.
I think so. I mean, certainly coming into the survival stage, if you had to pick AGAL or Tiamba to be in the first place position of this lobby, this is not the reality that you would have selected.
Bro.
Stages. For AGAL, they have fallen off, but not far enough to be outside of that opportunity zone. With GOAT Team in second place on 57 points, that's 17 points ahead of AGAL in 12th. Which means that they have a massive opportunity to be able to push on through, to change the story here. As for almost all of our teams, in fact, Circle crunches in again. Fairly chilled out Circle, keeps that northern side a little bit forwards. And Alula split themselves 2 and 2. To try and find the best way across. I imagine they on that location. With Alpha 7 looking to regroup, Alula will be able to... It'll be interesting to see if cross into different locations, because at that point, they're committing to being completely split until they can regroup in maybe zone 7.
It's really hard. Okay? It's really hard to play across Boatyard, wrap through the rolling hills on the south side of Boatyard, and back to Alula, which is why you're actually seeing them rotate to regroup over towards the western edge alongside the rest of the team. That's south of box. AGAL getting blasted right now as they push over towards ruins. This was a very desperate rotate. Honestly, off the back of it, they get into position, they play the bunkers, they play the sandbags. Okay, not horrendous. Actually not horrendous. Vehicle is on its last legs.
They do have a blowtorch, so they can actually repair that one up. I think that's what you can hear in the background there. You've got your headphones in, making sure that they are nice and healthy. Yeah, I feel like mild, maybe even up to medium successful.
Medium success. Maybe you're right.
Bit of piri-piri on that one.
Piri, yeah, exactly. It's spicy rotation. Could have been bad. I think a lot of people were trying to figure out where they wanted to go. But AGAL had a very clear decision in mind. Don't push towards ruins too early either, because they don't want to be on that slope. You would rather have the information and the vision down towards that south side. So I think AGAL plays into that quite quickly and is like, okay, maybe we can get sandbags off the back of this one. I don't imagine anyone's pushed in there too early. Boatyard team potentially might have gone for that one, but Dopeness is on a weird 2-2 split over on the western side of Boatyard and then down towards the south by the roads. So they are likely not going to be able to regroup anytime soon.
I think it's a 3-1 coming on through. To me, that stinks of moving quickly enough and responding to the circle.
Oh yeah,
Kenji is right. He's on foot. Getting down just on his belly. Trying to not make us any sound. As soon as Alula read that he's here, he's gone. He's out.
Didn't hear him. He leapt off at just the right time. Sneaky beaky down towards the bottom here. I think maybe that was his vehicle.
Maybe.
You saw it there. It is hidden. It is hidden away. A lot of teams will have to figure this one out. AGAL. Medium success to. Really well done.
With that circle, they have Alpha 7's compound as well is pretty huge. Overlooking so much the pressure to the east. E-Arena may look to try and crash down upon them, but I don't think they're to do that within the next maybe 2 minutes, potentially. Goat team in with a scrap on the south side. They're trying to leave past Gatka, open across those fields, but the Wolves are dragging them down into a fight.
Wolves actually in the top 6 right now. Kind of interesting. They've been able to get some points. Elementrix will fall now. Back to off, moving over towards that open edge. They were split on the team quite fully
along with one
ဘူး
another.
ကွာကောင်တွေဘာလို့ရောက်နည်းနည်းပွားတော့ပြန်မကြည့်ဘူးပြေးတာရောက်ပြီးဒီမှာ
does get knocked down. I think for Wolves right now, there's a bit of a awkward push out, and they weren't really thinking that. Oh my God!
ဒီကောင်တွေပတ်တယ်ဖြစ်နေငေါဝိုင်းကြီးကစုံတိုးရတာပူလွယ်သွားမလားမသိဘူး
Quickly shut down because of it. Ulf tries to go center. Ulf is not a team we expected to be in 13th here. I think this is a very big surprise for everyone. Currently only on 2 players. And we're probably thinking that for the guys on Ulf, this is a hard achievement to make happen in the last 4 matches, because I don't think they're getting many points off the back of this game. They would have to shoot up the rankings if they want to make it to the top 6, and Ulf getting sent home today would be a massive deal.
Definitely. I mean, it is a team that has had some ups and downs, I think it's safe to say, over the course of these group stages.
အော်ရောပါပါကောင်ကလည်းရတယ်ဂီဂီနဲ့တော့တွေ့တာ
They were definitely in with a chance here. The lobby is close enough in terms of these overall scores right now, Blank, that they can still make it. It does require them to be pushing.
ဇုံတူကတော်တော်ခက်နေပြီဟေးဒီဘက်မှာငါတို့အသင်းတွေတော်တော်များတာ
They need to see at least 5 points off this match to keep themselves in the running. Yeah, moving into the
အဲ့ဇုံကဟုတ်ကိုမဟုတ်သေးတာရောက်ရင်
To be fair, from their position on the north edge, that may well be doable as a duo. If Al-Ola don't commit to pushing out onto that angle, there's really not too many other teams that are going to threaten them. So it's a survival strategy for all, and it may go quite well. They did send all the way from the southeast straight through the middle to get to this spot. That's why they've managed to shed all the players that they had, but yeah, it's a tough game for them. They do need to make the most of it.
Yeah, which is why it is a massive success for AGAL on that rotate, because they stopped early enough. They didn't lose too many players. They brought things to repair the rotational devices with, aka cars, which is great. Great news for them. And they should have some success into the future too. We do move on to the western side. Alpha 7
မင်းစုံတော့ရရတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့သားယူ
but I would argue
ပြောင်းလဲပေးရပြီဆိုကေးပဲထွားရတော့မင်းနဲ့တူတယ်တော့ plan တင်တော့
I'm hoping this trend continues. Honestly, I think Alpha 7 looks good today. They do look good today.
Yeah, with that pressure on the northern shore to divert Al-Ola away, remove a lot of that. That's what you were talking about, right? With their ability to hold that 2-2 split. I liked they did regroup on the northern side, so they weren't solos.
Very quick to reassess the scenario as well, get back down towards this location. I genuinely believe that, although, sure, the rest of the team's very, very good, Guizhou has been this driving factor for the team today. He's been making a lot of calls, a lot of decisions on the fly. And I think it's been helpful. I think it has been helpful. It's just strange that one of the newer players of the squad is the one to sort of drag the team along with him. Furia making...
ဝိုင်းကြီးနဲ့တွေ့ပြီဝိုင်းကြီးနဲ့တွေ့ပြီဝိုင်းကြီးနဲ့တွေ့ပြီသားကြီးဟေးသားကြီးတော့ကောင်းတယ်ကောင်းတယ်သားကြီးမနဲ့မသိဘူးရအေးစေးဘာမှမပြုတ်တကောင်ရလိုက်ပြီ โอ้ยဒီကောင်တွေမဟုတ်ဒီကောင်တွေခွေးပြေးဝက်ပြေးတာအကြောင်းမဟုတ်ငါတို့ဝိုင်းကြီးပဲရောက်လာတာကဲပြတ်သွားပြီသားတို့ကျူရီကတော့ပြတ်သွားပြီကောင်းတယ်သားတို့ကီးတကောင်ရလိုက်တယ်နော်ဟုတ်ကူတော့လာတဲ့ကောင်လေးတော့လာတဲ့ကောင်လေးတော့တွားပြန်ကြရအောင်မယ်ဟာဒီတော့မနဲ့နီးကြရနီးလာမသိ
there is an answer a little bit, but the nades over the top just slow things down. They only have Milu left standing, and he needs another.
ညတည်တင်းနေလဲကုန်းနေပြီသားတို့
Great nade from Maple, honestly.
တည်တင်း3កောင်လောက်နှောနေတာ
Sometimes it can be a little bit
လာကောက်ပြီ
There's a lot of terrain that stops you from fully committing those nades inwards.
ဟေးအောင်ကြီးအဲ့လိုဖြစ်လို့မရဘူးလေ
Forgetting the castle is in play.
ဒီငါဒီမက်ကိုမခံစားချက်ကိုမကောင်းတာလို့
QZZ does go far enough. Well done. Really good hold here from AGAL, leaving, like you say, Milu.
ကြည့်ရပြီကြည့်ရပြီလို့တားလို့ရေအမလုံးနေတာလို့ငါ
Fairly low scoring game potentially on the cards.
ဟိုဟိုးရကိုမောင်းမရတာဟာလားသိလားဇုံလဲမှာဆိုတော့ဟိုးရကိုမောင်းမရှိဘူးလို့ဒီဘယ်ဟိုကောင်လေးကားနဲ့ပတ်သွားနေရတယ်ငါတို့အကုန်မြင်နေရ
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
အာသူကကိုမောင်းဟိုးရတာခွေးတောင်းသားအာ
Losing 3 of their players like that is not how you want to start. Dopeness on the south side against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force playing with only 2 players in action, and Dopeness similarly losing one of their players as well. As they left Kenji in the shadow of Al-Ula, we saw him dropping down earlier on.
GK holding. Next circle is closing now. We have a lot of Everest over towards that western side. The arena is trying to bank as much information.
Draw cut သွားပြီဒါတို့ draw cut သွားပြီဒါတို့ဒီပုံစံဆိုအောက်ကတင်းနေနေမှတ်မကွာဘူးလို့အဲ့ကောင်တွေပေါ်တက်လာလို့ရှိရင်တော်တော်ဆော့ခတ်သွားမှာ
The secret files for later where these teams will be
မတူပဲရှိသေးတယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ဆော့ခတ်သွားတော့မှာ
They have been very quiet so far, very spy-like.
Wolf now being descended upon. The duo that moved out there earlier. Able to do a little bit there, but Scarface does get flushed. Aaron's not too long to follow. A victim of the MG3 on the northern side.
So who make come on? Ah, you are going to who be that
looking for here to keep themselves in the running.
He's only chilling. Who by room? Mama, do I chino? Maru, Oga, I know. Look at that, I go. Anna
left in the circle. Geekate, they've been holding their nerve. They're up to 5.
No, where zone gone is now. Where zone
blue on the south side. They've rebuffed pushes there. They have.
Chao, where's all my? That do the amount where? Do the amount where? Don't my bay like that.
Of a strong rondo in towards Erangel with some force.
You're okay, you're okay.
He is on the team. We're good to go.
Yeah, I put it. Is it bomb you? Lima Jenny, Lima Jenny. Is it? Bomb you. The way me are now, boy. Not the way me are now, boy. Is it? Bomb you.
Doable. Alpha 7, they pulled off from that northern portion of the compound and fully situated themselves down towards the south here. Understanding the teams are like
where me are now, where what? Is it bomb you?
Compound down towards the southwest.
Where be there?
And that is go to.
Where be there? Show me, baby.
They're fully focusing a lot of their attention over towards Everest and their southwest. This is a good approach.
Where be there? Not show me,
something very similar, looking to hold out the teams that are on the southern edge. You just got Milu remaining down there.
Where am I be doing? Show them. Is it not one?
Much stronger when E-Arena leave the top of Everest. For Goat Team, that is good news.
I don't want you to me, but they don't mean it. Very show down.
Dangerous against Goat Team.
When they got champion, we don't know. Respectfully,
to go for this one. And I feel like E-Arena is starting to.
You see, go there, chain up, Piaro.
Yes, that look over towards Alula again. They have had that information for quite some time now. Noxian Red Force, Hyunbin opens up over towards Killer Joe. That's a backstab coming through here and will slow the guys from go down. Revo actually looking to swing by in the vehicle, get some information, but Noxian Red Force definitely the main force that is distracting away from Goat. And Goat turns their eye towards them. You can see them just about start to shimmy back down towards that southeast side, realizing they got to get rid of this team.
Hyunbin
causing problems there.
Force again, they're on
7-2-1-0.
They have to step forwards. So finding these little openings is exactly what they needed. Diminishing the power of Goat Team across the way. You love to see it. You love to see it. Hyunbin with another nade over the top. They're not quite connecting either way. Bootsman starts to get closer with that buggy. Gets the scouting done. Hyunbin putting damage down range, but does have to duck back as he gets clocked himself. He's very, very low there. And in the meantime, TZ is fending off against Geeko, who won a third party. Hyunbin falls.
Yeah, Hyunbin going down here. Good nades coming through from Goat.
Oh, that's
here. And it is Rebel finding Moxie. This is good. Very, very well done. You have to capitalize on that. And this was the plan from the very start, John, for Alpha 7. Looking better and better as the day goes on here. Kiwoom DRX technically have sent a circle on this one, but they have been
and they are
doing much going forward. They'll have to change our minds essentially as the day goes on. E-Arena did now finally pull fully.
Is he going to
do it again? There's 2 players down. Oh, that one felt like it might have connected as well. To go big again. The 2 players from Geekay not getting back on up, and he has got them on the run. They're trying to step into position to go for this res, but steps out, looks for it, darts into the building now. The res did not get stuck, and he's got another. He's just got rounds left though. Geekay though. That's not. I mean, Milu is just disgusting.
Oh my goodness me. Go team to 8 eliminations on this
But
game
what?
despite
Yeah,
everything.
yeah,
Picking
yeah.
up those points. Alpha 7 wrapped on the
Tiếng ba, tiếng ba là thì con này cũng là cầu mấy gì à?
Boostman did send over towards
Thì là
the
không
south
nói với
side,
ai
but
con này bà,
the
thì bà có có, đây xin này con kia lại rồi.
also taking shots over.
Kia vậy à?
And Force will be not
Con
leaving
này,
just
cái này này cả kia là, tức là làm. F7 mà biết đôi nó rồi con mà đây.
Oh, he steps out into it. TZ holds his nerve. Gets across and now looks to heal. There's a lot of crates on this location, remember, because Milu
He went mad at you, man.
out in the open, so potential to find a lot of loot here, but I don't know if TZ's going to stop. AGAL, good shot. 721 GS looking
721 G လည်းမင်းဆောင်းပိန်းတာဟေးဒီနည်းနည်းပါးလေးတော့မဖြစ်နိုင်
maximum successful rotate earlier on.
ဘူးတို့အားပေးနေပါလေ
Looking to try and convert now into transition.
ဒီလက်ကားနဲ့ကြီးလိုက်လူ
Alpha 7. Oh, they've just lost a player on that northern side. Rebel went out too close to Arena and does get clipped.
I mean, it had to be the scout, though. I think that's fair. The fact they were trying to gather information, now the rest of the team knows that there's players on this north side. So annoying for AGAL, by the way, because Alula not for a second tried to check Kenji. So literally no one's known he's here for so long. He backstabs over towards AGAL, starts to move out, and he's completely scuppered their game plan.
Yeah, it's really gone. Diary, yeah, hey, little Abby, mate.
Oppa, lu chú ra ha.
Tempo on the lobby.
Sarange, Oppa.
Look to try and isolate
Sarange.
as well. He's just going for it. Okay, Kenji, a demon on the descent there. Leaving one player back.
Let's go. Yeah, ace, no? Abby, I don't know. Don't know. We are.
I think I still believe that. He goes down, but a really solid performance from that angle.
Another late entry for AJL, though, today. Getting further and further into these games. It's nice to see their name popping up towards these end points. Alula forced to move down, and AJL looking to bolster this position. They flow up. Carrillo looking over towards KRX. XTZ opens up over towards Claws, but it's Yatso.
Oppa! Maybe by show, no,
Oppa. Through with the shotgun and will finish them off in fantastic fashion. They're going to get quickly with those players back up on their feet. But E-Arena from the western side, they've got the license to a limb right now. The spies coming through from on top of Everest, telescopes and binoculars. To get the big elims on.
He wound DRX as well into the fight. XCZ with a chance to shut it all down, though. Their chance to jump on the tables.
Oppa, one is a one bit of Oppa, yo, low in a showman or Oppa.
He's burning, and now the DBS is going to try and shut him down from up on high. Tags one. Go down from. Was that E-Arena?
Yeah, going go water. Oh, Dina Delo, chicken below,
Goodness me.
Look, I pay like 90 dollars.
Great clutch up for AJL, but
Still,
who are slowly but surely regaining confidence in these matches.
Losing Revo earlier may be a difference maker here, though, Blank. For Alpha 7, they need all the sightlines they can get, and E-Arena have been able to change the pace. Play slow and immediately turn it on when it mattered. Rolling around on the hillsides, they're trying to get that information, but Mormon with that MG3, a major threat on the angle. Obscure and Guizao pulling up and maybe looking to go trade for trade with the nades. Obscure dodges that one, launches one in response, and Mormon steps out of the way. MG3 to rattle Obscure. Straight on down on the hillside. Twins steps in, sure, Joker is the trade. Now two players have the broadside on Tourniquet, but he manages to turn around the headland and stay alive. A 2v3 now.
Tourniquet backing off, comes back around the angle. Moment over the top side, he's flying through the air, might get out of the vehicle, but his eye on fire. Guido goes down to a rundown as he gets out of the car, leaving just Leo in a 1v3. A hard game from them. A chicken dinner would be great, but this feels like an impossible task. Moves off the angle, 5 grenades. They have to be absolutely exemplary. Cannot get the shots underneath the vehicle over towards Tourniquet. Likely going to be going for a first aid kit. Swings one far, looking for the bounce. Might hit good, doesn't quite grab him though. Constantly repositioning.
Into the firing line. And E-Arena from atop the Everest position, able to descend, control the northern side, and squeeze the life out of the lobby.
I mean, they pulled up those files. None of them were classified. They
ဟောင်းရေးကတိုင်းရေးအမတ်တွေကခွဲပေးလိုက်ရပြန်ပြီလို့မျော်လင်းလို့ရမျော်လင်းလို့ကယာသေးတယ်ဘရိုဒီလိုတွေဖြစ်နေလို့တော့မရဘူးတော့ဒီပုံစံတိုင်းသွားလို့မရဘူး Game 1တော့လို့ performance လေးနဲ့ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ပြီးပြီကွာ
He's like understood the game plan.
doဆိုတဲ့သေးနဲ့
haphazard from the squad. And even when Rebel went down, I didn't really mind that all that much either. I was like, he's doing his job. He's scouting out for the team.
ရှင်နေချင်းကတော့မကောင်းသေးဘူးလေချင်းကတော့မကောင်းသေးဘူးလေ
But even if you do go down like that, at least you're passing back information. There's a northern squad there.
ပထမကောင်းသေးတယ်ပထမ game 1တော့ကောင်းတယ်
I think it is a top 6 today. Okay, all right. Yeah,
ပြောတော့မပြောတော့ဘူးမပြောတော့ဘူးဒါတို့ game 3သွားမယ်ကွာ game 3 let's go point 30လောက်ယူပြလိုက်တပွဲလေ25မှတ်လောက်ယူပြလိုက်25မှတ်ပဲဒါအများကြီးမလို့ယူ25မှတ်ပဲယူ
but it is improvement consistently, which
တော်
is
ပြီ
exactly
25မှတ်
what you need for a survival stage.
တော်ပြီ K 15ကောင် chicken 10ကောင်
to do a lot of work to try and push themselves back into that.
အာရောကောင်လေစက်တွေတုံးနေဟေးအဲ့ဖက်မလား
There have been questions about the consistency of this roster. Of course, Shrek's the only player here.
ဒီမှာတော့
Triple.
ဒီသိရင်တော့ပြောကွာမိုဘိုင်းနဲ့ကြရင်သိလေးတော့ပြောပါနဲ့ကွာ
So to see it go over the survival stage would be pretty galling, I'm sure.
ဒီနေ့နောက်ဆုံး bro ဒီနေ့နောက်ဆုံးဒီနေ့မတက်ရင်တသနာရှိတယ်လို့အိမ်ပြန်မှာတိုက်တဲ့ defender ကျွန်တော်တိုက်တဲ့ defender bro တိုက်တဲ့ defender နောက်ဆင်းတော့တက်အောင်ဆော့မှတော့ရမယ်ပူလီယာရဲ့ထားတော့မထားဘူးကွာနောက်တော့ဝက်ထော့အောင်ကဲတော့အပေးရအောင်ဟလားဘာမှဖြစ်တယ်ဘာမှဖြစ်တယ် easy ပဲအန်ကြိုက်တော့ဟောကဒီမှာတကယ်အပေးရသူရရှိတယ်လို့သိလားအစောကြီးတေဝါလို့အပေးရသူရစောင့်နေတာအပေးကြတယ်ရတော့မျောလင်းလို့လေမင်းအာမချောင်နဲ့ဘာလို့မရမှာမျောလင်းလို့อ่ะဟောအရင်ချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ခဲ့တဲ့နှစ်ကလည်းကတ်တက်လာတာဒါစာဝယ်ပဲစိတ်အေးတမတ်နဲ့ကတ်တက်လာမဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူးလားဘာမှမရှိဘူးဟလားမဖြစ်သေးတာပဲရှိတယ်ဟလားစိတ်တက်မကြနဲ့ဒါစိတ်တက်လာမကြနဲ့မင်းတို့ကတော့စိတ်တက်လာကြရပြန်တယ်စောနေတဲ့ပလေယာတွေကိုလည်းအားနာမင်းတို့ကချန်ပီယံဖြစ်မှသာဟိုအသင်းဖြစ်တာဖြစ်တယ်ညာဖြစ်တယ်ထပြောတာသိလားမင်းတို့ကချန်ပီယံဖြစ်နေသေးရတော့မင်းတို့ဝေဘန်လီကန်တာနဲ့သိလားအာတိတ်မပြောချင်ဘူးเนาะငါပြောရင်လည်းငါမကောင်းဖြစ်ဘူးမဲ့သူများတွေကိုအားနာတယ်လို့မပြောတာเนาะဆရာသမားမင်းတို့ကရန်ဝေဘန်တာ
Talk to Wolves at all throughout this tournament so far, so why on earth not do it here with Baton to talk about everything that's going to be going on so far from basically the group stage into the survival stage.
ပုံမိတစ်ထောင်ထည့်ပြီးရှောက်ဆဲနေတယ်ဟိုလူဘာဖြစ်တယ်ဒီလူဘာဖြစ်တယ်
guys got a second place with 11.
နိုင်လိုက်မင်းတို့ကမကြည့်နဲ့တော့
game yesterday, but so far the chicken dinners, the wins have kind of eluded you. What's denying you those chicken dinners? I understand the tournament's very hard, of course, but what's it like from the team's perspective?
I mean, first of all, we're
ကျိုးစားရင်ဖြစ်နိုင်သေးတာဗောဘာမဖြစ်နိုင်ကြဘာအကြောင်းရှိလို့လဲကျိုးစားရင်ဖြစ်တာ
That's our main problem.
အမတ်ဟိုအမတ်20လောက်กว่าနေတော့တမျိုးလေ10မှတ်လောက်กว่าတာတော့ဘာရပါတယ်6တင်းအောင်တက်မယ်ကိစ္စ
Los Leones game specifically, right? Because you guys got to Los Leones
ညဆောက်ပြပြောဆုံးနိုင်ငံမှာနေတာဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ဒါပြောတာလေသူများဆောက်ပြထိုင်ပြောနေတယ်ငါ
when you look back on that
ကုန်ပန်းသားတို့ကုန်ပန်းမော်ရိတာတွေကုန်ပန်းအာချောင်းနေကောင်
from that game or in that game that you look back on and you think
ညဆောက်ပြပြောအာချောင်းမှုလောက်ပဲရှိတယ်နော်
differently enough to be able to beat AGAL in the final moments.
I think it would be different if me and Necessary stay alive because we lost like me and Necessary in fight with NS Red Force. We could just hold them like because they didn't have the zone. If we just hold them and we were like 4 up, I think it was our game.
So I guess I'll actually add a final question as well. What was the expectation for Wolves?
ကျော်တော့နိုင်နေနေတာသူတို့ကပုံနိုင်နေမှာဗောဟုတ်တယ်မလားရိုးရှင်းရမယ်စဉ်းစားလေ
The best teams in the world. What's the goal?
ဟာကျော်တော့နိုင်နေနေတာတကောင်တွေကပိုတော့နိုင်နေမှာဗော
For now, it's obviously just to qualify to the final. But in the final, just to improve our game and show our best.
အားနေစောက်ပြပြောဖို့လောက်ချောင်း
Thank you very much, Baton, for joining us here.
Ah,
This
yeah,
is day number 2 of the survival stage, and we're signing out right now.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview. And E-Arena, Max, we finally see them showing up here, even though they were just chilling for the longest time in Everest. But great movement out of that squad to come out with the win.
A non-rondo chicken dinner?
Very
important area if you have a circle shifting towards the northwestern side of Erangel, which is what ended up happening there around ruins. But in particular, what I loved is they were trying to get rid of threats before they become a major threat. In this game in particular, Al-Ula, they were having major control of ruins. I think you might want to talk about them later on, Liptura. But they had really good control of ruins, and I think E-Arena understood that would be...
Hi user channel ပါလောက်လိုက်ပြခါလေး channel မှာပါခါလေး hype လိုက်ကောင်းနေတလုံးလာမကြည့်လေကောင်းနေပဲเนาะ
They can actually end up getting the win. So I think E-Arena here, that was
ပေါ့လို့ပဲသားတွေလာမကြည့်ဟိုသိရမှာအာချောင်ကြီးလာကြည့်နေရတဲ့ဆိုင်လာမကြည့်တာကောင်းတယ်เนาะဒီဟာတယောက်မရရင်မရပါစေနဲ့
ended up being just in the house. Usually that's a team that likes to spread their wings a little bit more in that kind of position, but E-Arena
အမပေးနေကွာအမပေးနေဟလားဟိုရှောက်ဆဲမနေနဲ့နော်ဟိုလူပြစ်ပြောဒီလူပြစ်ပြောလိုက်ပြောမနေ
You know, they were, you know, down a player
That's
compared to
right,
that. So
no,
them being able to sort of scout that
Mà bây
position,
giờ
obviously, I think when our wonderful IGL got out of the vehicle, probably just a bit too early. I think that's where the miscommunication led them. And obviously, he was not in a good position whilst, you know, E-Arena was still scouting in the vehicles. But look,
အားမရတာလေအားမရအားသူတို့လည်းပို့ဖြစ်ချင်မှာဗောကျွန်တော်တို့ဖြစ်ချင်မှာခုနအခြေအနေကိုလည်းကြည့်လိုက်အောင်လေဘလို့မှဥသာဖြစ်လို့မရဘူးဇုံကလည်းတဲတိုင်တိုးရတယ်မစ်ဆိုင်ကရတော့လေပုံမောင်းမရတာနဲ့နော်မှဖြတ်သွားဖြတ်လာလုံးတဲ့ကောင်တွေကလည်းမှဖင်ဝင်နှိုက်သွားတာနဲ့ဘသူကတော့အဲ့လိုဖြစ်ခံနေမှာတော့ပေါ့မှတဲ့မှာဂိမ်းဝမ်းတော့လို့ဇုံထဲမှာထိုင်နေပြီးတော့လာတဲ့ကောင်ပြစ်လို့ရရင်တော့မျိုးလေအဲ့ဒါပြောတာလေဟိုကနေဒီကလည်းပြည့်နော်မှမိုးလီနေဒီကဲအနေနဲ့ဖက်ဖက်ဝိုင်းပြစ်
to let them know where their position is and then just going all the way around. I mean, MG3 does help Max. We know how powerful that weapon can be, especially in the hands of a professional team.
ချစ်လို့အားပေးရလား viewer လိုချင်လို့ပြရလားအေးချစ်လို့အားပေးတာပေါ့နော် viewer လိုချင်တော့မင်းငါအောင်ပါသူကဘန်းနေမှာမင်းတို့ပြောချင်တာပြော comment တွေတက် engagement အောင်တက်သေးတယ်နော်
for all the teams at the end there in particular looking at Alpha 7 and E-Arena not doing these weird drive-bys and just losing all of
the viewer တက်ပြီးတော့မင်းတို့ဆဲချင်ဆဲမဆဲချင်နေဟလားအားပေးချင်အားပေးမအားပေးချင်နေဆိုပြီးတော့ထားမှာပေါ့
driving forward so I do appreciate that I'm sure
ကောင်းမှမရှိလေကောင်းလေနော်မင်းအဲ့ဆဲတဲ့ကောင်တွေအဲ့တလုံးလာမကြည့်နဲ့
can you do that again for us?
ဒီဂိမ်းမှမဟုတ်တခြားဂိမ်းလည်းလာမကြည့်နဲ့နော်မင်းတို့ကောင်တွေမရှိလေကောင်းလေ
But one team that has been performing really well has been Go Team. Go Team, they ended up with the win early on. We know that they can definitely put up the numbers. I want to see Go Team between yesterday and today because this squad is different. Keep in mind, this is Go Team. We know those eliminations are going to be coming in. But Lace, one thing I'm looking at is those placement points already double in some the placement points of yesterday.
Only down near D1.
Even if we you know, come out of that match and their rotation from military base. And like I do want to kind of add in RRQ just into this mix because they had every opportunity to be able to gatekeep on military bridge. They didn't, decided to rotate, but you know their power in holding a position is unfortunately not the best. But that's what well, nice split hold which we see from them so often. They have that dominance power. So this is exactly why we're seeing them collectively get these good positions and these eliminations. So I mean it's incredible work from them, and I do believe that they're going to maintain that top 6. I believe it because of the way that they've been playing throughout yesterday.
But I really enjoyed the zone control.
ကောင်းနေစင်းသိရမလားဟိုအကျိုးကြောင့်ရှင်းပြပြီးတော့ဘုရားဖြစ်လို့မရအောင်နော်ဘူကြားလို့မင်းဒါစင်းထက်ငါဒါနဲ့ပါကင်တုပ်ပြီးပြန်ဆဲပြီးနော်
sweep behind really well after Alula. Yes, hello, A7 as well. You know, second place, okay, that's good. But no, but for me, Alula was a really nice. The way that they split around to surround all.
ဟိုရဆဲနေဆဲပြရမှာလို့အဲ့လိုကောင်တွေကဆဲပြရမှာနော်ဟိုလူတစုပါပဲအများစုကတော့အဲ့လိုမဟုတ်အများစုကတော့အဲ့လိုမဟုတ်လူတစုပဲ
For me, Alula, except for the final crash where they just disintegrated.
တချို့တွေလည်းရှိပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့
I like it.
လူနည်းစုလောက်ပဲ
one team that
အများစုအဲ့လိုမရှိကြ
on as well, Max, is none other than Tiamba because Tiamba What was it that you were looking at?
ကောင်းလေးငင်ခံလို့မရအောင်နော်ငါသူတခွန်းဆဲနှစ်ခွန်းလောက်ပြန်ဆဲပြီးမှ
of all gamers, and actually I believe
ဆဲလို့ဝိုင်းဘန်ပြီလား
just a few seconds here. Actually, it's going to be this one. But the thing is about Tiamba, I think the idea of pushing onto all gamers is great. You can see all the players get knocked here. And the thing is, if you want to push in this area, you have to commit. You need to send it and eliminate the opposition, which is going to be all gamers in this case, because everyone got wrecked literally upon.
ကောင်းနေနိုင်မှာအားပေးနေတာတွေစိတ်တက်တွေချူအဲ့ဒါပြောတာ
at that point. And then eventually all gamers Maple in particular is like, wait,
ဝိုင်းကြီးကမင်းမတဲ့ဆိုင်ကိုပြအောင်ပြတာဟေးငါတို့ကြတယ်ငါဒီရကောင်နေငါတိတ်ကြည့်မရ
which no, Milu can do 1v4s. We've seen it before. But Tiamba looking ahead of the finals. In the finals, I would say this is a massive fumble. Maybe that could cost them the tournament. So Tiamba, position like this, you can't play too passive.
Especially when you have a team
like
AG wanting to be even more aggressive, wanting to make that push. Because they how the standings are currently looking. Tiamba is still in first place, but Alpha 7 making that push now to second place. Go team.
ဆယ်မှတ်ပဲကွာတာပါဆယ်မှတ်ငါတော့40ဆယ်မှတ်ပဲကွာတာပါလေးဝဲအောင်ကျင်လေးရကွာ easy ပေါ့ဟုတ်လားဒီအားချောင်းလေးကောင်အာလုံးလုံးကြီးလုံးဝမဖြစ်နိုင်လို့သိရမလားကာပြောနေတယ်တမျိုးပေါ့ကွာသိရမလားကိုဖြစ်နိုင်သေးတဲ့ဟာကိုဖြစ်နိုင်သေးလို့ဖြစ်နိုင်သေးတဲ့ဟာကိုပြောတဲ့ဟာအာလာချောင်း
on the local stage or on the international stage has been kind of the Higor show right now for the side of Furious. I would love to see a little bit of a team-wide effort though on the second page. Boy, also
55မဲ့နော်55မဲ့10မှတ်ပဲကွာဟာလားတပွဲချက်ကရလိုက်မိသွားပြီတပွဲချက်ကရလိုက်မိသွားပြီကျန်တဲ့ပွဲတွေကိုမတ်1တော့ဆော့ရတဲ့ပုံစံလေးတိုင်းပဲသွားလိုက်ရင်ပြီးသွားပြီလို့နော်1 to 6က easy win
group stage games, but this is
အောက်ကတင်းနေသိရမလား EA တို့ဘာတို့ F7 တို့ဘာတို့အောက်ကနေပြန်တက်လာတာနော် day 1တော့ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ကျန်းတိုင်နေတာ F7 ဆိုတော့ပေါင်းနေလဲမှာသိရမလားအားဆိုင်ပြန်တက်တာပဲအဲ့လိုပဲဖြစ်အောင်ဖြစ်နိုင်လို့မရှိဘူးပတ်ဒီမှာနော်တပွဲတည်းနဲ့အမှတ်30ဖြစ်သွားလဲဖြစ်သွားနိုင်တာပဲ
Right, they are so good at that aggressive play.
ဘာမှမဆိုဖြစ်နိုင်လားမဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူးဆိုတဲ့စကားတောင်းပြောနေ ဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူးဆိုတော့လုံးဝဟိုလိုကြီးသိလားအမှတ်30လောက်ကွာနေလို့မဖြစ်နိုင်ဘူးဆိုထားတော့လေဟုတ်တယ်မလားကျွန်တော်လည်းလက်ခံအေးလေခုမှ10မှတ်လောက်ကွာတဲ့ဟာ
way too long to like build up that momentum. It's very slow.
That's right, Alpha 7 fans, get a little bit high because the team is finally performing. We're seeing something different from this squad. So let's go Alpha 7. Let's send it over to none other than the man with high energy, High Dukes and Kalaris.
Yes, all right. We've got a few teams to talk about before we actually kind of get things into the next game. I've got Hot Chicks here with me for everything. And we got a few teams such as E-Arena getting themselves a win when they hit those big highs. They hit it really hard. Here from Everest was a great position to stage this from. Good information from there, not only a great staging point.
Absolutely. I mean, when you said biggest highs, right? They've had like...
ဒါတို့စားရမယ်ဂိမ်းသမီးမက်သရီစားရမယ်ဒါတို့ကြိတ်တော့ကြိတ်တော့လား
finals then.
Now
they get the chicken dinner. 17 points was critical, right? So it's good to finally see them make something happen. Even though it is on the last day, we still got 4 matches left to go. It's a great start.
ဟိုမေထောင်ထဲရှောက်ဆဲနေတော့နော်ဟောမော်ရီဂါကြီးခန့်ထားတယ်ဘူးနဲတာမဟုတ်နော်ဘန်းပေးလိုက်ဟာအောင်တော့မခံဘူး easy အားပေးမယ်လားမင်းတို့အားမပေးချင်နေနော်အားပေးနေတဲ့သူတွေစိတ်တက်ကြအောင်လို့ရှောက်မမှန်းနေနော်မန်းရင်တော့ဘန်းပါ
saw that fight happening down there with KRX. They go down, take it, get those eliminations, and still hop on back, like you mentioned, to be able to take out Alpha 7 and clutch it up. Very nice.
One of the teams, of course, they did kind of clean up on that east side. AGAL, who, of course, is in the running for a club championship point, in the running to try and get themselves a strong, solidified position in that top 6 as well. What did you think of them?
AGAL needs top 6. They need to see this team make it to the finals. It was so brutal watching it at the last second. XCZ with the DBS. I thought he had it. He hit the headshot, but wasn't able to get the finish. But still, 11 eliminations. So they ended up getting 15 points based on that. A solid performance. But at the end of the day, this is still a close one.
I like their pandas. Do you think they've got the blessing of the panda?
The pandas are looking out to the audience right now. They're looking into the distance. They can
see. Let's go 1G. Let's go 1G. No, မြန်မာလေးမဲမယ် 1G လေးမဲမယ်ဟာတခြားဟာတွေမပြောနဲ့တော့ဘူးအောင်နောက်တယ်
The game going here for PMWC.
EL.
All right, looking like a little magician with the flourish there. Emphasis on the little. He's a short man. Thank you very much down on the stage. You have to get your man with a big voice. Yeah. I'm quite tall. I don't know what you're talking about.
We are brother nothing ha.
Leave me alone.
Hey, brother, oh,
dear. That was my imitation of. Certainly in Rondo.
Please leave me alone. I don't want to fight. I want like some placements, please.
Yeah, just let me live. Let me live, please. Yeah. Go team were like, no.
Furia don't look too happy.
Okay, Dario, Dario. Let's go.
Is looking a little bit rough.
Young lady goes to you. I mean,
sub 1,000 damage average per game.
Sorry, Dario. Let's go, Matt. Oh, Matt the Reba. Getting the Reba, no?
Again for sort of an unknown.
Sorry, man. One you man. Let's go.
No. I don't think they're doing terribly right now at PMWC whatsoever, but they would like to get to the final.
Group B, day 1, day 2.
Absolutely.
South State, day 1, day 2.
You need to try and step up towards, as we said.
It's
a bit of a shame if the defending champions weren't there in the finals, but if you're not good enough, doesn't matter what you've done before, you need to do it now. You need to get stuck in. And we're going over Erangel, the plane path. Heavy south lean on it again, blank. From that Sosnovka military base over towards the Popka. It is pretty nasty, isolating position on the northwest. And I feel like the team I'm thinking about when I think they're Alpha 7 over in North Georgia. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, we'll see. I think Alpha 7 should have a secondary here. We'll see exactly which one it is. Maybe eastern side, potentially. Very long time ago they used to do that, though. But yeah, Furia, definitely a team that's at risk right now. They're on 57 points. I know they can do more. They know they can do more. Like I said, the body language looks a little bit rough at the moment. Match 3 and match 4. One of the teams jumping out nice and early here, dropping in towards Sosnovka. Hard to get towards the north side of the map. There might actually be some, not hot drops, but some contested locations.
I feel like there's a little grouping of players there around where the Wolves are. GK are underneath that. The northern point of RRQ could potentially be a danger zone. Just northwest of Milta, over towards the mansion shelter, prison area. There is a lot of players dropping out there, and I don't think there's that many vehicles, Blank.
So we are going back to Lipovka. Lipovka split actually for Alpha 7. They did this quite frequently. So they are going east. Nice to see. AGAL down towards Milta Power. Mini Milta. Lovely circle for everyone.
Okay, let's go, Dario. Let's go. Easy, man. Don't wait about him. Dario, Korea thing, Dario sound here. And that's the thing about it here. No Korea, nothing.
So yeah, fine. Just fine stuff. For all. I'm going to say now, if they want to be in the top 6, game, top 3, or a chicken dinner. If not, it's going to be a very hard end of the day. They're currently 14th place. You know it's bad when Keyroom DRX is actually catching up to you. That's a problem. They've had a really rough time of it.
Yeah, they are currently 17 points behind that bubble in 6th place, so there is a real gap for them to close. Bubbles could do it. They definitely could. I mean, they're slap bang in the center of this circle. They've got a lot of time to play around with. Hopefully they can find top 6.
So kind. Probably going to be comical again.
KFC or Lobby or no, Madrone or
top 6.
Not the chap had your side in the Lela. I'll see you what job in me. Sabu well,
yeah, it's getting very, very tight knit on the leaderboards. You want to get a tight-knit grouping on your spray.
Okay.
How do you do that? You've got to make sure you have the Ninetales Fury in game. Make sure you also pick up the Naruto set. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Teasers for a while there, but finally we got it on board.
Looks pretty.
But it does look pretty. It also has an alternate version as well. We're going to show me the spin. Show me the spin.
No.
No spin.
No spin. Spinless.
Spinless?
None for you. You've got to get it in game to see the alternate.
That is really sad, actually.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
You do. But you can certainly win some lovely skins from the current Naruto. It is fantastic. I think it is specifically Shippuden.
I'm I'm sure that means something.
That's
right, John. Yeah, I'll have to get Max That's correct. Generally, the things you say tend to have meaning, so I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, it's a huge event. It's a huge event. It's a huge thing in game. Just like Tsunade, it's fantastic. Yeah. I'm really happy to see it. And again, I really am glad we're getting more and more of these skins in game.
You guys couldn't see it, but he literally bounced when he said
I did, yeah.
I was so glad.
Okay, you know, we've had everything. We've had everything so far. I can only imagine it'll continue. So big up to the PUBG Mobile team.
Oh yeah.
Please continue.
Big fan of that one. E-Arena on a wide 2-2 split right now. Well, fairly wide, I think it's safe to say, from Severny and South Georgia, although it's very much uncontested at this point. There's really no one breaking out that wide, with the plane path being so far southwest early on. Southeast early on. Nobody's contesting, so they'll be able to push back fairly easily.
So I mean, yeah, boy, and you done it well. No, yeah, you only were to our area.
Or to the west side.
As
well. And as we said before, they need to light a bit of a
fire.
That they do, John. Right now, it is a bit of a struggle bus for Ulf. They're going to grab the buggy, get a move on, but they are fairly central already.
721 GS, realistically the only team that is in front of them at the moment. Nongshim Red Force down towards that south side. It is very tight on that grouping. 49 points in 9th. I mean, honestly, even all the way down to 12th place with Yangon Galacticos on 45, it is not a major jump of 12 points to get over towards 5th place. And then it's 10 points to jump over to tie with 6th. This is all over the place right now. A lot of teams want to stay in. For AJAL, they have had a good day so far. I think if they want to solidify a little bit, here, and then the rest of your day feels a little bit more comfortable. Tiamba, I think it's looking more and more unlikely that they will drop out. I think they'd like 8 more points roughly to much better stead. And it, again, I am sort of very big unlikelies right now that Tiamba drops out. But they have been a little bit slow today. I think they started at 75 points, and over the last 2 matches, they've been able to garner 7.
Yeah, not been as much as they would need. And what we are also looking at now is confirmation gains from 2nd to 4th, right? If you get Alpha 7 go team with the Arena with a good...
They jump up
over that 80-point boundary. All of a sudden, they're also going to be an uncatchable target, which just shrinks down the number of teams that can start to play in that flux zone in the middle of those tables. So that is also what we're going to be looking out for those top teams to push themselves over that final hurdle. Tiamba, as you said, a little bit more up to their old tricks, I think, today, over the course of it. A little bit timid. There has been some sticky scenarios, I think it's safe to say, but still, we want to see a little bit more.
Yeah, they learned a new trick yesterday. They've forgotten it already.
Like
when you were like 14 and it goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And then everyone looks at you and laughs.
Yeah. You're in the middle of the trick and you're like, wait a minute, I forgot all of my cards.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a really bad start to any kind of card trick.
And they take down, and take down, bro, and take down, and take down.
We're doing it. Pick a card.
Only 2 women, only 2 women.
The extra space, was that your card?
Wow.
Yeah, we had it towards dip right now. And mini dip.
Wow, like, watch him and alone bound
around. Slightly slower game so far here, just with the fact that we've had 2 games so far. This plane path was pretty bad. It was pretty bad for getting everyone across the map. It does mean that we pack a lot of teams in very early towards the center because they were so far. Arena was one of the few teams that actually sent very wide. Position and actually on this one. They could even go further over towards the eastern side. But man, there's a lot of teams on the south side right now that do need to move further towards the north, so this could be a lot of traffic jams going on. Side of the map.
big access.
Shut down,
Ulf
shut
as
down,
well were
no?
fairly proximate to the apartment buildings.
ကျွေးတော့မှာသားကြီးတို့ကျွေးတော့မှာပတ်တေးကြီးမြင်ရတော့မယ်
Maybe of some of the hills to the south, generally a
ဖူ
fairly
ရီယာတော့ကွန်ပေါင်းတစ်ခုယာထားတယ်ဗျဖူရီယာ position ကတော့တော်တော်ကောင်းတယ်
themselves as well. Furia
ခေါင်းလေးလဲဒါစုံနေပါပါနေတော့မ
just
လို့
sit here for a little moment longer. They are
ဟိုတက်တော့အေးတယ်ကိုကြီးတက်နာကတော့တက်
They're probably happy to watch AGAL and 721GS get into a little tussle off in the distance as we hop on board with that.
နောက်ဘက်ထပ်ဆော့အောင်ကဒါ3ပွဲမြောက်ဆိုတော့နောက်3ပွဲကျင်အောင်မပြောနေနဲ့တော့ AGL ကောင်တွေတော့ကုန်ပြီဒီဘက်မှာကျွန်တော်ဖူရီယာမတပ်ပါဒီပုံစံမျိုးနဲ့တော့ဝင်ပြစ်ပေးတိုင်းနဲ့ပဲเนาะကုန်းနဲ့နှစ်ကောင်ဖူရီယာအပါခေါ်လို့တော့စဉ်းစားနေတာ3ကောင်တော့သွားပြီ AGL တွေပြာရခတ်နေပြီဗျ
They've had 2 good games back to back.
ပြတ်သွားလိုက်တာတခါလေးပြတ်သွားတယ် AGL ကောင်တွေခါလေးပြတ်သွားတယ်
Just the situation of leaving, regrouping here with Flower H and
ဟိုပါခေါ်ကောင်ပါသွားပြီเนาะငါထင်တယ်ကောင်ပါသွားပြီကောင်တော့နေသေးတယ်နောက်တစ်ကောင်တော့
getting stuck in a fight with 721GS who are in 15th place. When you're on that 6th place bubble right now, -2 is far from favorable.
နှစ်ကောင်ပါသွားတာ
But you may be able to control such an important
ဒီကောင်တွေကြီးရသွားတာကောင်းတယ်ကွာဒီလားဒီကောင်တွေကြီးရသွားတာကောင်းတယ်အောက်ကကောင်တွေကြီးရသွားတာတော်တော်မရှိဘူး
Now Fury are close by Tiamba. All will have heard this fight unfold. And they'll be aware of what they could be able to achieve. They'll have counted the player numbers going down. They'll know AGAL are starting to flag. Great news for teams like Geeke.
မချော့နေပုံလဲချိုးလာလေမြင်တာပေါ့မြင်ဖုံးကမျက်လုံးထဲဝင်တော့မယ်
Yeah, Function Red Force looking a little bit better here. Moving
ဒီစံကွာအမတ်တွေယူပြလိုက်စမ်းပါမှန်နေလာမယ်စိတ်ကလေးကိုရှော့တာစိတ်ကလေးကိုရှော့တာ easy
Not quite actually. They have one player inside on the south side. That's Aaron. And they're trying to secure a location outside. They don't want to fully commit to apartments just yet. We get this nice replay. It just was absolutely hectic. Luckily, Liu here is able to get some good damage off, try and salvage the situation, but he knows better than anyone that it is better to try and get himself a top 6 at least as a 2-man than trying to just live out through that. I think there's been plenty of times where AGL has made this mistake where they are so adamant on getting all 4 players back up again. I want to see more of this from AGL, just playing on his 2, just trying to see what you can salvage from the match.
ကဲဇုံလေးပြပေးဦးတိုင်းငေါဝမ်ကြီးက4ဘက်တောင်ကိုဟဲတာနော်4ယောက်လုံးကိုကွဲနေရနော်တိုက်ဘလို့ကြီးတော့စမိုင်းတော့သွားစကောက်နေပြီ
But if you're able, and I've said this so many times, if you're able across all 12 of these matches to get 1
စမိုင်းတော်ဝေးနေပြီလို့စမိုင်းရေ
12 extra points there. It is such a significant
သွားစ
difference
ကောက်
to
နေ
be
တာ
able to play
မှန်
those small ball
သူကဖူရီယာ
situations
နောက်ဘက်
and
သွားရင်
get
ပူ
some
ကောင်းပါ
profit out of it.
ဒီဘက်မှာဂုတ်တွေနဲ့တွေးတော့မယ်စမိုင်း
A difference maker in a massive way.
ဖူရီယာကောင်တွေကလည်းရှာနေတယ်သိလား
PEL is coming to play here over towards the eastern side. Both Chinese teams in Tiamba as well as AGAL instantaneously sent for apartments. I think it's the correct send too. A lot of teams
1080နဲ့ပါကြည့်လို့ရတယ်ဒါတို့မင်းတို့ကွာဖောက်ရရှောက်မမဲနဲ့
For Tiamba, this is more of a gamble. For AGAL, it's a necessity.
နေုံသားတို့ပွဲသွားမယ်ဒီမှာအာကျော်ကောင်တွေတော့ကုန်ပြီပါဝါခေါ်ကန်လိုက်ရတာ
Teams aren't going to be willing to sweep through because there are so many other squads in this area and likely will be towards the end game taking shots at one another. This is an area that AGAL can potentially secure a high placement off the back of. Maybe not a high eliminations, and maybe still a couple of events here and there. But yeah, I think that was a good maneuver from AGAL because even Ulf hadn't decided whether they wanted to fully play over towards.
ဘာကြီးချစ်ကန်ရမှာတော့ပေါက်မယ်ကွာ
The arena over in the school as well. Looking to post out.
ကဲဇုံတိုးဖို့တော့ကတော့ကျွန်တော် smile ကတော့ light တော့ scout ပေးထားတဲ့အနေထားမှာเนาะကျွန်တော်ဖူရီယာနောက်ဘက်ကပဲပတ်သွားမလားကူလောတွေကတော့ကျွန်တော်တိုးတာကိုတိုးနေပြီပူချင်ကြီးဘက်ကပဲတိုးသွားတာเนาะအဲ့ဒါစမိုင်းထောက်ပေးထားတဲ့လမ်းကြောင်းကပဲလာတယ်ပဲပြောရမှာအဲ့ဘက်သွားလဲကောင်းတော့ကောင်းတယ်ဇုံတော့နည်းနည်းလေးခံရမယ်ဆိုပေမဲ့ရှေ့မှာလမ်းကြောင်းနည်းနည်းရှင်းသွားမယ်ဗျာเนาะအဲ့ဘက် resolve တို့ရိုးနိုဘက်ကသွားလို့ရှိရင်တော့ပိုပြီး safe ဖြစ်သွားမယ်ပေါ့နော်ဝိုင်းကြီးနေနေတော့ကျွန်တော်ဒါမြေပုံနံပါတ်2မှာတော့เนาะအမားတွေတော့တင်ယူလာပြီလို့ပဲပြောရမှာတော့ပိုပြီးချောင်မဲ့ဘက်ကနေသွားတာပေါ့နော်ဟိုလိုကြီးလို့ဇုံလမ်းကြောင်းတိုင်းသွားတာမျိုးမဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ပတ်သွားလိုက်တာပိုကောင်းတယ်ပဲပြော
Very close to
ဂုတ်တွေနဲ့တော့မတွေ့ပါဘူးเนาะခက်ဝေးဝေးရသွားလိုက်တာပိုကောင်းပါ
anytime that's happened, both Alula as well as Yangon tend to
အကောင်လေးမတက်ပါနဲ့အတိုင်းငါတို့တော့ကီးလေးဖန်တီး
getting
လို့ရတ
taken
ယ်
down. Baton doing some very good work here, in fact. And
အဲ့ KI ကကောင်လေးမင်းကိုဒီလားမင်းအိမ်ဖြည့်တကယ်အိမ်ဖြည့်
absolutely decimated in the face of the Wolves.
RRQ similarly getting shredded as they try and make the cross. I think RRQ now down to a solo over in the apartments, and they try to dart across the field to the south of school. Not going to work out. As you were highlighting there as well, Q and DRX tried to crash past the Wolves, and there was no quarter given. 3 of them taken down.
မနဲ့တော့ဝါပြီးတိုင်းလို့ဖကောင်လေးနဲ့သွားတွေ့နေရတော့အပါပါခေါ်ခံလိုက်ရပြန်ပြီညောင်းရေ
Hovercraft to keep himself safe tonight.
ဟာရုံဆုံးကြီးကဘာကြီးတော့လို့
Pulled for exit wires. Back in towards that hovercraft, can protect himself nicely from it.
ဘလို့ကြီးတော့ငါတို့ကဂျားညက်နေပြီလားမသိဘူးညောင်းရေဥပမာနှစ်ပွဲ
Goat team not able to extract anything so far.
တယောက်ကပေးလိုက်ရပြီ
This is looking like that game, and they are
စောတော်ခတ်နေပြီသားတွေစောတော်ခတ်နေပြီ
maintain control down towards that southern side and didn't fully commit towards the apartments there. It was a risk.
စောတော်ခတ်နေပြီငါလို့
control apartments and more teams poured in.
ဒီပဲဒီခေတ်ကစောင်းချက်တွေတုံးတာလို့စုံနေရ
Really like this from Ulf. Again, just trying to confirm as much area as possible.
ပြမှာဟိုဖြစ်ချင်တာဖြစ်ပြလိုက်တော့ခါရ
soon. This is their biggest chance, though. So far, we want to see a strong match coming out from Ulf. Right now, my worry is that the player who is topping the charts a lot of times, or doing majority of the work, is Scarface. When we sort of know from personal experience, the Aaron a lot of times are the Pistons that are doing the heavy lifting for this squad. So Scarface is definitely pulling up the slack a lot, but he wants to be the player that's enabling both those teammates to really do their best work. So again, let's see if they can get some more confidence on board inside this game, John.
I'm hoping as well that they won't be too timid in this center position, right? They would love a chicken dinner, but a good Elim chicken dinner is what is necessary. It's quite easy potentially to just sit back, get a little bit shy, and not get stuck in. Sure, the apartments fights, you don't really need to be peeking out too much. You're worried a little bit about the arena, but forwards, I want to see them flexing something out. Maybe getting stuck in, scouting those fights, trying to find angles.
Yarina from school side, still taking shots over towards Alula. Yangon Galacticos took a little bit of damage. They lost one player in Marnet, but were able to carry on. Alula, however, taking many casualties. You can see Ulf on the other side. Really quite like to get rid of Alula. They are definitely invading a little bit here towards their location. 200 bullets total on the 5.56 here. And a PP buys on for Scarface. So some
for
Ulf. Hope that's not across the board. They did get gifted a loot crate though.
Oh yeah. Alpha 7. Above on the top of the hill here, further south. They did move in from that north side, so losing 1 on this approach. Not the worst thing in the world. Could have certainly gone much more poorly for them. But now they're going to have to face off against Dopeness pushing in. The south side getting crunched towards as well as Goat. Look to re-engage potentially over towards Nongshim Red Force. The apartment's resolving in the meantime across the circle, but this Goat and Nongshim standoff has been going
I mean, Nongshim's just been giving space after space after space. Leading Goat further down this side, waiting for them to silhouette over. Goat knows what's happening here, but it is making it awkward for them to play out of Potato Hill. I like the patience on side. To cause them too many problems, so they can coming on through as Alpha 7 is Alpha 7 may send over, but it's Dopeness who is fully on the rotate here. You can see from the eastern side, Ulf may have visitors.
The south side needs to conclude as well. Dopeness getting straight into the middle here. I don't think this is a safe place to be right now, but somehow they're sneaking through the sight lines and nobody's taking shots. How on earth have Dopeness managed to do that? And where are they going? Are they trying to third party this fight with
Only
Nongshim
but they
Red Force?
How
How on earth do they rock up to this fight? And what is going to happen here? Nongshim Red Force caught unawares, and rightly so, because this is absolutely mental. Nongshim Red Force trying to hold.
And that's you about Koala. Charlie about Koala.
I understand it. I understand
it.
Okay,
about Koala, and that's let the comment general. Comment general,
get some more points off the board, but Dominus is down. Wolves able to third party onto this one. Furia quickly moving across as well, trying to bolster the position on that western side. They have a peek in. They realize that, goodness me, this has all gone wrong. It's topsy-turvy on the other side of the map right now. But for Dominus, it's not the most... I mean, what they do is they just try and rotate across. They have little information. No information, and they just try and make something work on the other side. It's a from them, which obviously doesn't pay off. I just haven't seen it be done as outrageously as that before.
I mean, with Alpha 7 all in a position to look to take shots at them. The fact that they got through with big HP bars as well, is insane to me. For Nongshim Red Force to go down there, I feel sorry for them.
It was an outrageous play, right?
Mine, no, no,
GK trying to survive against Yangon Galacticos, who are
Romeo.
GK being tenacious today, Blank.
Potentially
onto a win on this fight as well.
Okay,
try and burn this one down. Alpha 7 flex back out. There's the nade to put it to bed. Against the route out of apartments for Tiamba. Doing a really good job, honestly. Pretty sure they came shortly afterwards. Difficult.
Do or die, low out of Malu, run save your sword. The Combina, the get but they sign Leo going on the arm, TV.
Like, I actually genuinely feel bad for him. So they're just going to play it slow from the eastern side. They know at this point they have done quite a good job today. They just want to keep the point scoring up. They know they're not in the best position to get a chicken dinner on this game, so they're looking for high placements. Damage here, and Ulf's position becomes more and more secure. This circle, on the other hand, fairly disgusting.
Champion, Say they am right, champion, the thing Piarabida. Miale Gama, Palamia Gure, then one. No, this is a Bambi. So we don't have
try and take the fight on that.
Not through Konu Judaware.
Is good news.
Konu Judaware, Lube, Twilight, no? I'm about champion, you wait out Chini Babe.
PK.
Not champion, you wait out at things at all.
Yesterday, still maintained.
Don't know about it, not not the tip Yaravida, Mari. No?
On another team that absolutely.
You can deal me out, no? The character the Yaravida thing. Is
and Wolves have a potential to leapfrog even further.
Some big teams in the top 6.
Look at my
and AGAL. Go on 6.
To stay
in the top 6 after this one, Blank, but
outside
the arena.
No?
They're trying to descend on GK, but it's not going well. There's more left in the tank. Here is another one of the falls. And the arena, they will fall in their entirety. And GK once again prove their mettle.
To be fair, Arena sort of just watched that happen to them, though. I think there's a massive amount of clapback coming on. Ulf finding shots over towards the south side. Aaron picking up some good shots there. Tiamba once again hits a shot over towards Alpha 7, leaving one low, and Carrillo QZZ will finish that off. So right now, fortunately for Alpha 7, they have been sort of decimated by the Chinese squads in tandem. but it is a hard rotate for them out from that eastern side. Tiamba still looking to grab the remnants.
ကျိုးသားလို့ရနေသေးတယ်ကျိုးသားလို့ရနေသေးတယ် easy easy မင်းတို့ဆဲနေရတဲ့စားလို့ရှိရင်တော့เนาะအပိစကားလေးပဲပြော
This likely will be the game that just
အကားနေရှောက်ဆဲနေတယ်ပြောရတယ်ရတယ် easy easy ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးစိတ်ကိုရှော့အောင်စိတ်ကိုရှော့အောင်
Being quiet, I said I wanted to see a little bit more flex out coming through from these guys. They are holding their position, they're holding it well, and maybe given the shape
မှတ်တရတော့ကွာသွားပြီเนาะမှတ်တရတော့အဲ့15မိနစ်မှတ်20လောက်ကွာသွားတော့မှဒီပုံ
to be dragged away by the rest of the rosters here. Wolves all trying to trade off against the fights towards Furia, and that's where they start to gain momentum. Okay, 3 elims, another knock on side as well. Tiamba starting to step forwards. Let's get you up to double digit elims.
ချင်းမကောင်းတဲ့နေရာနေရုံးငယ်ပြီးစော့နေရတာငါတို့လုံးဝမကောင်းတဲ့နေရာရောက်သွားလို့ရှိရင်မယုံနိုင်တော့ဖြစ်
because Ayala keeps taking some fantastic shots from upside the hill, but honestly Ulf's doing a good job at maintaining control here. RQ moving in. A-King looking to get his boy back up again within the safety of the building. Pulls the pin. The grenade might have been good there, but puts the pin back in again. And then hits the sound cue. Aaron goes down towards a Molotov. That's bad news for Ulf.
And you can't be banking an aid like that. That's not going to go in through the window. I feel like there's some panic setting in here.
တန်းနိုင်လေးတိုင်းတန်းနိုင်နော်သူတို့လည်းကျိုးသားတာတော့လက်ခံပေးရမှာပဲကျွန်တော်လည်းအားပေးတာလွယ်ပြီးဘာလို့တက်တာမို့လို့တော့လို့နော်ကျွန်တော်လည်းအားပေးတာလွယ်ပြီးဘာမှမလုပ်တော့ဘူး
And an aid does manage to shut down the final player from RRQ in the meantime. Tiamba do not have the pressure to move forwards. They were stuck in that game. Potential to get back up here, depending on how fast Tiamba move. Ulf starting to step over the ridgeline as Gike take that tumble on the western side, down to 1.
Gike attempting to make that move. We've got pretty much blown away by the likes of Wolves, and Wolves continue to step forward. Wolves who've had such a rough time of it this tournament, starting to step up tall here. And again, most of the times we've seen that happen, there has been much more team play at work at the moment. Yeah, they are a little bit slow at times, but at least they're getting the aggression in. And when they go for these third parties, they go for it together. That's what's been so nice to see. That disconnect between the players isn't there as much. Feels like they're not getting in their heads as much. This is really good stuff. Tiamba finally shut down here, but hit the 19-point mark, and they should be safe going forward.
A top 6 fairly guaranteed for them. Last person alive for Furia. Ayala crawling his way forwards with the cover of the crate. Has to step forward, step up. And manages to dart to cover, but he's not safe yet. Still has a further distance to go. A nade over the top. Looking to launch it towards Ulf. Do they spot it? Do they dodge it? Looks good. It splits the difference. Doesn't quite do enough damage to really worry Ulf at all. And Ayala's position definitely known now. 1 nade on site for Solus. And Ulf are starting to feel the pressure of the blue zone.
Yeah, good split from Wolves as well. With the fights they took, they were fairly certain that both the north and the southern edge on the western side are free. So they're ensuring both the high ground and the low ground aren't getting pushed on right now. They just want to squeeze the life out of these teams on the eastern side. Ulf wants to clean up as fast as they can. Alula is a problem in the future. Ayala is a problem right now.
There's a Molotov. And a second one to follow it up. Ayala being corralled. Alula wants to step in and try and take some shots out this way. Catches up to the ridgeline. They should be able to spot him now. They know where that one came from.
Shots.
Follow the flames back to their source, and Ketch shuts it out now. Can Ulf convert? Because the zone moves completely away from them, and Alula are under threat from Wolves as well.
Ulf, in terms of weaponry, in terms of utility, it all looks pretty bad right now. Very, very shoddy. Some nades still available. The Scarface opens up onto R3B. Now's the time to do this. Wolves haven't quite started to move out just yet. They'll see that not going through. They need to finish this fight very quickly. The rest of them will start to move in. That looks good. Alula goes down. No knocks on the side of Wolf just yet. And they haven't regrouped. Scarface has 1 grenade. It has to be huge. Over towards Batten. Looks on target. Doesn't hit though.
Doesn't quite get around the trunk of the tree, but Ulf step into the zone. Ketch is flexing back out. Looking to get some information, get some scouting done. And with the crates underneath Alula, they may be able to get a little bit of resupply going, but look at the state of the armor on side for Ulf. It is not looking pretty. A 3 versus 4. And we said we wanted to see a chicken dinner come through from this squad. A nice Elim chicken dinner. If they can take all 4 down, it would be a 12 Elim chicken dinner, giving them 22 points on the match. It would be the game that they were looking for, but they may have already found it, even with this second place, to put them back in the running.
It is curious right now, though, because with the players down the south side, they've practically smoked themselves entirely off. I'm imagining they're smoking the vehicles, but they have limited vision over towards Ulf for the moment. Baton and Elementrix will get pushed out by the blue in a little bit. Right now, Ulf is just playing off the back of the shacks, but they've still got vehicles to work with. Can launch them over towards a little bit of hard cover here, if needs be. But you are giving 3v2s right now.
Potential to isolate those sightlines. But the smokes are starting to run thin, and the nades on side for Wolves are terrifying. With 11 eliminations already, they want to go up to 14. Ulf trying to scavenge whatever they can, picking the meat off the bones of those crates.
Oh, cheeky spot, actually. Very cheeky spot to work with. Nate goes forward. Has to be good here. This has to be the opener. Oh! And there it is. Sent long and wide. There's a shot underneath. The 3 versus 2s are coming through. That's an angle taking off. He has to go for the reds now. Ulf knows that they need to get these first aid kits going through and over towards Elementrix ASAP. They know the smoke is in play. The peak probably won't come through here. Solus keeps them backed off. Make sure that they have to keep focus on that res underneath. Elementrix takes a lot of damage, and Ulf is making it work. Wolves, I just think the regroup has to come through sooner. Solus is literally taking the soul out of Wolves right now.
And there they go! Down go the Wolves, and Ulf claimed the chicken dinner. The 2-2 split exploited a big nade. The bottom of the barrel scraped bare, and Ulf dig deep.
But you can see it's not elation on their faces. They know today this is just the first step of many if they want to get towards the top 6 right now. But it's a good game. It's a strong game. They play it out well with limited resources. With singular grenades, they pull out what felt very difficult towards the end of that game. And for Wolves, it's just sort of a confusing approach. I understood at the start, but as soon as you have information, all the players are on the top side. They have this slight plateau. Why are we smoking ourselves up on the south side? Why are we denying sightlines? Why are we essentially playing as 2 separate 2-man teams? Very odd. Very, very odd.
I mean, getting into nade range was the mistake in the end that cost them dearly. And they just did not have the crossfires established for themselves. The Wolves felt good for so much of that game.
They really did.
And then they just stopped playing as soon as Circle 8 hit.
And there was plenty of time. There was actually plenty of time. If you watch this back, there's plenty of time for the Wolves to set up closer towards the center zone. And if you take that 2-man, they could have at least grabbed over towards some trees, set themselves up so they weren't open to the angles. A strange game from Wolves. Strange game. I will say that Ulf definitely had a slight advantage there because they still had the shack in play and had a fairly fearsome position to continue to reset off the back of. But yeah, definitely curious. I mean, there was a lot more time in that game for Wolves to make further decisions, make further pushes. As Alula goes down, I think you have to be scrambling to third party that. That was your big chance there. And still a bit mad props to Ulf. They knew they had to finish out that fight with Alula instantaneously if they wanted a chance versus Wolf in the future.
I mean, getting that knock with the nade around the tree was so big for them at the start.
Absolute banger.
But the conversion on a knock downhill was what clinched it for them. Because that kept those sightlines tight in. There was no chance for the Wolves to step up.
You take all the guns away from them at that point.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was an incredible shot, and I think that, honestly, if you are on the south side there, you have to play super passive, basically tiny peaks over the top, spraying over towards them, but not playing with your life. That's the problem they ran into. As soon as they could get Baton back up again, because he had time to walk over towards it, crawl over towards the tree to get rezzed again. But you're right, as soon as all the guns were laid bare, it was a very easy game from Ulf there on forwards.
Yeah, being forced out by that final zone as well. The stage 9 zone has been closing quite a lot here. I feel like teams are really dragging it down to the wire, but we still have 3 more matches to play. We finished the first half of today. 1 more Erangel is up on the cards. Don't go anywhere.
ဖြစ်တော့ဦးလေတော့မဖြစ်တော့ဦးဟေးဒါတွေတော့လည်းတော့ကြိုးစားမှာပဲဆိုပေမဲ့နော်စော့တော့တော်ခတ်နေပြီစော့မှာတော်ခတ်နေပြီရှယ်ချမ်းမယ်ချင်းရောက်နေပြီမှန်တယ်ရှယ်ချမ်းပြမှရတော့မှာကဲသားတို့အန်လေးကိုကြိတ်ထောင်းဟိငါမျက်နှာမဲပြီးသွားပြီ
So we've stopped over to the STC arena. I've grabbed Ginny because it's time for an update on all things week 6. Tell me what you got going on.
Yes, so we have a lot of action happening this week on the STC arena. Starting today is day 1. Very important to highlight here. 3 French teams competing. We have Vitality as well as KC and Gentlemates. Now, every single one of these organizations fields very strong rosters in the title.
Okay.
From MENA side of things, however, we're also looking at Twisted Minds and Falcons, of course. A lot of heartbreak for Twisted Minds over the last couple of weeks.
Sure.
But hopefully, they
can strong
roster. But what is the kicker here is KC and Gentlemates.
Okay.
Because
don't wear BY so
they need one more top 8
ဖြစ်သေးတယ် easy share ချမ်းရမယ်မှန်ဖြစ်သေးတယ်3ပွဲကြံနေ3ပွဲတပွဲတပွဲကိုအမှတ်20ပဲဟောထုတ်စရရင်တကယ်တက်ကိုတောက်သွားမှာနော်
Potentially
တပွဲ20လောက်ရသွားရင်
we're going to have to see how all of it plays out. And when we have some more answers, we'll check back in with Ginny.
မဟုတ်60မြ50လောက်ရရင်တက်တယ်နော်
brand new challenge.
50ရင်တက်90လောက်တက်တယ်
Each team will be split into 2 pairs, with each pair receiving their own map. 5
locations
marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location is a mystery envelope. The mission is simple. Find them, grab them, but there's a catch. There are only 5 envelopes, and each one is worth 20 points. The team that collects the most envelopes wins Drop Hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Ini bang. Stiker di sini bujang. Kita di sini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi.
91ထိတ်ဆုံးက91ကွာကြည့်လား50လောက်ရရင်တက်ကိုတက်တယ်ငါနံပါတ်6က60ပဲရှိသေးတာ60အေးလို့ရမ်းကြီးတော့မခတ်ဘူးလို့3ပွဲဆိုတာလုံလောက်တယ်ကွာကမ်းဘတ်ဖို့အတွက်လုံလောက်တယ်3ပွဲဆိုတာကမ်းဘတ်ဖို့အတွက်လုံလောက်တဲ့3ပွဲဗျာသိလားဟောဒီလို2နဲ့3 game 2နဲ့ game 3လို့ဖြစ်သွားလို့တော့မရဘူး game 2နဲ့ game 2ဆိုတမှတ်ပဲရတယ် game 3ဆိုတပတ်မအောင်မရလိုက်ဘူး
Lihat. Di sini. You di situ, you ini nggak sih? Kita orang aja gitu. Serangin aja mereka ayo.
ဟိုအမှတ်45မှတ်နံပါတ်6ကဟိုကလောက်တော့ရှိမယ်60လောက်တော့ရှိမယ်60ကျော်မဟုတ်ဟိုက80လောက်တော့ရှိနော်15မှတ်25မှတ်လောက်ကွာ
Mati juga kan jangan.
အေး
Ambil.
နော်ပထမတော့ကတော့မှ10မှတ်လောက်ပဲကွာသေးတာနော်တော်လိုက်ရမှာမျောလင်းကြရတော့ရှိတာတော့ရှိသေးပါတယ်တော်လိုက်ရမှာတော်များတယ်နော်
Mana dia? Ini mas. Oh tren juga. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2.
ဟောဒီနှစ်ပွဲမှာတမှတ်ပဲရလိုက်တာနှစ်ပွဲပေါင်းတမှတ်ပဲရလိုက်တာတော်ဆိုးသွားတာချင်း
We've been wondering all this time where this team has been.
50လောက်ရလိုက်ရင်ရတယ်အမှန်50လောက်ကိုရှာမှဖြစ်တော့မှာပေါ့ဒီကဟိုကောင်တွေကလည်းတက်လာအောင်ပါ
Everybody currently watching, yeah, we're not back at the same place.
ဟိုကောင်တွေကလည်းအမှတ်ကငြိမ်နေမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးတက်လာမှာဆိုတော့
check it out. You can
50လောက်ရှာနိုင်မှာပေါ့
we have with Naruto and PUBG Mobile. And most importantly, make sure you check out the Brain Rot Royale, which is available.
โอ้ยလွယ်တော့မလွယ်ဘူးဟေးဒါတွေမျောလင်းချက်လေးနဲ့တော့အားပေးရမှာပဲเนาะကျွန်တော်မျောလင်းချက်လေးနဲ့တော့အားပေးရမှာပဲအဲ့လိုပဲတွေးရမှာပဲเนาะ
You'll be able to see exactly what we're talking about since Max is currently posting with Mr. Unknown, but Max, Ulf ends up showing up in that performance.
I gave up hope, to be honest. Before this game, we're like, Ulf is just not looking like the Ulf we saw earlier this year, and even at the end of last year with the second place at PMGC. But man, oh man, what a great push out, able to clear out all of Al Ula, and then winning out versus Wolves, which I didn't expect them to win that fight. Really, talking about that game, and Wolves had a great setup, but clearly Scarface in particular stood out massively.
I'm mad.
He's mad. Tell us why you're mad. By the way, thanks for joining us.
Hi over there. Yeah.
Hi.
No, you know, watch that fight go down, right? And I think the Wolves should have been able to have that. Obviously, on the kind of south side in order to be able to kind of put on more pressure. But they gave them so many.
Oh, yeah,တော်ဆိုးရတော့မှာ bro ညောင်းလေးကြတော့နည်းနေပြီ
I'm not. I don't know what to say. I'm choking up.
Choking up right now. Oh, it's because all five.
ဘာမှဆိုတော့ဖြစ်သွားနိုင်ပါသေးတယ်အဲ့လိုစိတ်နဲ့ပဲတွေးပြီးကြည့်ရမှာပဲ bro เนาะဟိုလိုကြီးစိတ်ညစ်နေလို့လည်းဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူး
Ulf about off the back of that win against Wolves is they waited until the zone was actually pushing in, right?
သူလည်းနိုင်နေမှာပဲလीသူလည်းနိုင်နေမှာဟုတ်လား
They isolated.
Final လေးတော့တက်စီနေတယ်
They got that knock. They realized that was the weak position and they went up over the top because of the zone that was coming in. The guys down at the bottom of the hill.
နေရာလေးတော့ပြောင်းဆင်းနေနေကွာဒီဒါအီရန်ငယ်ပဲထပ်ဆော့အောင်ပါဆိုတခုတော့လုံးမတော့ရတော့မယ်ပြောင်းလဲလေးတခုလောက်ပေါ့နော်ပြောင်းလဲလေးတခုလောက်တော့လုံးစီနေပြီကျွန်တော်တော့
110% and they just didn't.
I got to give some props for Wolves though because this match was very important for this squad and I actually want to rewind it a little bit more because
လန်ပြောလို့သိရမလားပူချန်ကြီးဘာညာလောက်ကိုဆင်းပြီးတော့တွေ့တဲ့ကောင်ကြုံပြီးတော့အမတ်ရှာ identity တဲ့မှာ motivation ကိုပြန်လောက်အောင်ပြန်ဆော့
and he was keeping track of what was going on with Goat. Once they finished off the fight with Nongshim, they went back and finished off Goat in such a good just synergy from the squad.
I don't know how to feel because Ulf, I'm happy to see them do well, but Nongshim Red Force get eliminated, so I'm a little bit, torn between this game. But no, really good stuff from Wolves in particular. And what I like to see is when it was shifting around school and apartment area, it kept going to the western side, and Wolves actually see, okay, got 4 teams to the east. Let's wide wrap to the west, eliminate Geekay, and let the fight come to us at the very end, which by doing so, they secure bare minimum a second place. So yeah, Wolves, good IGLing on their side.
It is good IGLing, but as you guys were saying, just that split at the end. Honestly, it was a bit too much for them. Neptura from this last match, I mean, we are going to be heading into the final 3 matches. Any team that you're in particular, just going to be keeping a close eye on.
I got to see more from Nongshim Red Force. I know we keep saying it again and again and again, but they came in looking like the favorites for the entire thing to actually win PMWC this time around, and they just are falling so short, so short. I need to see more from them in the last 3 games. We need to see them go to finals. We need them to have another chance.
We need them to wake up.
Yeah.
That's what we need them to do. Galaris, we need them to see them being able to start those Neptura, quit hogging the mic. We need to see them getting those eliminations.
I think I'm concerned for a lot of the teams, not just them as well, because I think the gravitas of the situation is getting to people. I think people are playing more passive than they have before, to the point where it's actually going to cost them points down the road. You're getting less eliminations. You're playing for a position, but then the circle shifts away from you, and you're not flexing out from that spot until it's too late. So I'm seeing, I mean, there's $3 million on the line, 7.
Yep.
It is going to weigh on these players, especially when they're on the verge of elimination.
It is, and that's the crazy thing, right? When we're heading into this final 3 matches, the pressure is going to be on, but it's also going to be a bit of freedom for some of these squads because if you're outside of the top 6, you got absolutely nothing to lose. There's no second chance after this. There's not another survival day. No, this is it. You have to make sure you end up in the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be do or die for some of these teams very clearly. Now, you just got 3 more games right now around the corner, so we'll see if they can try and make it work out. But if you're at the very bottom, such as, for example, KRX, I think it's done. They just don't have that drive right now to try and make a mad dash at the top 6. I think for KRX in particular, they're the first team on my mind, Kalaris. They're just out of the race entirely.
It's especially interesting because when I interviewed them, they said, yes, they got the better end of the roster shuffle, the WrestleMania, that happened at the beginning of the year. However, it doesn't currently look like that's the case in a very high-octane situation.
they have been non-existent, to be completely honest, with that squad. And we even saw it on social media too, using the hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26, where the coach took full blame of what was happening with the team yesterday. Today, I mean, is it going to be the coach again, or is it going to be the players? Because ultimately, the players are the ones making that decision within the game. Max, I know you wanted to see something that happened in the last match, especially one that we were kind of laughing at, and it had to do with just Alula and a bunch of smokes.
It was me and Kalash who were just going, what the hell is happening over there? And you're looking at the replay from Alula when they decide to actually crash onto a plateau right next to Ulfin. Like, that's a great position. You can see it right now on your screens. And he's like, okay, that's a good send. IGL will say, guys, just put down a couple of smokes, maybe bare minimum, just to deny the vision of Ulf. But Kalaris, they went way overboard.
I've told you many a time, having utility into the extreme late game will pay huge dividends. Having no smokes towards the end where Ulf they did throw those nades over, there's no way you're going to be able to negate them. The lines of sight and things like that, it's just too many. You're not really negating too many lines of sight other than maybe some lines of sight from like the top of apartments or something like that. This is too much.
You just deny your own vision too.
It's too much. How many is it actually?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hey, that's a great number right there.
Yay.
But I want to actually take a look at the overall, because I want to see what the picture's currently looking like. We have seen so many shifts within that top 6, especially going into the next 3 matches, the final matches in Aptura. Those squads that are currently in contention for that top 6, that are currently outside, need to make sure that they play flawlessly.
I mean, we know it's what, 2, 3, 5 points difference between so many of these teams. The gap is non-existent, and when you're looking at only 3 matches left, 1 more Erangel, even if you want to make it even more pressurized, right? We've only got 1 more Erangel before going to being super difficult. And if you're looking at the overalls here, what do we have? Wolves at 64, GK at 60, Wolf at 58, late comeback, but it's still close enough to be able to make that top 6.
All the way down to 8th. We're currently getting 9 in the rest, but they're only separated by just 10 points.
I mean, right now, my speculated entry point to the top 6 is going to be about 80
快点打呀！慢牙的要咩話？飛架數啦！
Right now, outside of really Tiamba,
慢牙的，都會慢牙的多。
The second half of today could fall out of contention for the top 6 and reach in the grand final. So if you're not currently in first place, if you're not Tiamba, your spot is not locked in just yet.
And for Go Team, we've seen them being able to get those eliminations. They need to get those placement points as well as we go here towards the second page. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, they have a chance to make it once again to the finals, but Yangon, the defending champions of PMWC, are struggling.
But again, they're one of the teams that fall under that passive mark, and they even accepted it last year that they were a passive team. They were able to get the championship because of some of that passive play, because of some of those circles. They needed to ramp up the aggression. We spoke to Smile. He said, yes,
Toby,慢牙的ပဲ多ပြီ慢牙的ယူမယ်ဒါဒီပွဲကြည့်လိုက်တော့ဒါနိုင်မကြည့်ဒီပွဲပဲကြည့်လိုက်တော့လားပြယုံကြည်နေဖို့ပဲ
Final game as well for PMWC survival stage. Could it happen?
ယုံတဲ့ကောင်တွေခါတယ်ပဲ
All we know is that we're going to be playing some Royale, and you should too in game. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile and check out that map.
အဲ့ကြက်သားကိုစားမယ်ဒါယူအဲ့ကြက်သားကိုစားမယ်
To none other than Barney and Luti. What are they up to?
Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 maps remain in the survival stage until we'll start closing things out. And things are starting to heat up on the...
Luti? Yeah, I'm here. Dude, yeah.
You made it. You survived.
Yeah,
It's done, bro.
Hey, can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Oh.
Can I have more chicken dinner, please?
Yeah, I can get you more chicken dinners. We've got 3 more coming your way anyway. Can I get you anything else?
Oh, yeah, I miss the French cheese as well.
French cheese. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, man. I'll see what I can do.
Hey, look, I meet him. It's Chicky the chicken.
It's Chicky?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's disgusting, so it's mine now. It's my friend.
It's disgusting?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll see what I can do, buddy.
No.
I'll see you later.
No, we're losing him. Cast us back to you, Chicky. Chicky!
快လာပြန်မင်းပြောနေရမဟုတ်တော့လူကြီးကဟောတော့လာလုံး
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of teams that need to be saved here, Jackie. What's up, everybody? How's it going? I'm Hot Jukes here with the legendary Jackie Powers. going to be on the mic, casting these last 3 matches of the survival stage. The intensity is in the air here because
I think they are. Yavida, pure vessel, Arab, no? Yavida, Mayabula, and Mola.
You're kind of setting the stage perfectly there, Luti.
I'm Simon. Let's go. Let's go, Wanyi.
These teams, it might not be the same, although there is one thing that's going to be exciting for all of those. Yangon Galacticus is really quite commemorative skin that they've got there in game, that ancient charm set off the back of their win last year. But in 12 months, a lot can change, Dukes.
Right here, man. This is getting so intense. And you can see Alpha 7, some smiles on their faces. They're feeling confident. They have tons of support for their teams. And just every single time I see Alpha 7, I can hear the drums of victory ringing in the background as we get into the final air again on the stage.
Yeah, let's see what they've got in store for us. How loud those drums are going to get.
Let's go. Up in, let's go.
But will it I can still hear him now. Success, but yeah, it's tinnitus, I think it's called now.
I know what you're talking about.
Novo up to Severny. Okay, we're going to still see some teams.
Good formula,
over to Sosnovka. But look at the overall rankings here, folks. Tianbo, obviously, to go into the finals of the top 6. But looking at the rest, man, it's still anybody's game here. Even E-Arena in 2nd place, they are not safe. Especially... I'll put it even still see in the finals. But in my opinion, it's going to take a win right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got to come out swinging.
Maybe
they'll start to wake up. Maybe this is the point. It literally is cutthroat territory of do or die now. You know, they were saying themselves it's way harder because you were a bit more of an unknown quantity before you came out hot. Played blinder. Like last year was ridiculous in how they were able to just show up and give it their all. Very different landscape.
I don't take that, man. These don't look like my painful time. You see it go out with
Are you kidding me here, folks? It's gonna be a military-based finish. This is the last air game. Gales today, and we're going to the South. They are here, and this is their chance. In all honesty, because we haven't talked about it a whole bunch, but I really need to, and this is when we get into these last 2 matches. Those are going to be the ultimate desperation games. Right? Being a regular game. Nuts, do crazy stuff, disrupt the entire lobby. So if you want to feel even
you're already where you want to be for a finish. This is going to cut a lot of that downtime out of rotations. They can think a little bit further ahead, a bit easier. The perfect time for it, just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, the problem with it is just where they're standing, right? They're in the 13th place spot. It's top 6 or nothing. 7th is not good enough. So right now they are 19 points behind 6th place. A regular, just a chicken dinner with 2 elims is not going to cut it. They're going to need at least double-digit eliminations here. Especially if a team like the Wolves gets some points on the board, but one of their players is not. So nice revenge shot though, but Boots, man. Just might have saved a squad.
Powerhouses of the Animal Kingdom, bro, and they're starting to flush them as well. GK as well, smelling out blood in the water between these two sides. This is 3 points.
ဘောကောင်ကြီးကုန်းနေတာဒါတို့ဒီလားခုံးတို့ဝူတို့အဲ့ဒါချင်းကြီးတော်ကောင်းနေ
GK just wants to be able to get into the circle. I actually like this play. Yeah, you want to avoid that fight. Just try to get into the zone.
GK ရောကိုရောဝူရောတညာရောဆုံးရဲ့
ဟိုးနေပြနေကြပြီကားနဲ့မှတက်ကြိတ်
Get the secure onto Baton.
ဟုတ်တယ်တိုင်း
ဟုတ်တယ်အောင်ကြီးတပ်ပြလာအဲ့ဝူကကောင်တွေကို
Say nah, my old teammate they can
ကောင်
take
လေးနဲ့မ
off.
ခုံပါရောကောင်တွေလည်းတွတ်တက်ခိုင်း
This
လို့
guy
မရ
loves
ဘူး
fighting. We've seen it so consistently, and once again there, the aggression pays off. Oh, mate, Wolves and Goat out instantly on this one then in reality. You're down to a solo for either side. This is brutal, Jukes.
You know what? It makes sense. It makes sense why GK did that because they had to see the elimination feed.
motivation တွေလိုအပ်နေတာဒါတို့ motivation တွေလိုအပ်နေတာ
It was Wolves. It was Goat. These are two teams that they need to pass up on the leaderboards. So I understand why Ragnarok says I'll solo take the risk because if I do end up winning that fight, this is huge for our squad and it worked out perfectly for GK.
Yeah, you're right on that barrier.
အေးကြော်ဝိုင်းတယ်ငါ
3 points behind now, and it's Wolves that are there gatekeeping you. So a massive upwards draft. Oh, there could be more in their timeline as well. Racing down, facing off 721G.
မလရီရောက်ပြေးဝင်လာကြလားလား
Inside of the compound.
ဂုတ်တွေရှိရနော်မလရီရဲမှာဟိုဂုတ်ကတော့ကောင်းမင်းကျန်တော့လား
Looting done, play slightly safer off the back of what will be a big opener.
ကဲဒီပွဲတော့ခွင့်ရေးပဲသားရိုးဒီပွဲအောက်ချပြီ sorry မိသွားတာငါတို့လည်းဒီမှာပွဲအချိန်ပါနေတာ sorry သားရိုး sorry သားရိုး
both the Wolves and Goat. For a second I thought the Wolves were going to get away with that. But no, Ragnarok risked it for the biscuit. And I mean, it's little risks and plays like that could be the difference, right? From going home or going into the finals. So a huge play for GK. Cannot state it enough.
ပြတ်သွားလဲကောင်းတာတော့
You love to see it.
မှတ်တယ်တီထိုင်း
You're
နေ
going to
တာ
be very proud of the plays from Ragnarok on that one. Clean up crew maneuvers.
ငါဝိုင်းကြီးလေးလည်းပြပေးအောင်လို့မင်းတို့ဒါတွေပဲပြနေငါစိတ်ကဆူးလာတယ်တို့ကားမောင်းနေတဲ့ကိစ္စငါတို့ဘာလို့လိုက်ကြည့်ရမလဲ
This is going to be a head and hands moment for both of those squads, knowing you just got to kind of rat this one out now. Have to play really timid. Just think about a long con, see if there's any way you can squeeze points out of it so it's not just a dud game.
There's Wolf right there, heading towards Ferry Pier. Going to be looking for a boat here. They found the hovercraft. All right, so that's going to be huge for them to head across the water and into military nice and safely. See if they can avoid some of these other teams that may have some similar ideas. Don't right there on the bridge, right next to them. But it looks like they're not even looking in this direction. So very fortunate for Ulf to get here safely. Another team that's going to make that boat take is going to be E-Arena. They're heading on over to Primorsk, trying to hunt down one of those aquatic vehicles. And as far as, I think there's a few other teams as well that need to be making this rotated here late.
Yeah, you've got to get that push down from the northern side for Alula. Tiamba as well, still the top dogs in the lobby right now, to be top of the totem. And then a later wrap in towards the southern side as well for Alpha 7, with potentially a late passing over the bridge, depending on where this shifts for them and E-Arena. See that POV on screen now.
How the don't down here,
68 points on the board again. This is still a tight race here. PMWC driving that serpentine left and right, trying to get away from Young Galactico. Silence is forced out of his vehicle, abandoning it on the bridge for now. And that's going to be Igor right next to him. Ayala may try to put some suppressive fire here. Silence playing it pretty darn safe. He's got the buggy, so he can actually drive underneath the railings and get out of here. But instead, he's going all the way on down. All right, so he does end up getting there nice and safe. Good rotation for Furia. And they make it safely into military base. And you can see just how fast these teams are rotating here in this last Erangel. They know how important it is. They are not wasting any time.
Low bound here,
Any indecision here could be really
costly
to your tournament lifeline.
Oh, yo, so I'm below you, military, you watching our own, the Baku large and yeah, somebody there.
Basically step over one another, Jukes.
Somebody that I would have a stick along there, room you lead on the time and it has Mari, Furia, Kevin.
Then this
Malandari Mahoney, Yabi,
of the survival stage.
ဒီကောင်လေးဇုံဟိုးတာကြတော့လေနော်
Second half of today about to go into Miramar in these next two matches, but we're starting to see some
ချနေကြပြီသားတို့ချနေကြပြီ
in the center of the map.
ထိုးဝဲဖြစ်ကုန်ပြီ
You can see Alpha 7 still needs to find a way into this circle. All those boats, everything is gone by now. So they're trying to figure out what to do here. And playing it patient is going to have to be the play. They cannot afford to go out this early.
We saw the map feed there as well. One of these squad
ဇုံ
mates.
ချင်းပြီဇုံချင်းပြီသားတို့ဟိုမှာနော်တခါအပါတွေပါခေါ်ကုန်ပြီ
Ooh. Ulf end up finding the last player of the
yeah,
Wolves,
man, don't take so long
and
being
that is
a
the 6th place cutoff team.
တို့ကြအောင်သားတို့ဒီမှာဘက်တရီဆိုင်ကုန်ပြီ
EGAL getting into it with Ulf. These are two teams right next to each other on leaderboards. A huge fight. Maple gets the thirst onto Aaron. The rest of Ulf forced to avoid this fight, so they make a sacrificial play, rotating on into this circle.
ကြည့်ဦးနေတာမဟုတ်ကောက်လာ
AGAL find a beautiful spot in this zone.
Yeah, not the entry they wanted. Losing one player. Teams above them looking a little bit weaker as well, so opportunities to try and climb the ladder in this game would have been big for a squad like Ulf. Feeding the points over to their direct competitor as well. Like to touch on there. It's going to leave a sour taste in the mouth. A few shots were dumped into the hovercraft, but it still stays alive and in play. Scarface is closest by, but effectively left on an island.
ပြရတော့မှသားတို့ပြရတော့မှလိုအပ်နေပြီလိုအပ်နေပြီပြစ်ပေးဖို့လိုအပ်နေပြီကင်းတွေလိုအပ်နေတာ
necessary trying to
ဟော
find
ရော
a
အင်း
cheap
ကြီးကတ
play
အားကောင်း
on
တာ
the
ကြီး
plane.
နော် pro ဖြစ်တာဆိုငိမ့်နေရပြီကွာ
Oh, they try to get to the circle just a little early. They end up getting into it with Goat, and that rotation costs both these teams a whole lot. They're going to have to make a play in Miramar to survive because GK are looking strong.
တော့မကုန်းနဲ့ဝူးနဲ့ရစောစီပြတ်သွားပြီသားတို့အောက်ကသင်းတွေတော့ခွင့်ရေးပုံရှိရင်တော့အကောင့်တွေစောစီသိသွားတာ
Looking too hot is Alpha 7. They are still on the north side trying to find their best way into the
နော်နောက်မှလည်းကြောပဲရှိတော့တယ်သားတို့နော်ပြောပြတာနောက်မှလည်းကြောပဲရှိတော့တယ်ဟလားဒီပွဲတော့ NJB ပြရတော့မယ်ပွဲပဲ
a little bit longer than just make some crazy rotate on a bridge and get taken out early.
Yeah, don't really have that many options with the way this went. That wrap down from the southern side just kind of left themselves isolated, so they'll just
zone
ကော
င်းတယ်သားတို့ဝမ်ကြီးဘက်ကိုကျင်းတာသားတို့ဝမ်ကြီးဘက်ကိုကျင်းတာ easy နော်အန်ကြိတ်ထောင်း
But that bridge is completely open right now, and with that circle
argue တွေရှိတယ်သားတို့
it could be
argue ရှိမယ်နော်ကျွန်တော် TN ကောင်တွေတက်လာဖို့ရှိသေးတယ်နော်ဇုံကတော့ကောင်းတယ်ဆိုင်ငါ့ဘက်မှာပဲဇုံကငါ့ဘက်ကိုဆွဲခေါ်ရတယ်ဇုံက
But maybe doubling back now towards the southern side where Alula are stationed just on the exit to the bridge. Fury are in the midst of this. Do take a few shots into AGL. Seems like they've gone able to actually open this one up quite nicely at least.
Tough for AGAL. They got a little bit antsy and they wanted a better position to zone. They get a decent one here, but they end up sacrificing XZZ. A huge player for the team. Fudia ends up picking up that point, which is devastating considering that is the 4th place team. Now though, the team that I'm really excited about is Yangon Galacticos. They have the observatory. They have all the high ground, and we've seen plenty of times in PUBG if that zone shifts in that direction, they could possibly walk away with the 20 eliminations.
အန်ကြိတ်နေရနော်ရုံမလုံးနဲ့နော်ရုံမလုံးနဲ့နော်ဒီမှာအန်ကြိတ်နေရတာအကုန်လုံးကသွေးစိုးနေပြီ
Speculative right now, but if they put that into facts and forge a path for themselves, it'd be a huge game. That's what we're saying, right? The zone instantly goes their way towards Snovka. You're set up for success. You've just got to cash that in. Out of this game, with the other squad slightly beneath them, or slightly above them rather. There is room to climb. E-Arena goes down to 3 players quite early. Falling inside of Blues. He was trying to swim round to get onto the island. The rest of the squad was a wide rotate the whole way down. Set up by the coast right now. It's KRX.
3ပွဲ2ပွဲ2ပွဲလောက်ရလိုက် easy ကပြီးတော့တက်လို့ရအောင်ခွင့်ရအောင်ကျန်သေးတယ်
And Lula would still be the guards that are defending that entryway.
아니 chickenဘတ်တူဘတ်ဒီစားပြတာတွေအများကြီးပါတာတကားတွေ
See what plays they're gonna make here.
ဒီဦးလေကိုစီကဘယ်ကိုစီတော့
Need to find a way into this circle. Look at the crowd right now. I see some of the young on Galacticos fans. And I see a whole bunch of nail biting right now as they are really feeling this one. I see some smiles on their faces as well.
ကဲနော်အာဂျူရီနဲ့တော့တွေးဖို့ရှိတယ်နော်ဒါအာဂျူရီနဲ့တော့တွေးဖို့ရှိတယ်
Zone does go though. If it ends up going a
State
hard shift to the west side, that's going to be pretty rough. We'll see for now. As Alpha 7 roaring into this next circle. Trying to find a safe position. Their fans are excited. Dead silence in the arena here.
Set up around non
နည်းနည်းပဲဝင်ရမှာဒါအောင်ကြိုက်တော့ဒါတို့အောင်ကြိုက်တော့
from the bridge they've got.
ဒီဘွဲအမှတ်တွေအများကြီးယူ chicken စားဖို့လိုအပ်နေတာတပွဲပဲသားတပွဲပဲလုပ်လိုက်အကုန်လုံး motivation တွေထောင်ထအောင်မှာဇွန်ကနာလာပြီသိလားဇွန်ကနာလာပြီ state ကိုနာလာပြီ Bandy ဒီတောက်လျှောက်စီးပြီးမောင်းနေတာ
Alpha 7 are going to have to wrap in here pretty quickly.
ဟိုတွေးအိတ်ကိုတော့ပြစ်လို့မလုံးနော် Bandy ပဲ
Open, so they might have a good rotation on in. They do end up holding this building for now, and it is wide open.
โอ้ยတကောင်စားနှောလိုက်ပြီအာဂျူနိုင်လဲရပြီနော်အာဂျူပဒနိုင်လဲရပြီအာဂျူဟေးတကောင်ရလိုက်ပြီစိတ်ကလောက်တကောင်ရလိုက်ပြီသားတို့ let's go
ဟိုနံပါတ်5နဲ့နံပါတ်6ကောင်မှာဟိုအဲ့ကောင်တွေအမတ်တွေရောသွားတယ်ဒီချက်အခွင့်ကောင်းပဲမ
ဟုတ်တယ်ခွင့်ရေးတကောင်စားရလိုက်ပြီသားဖုန်စားမှာငါတို့ဘတ်တယ်ပြပေးဦးလीငါတို့ဘတ်တယ်ဆိုင်တာပြပေးဦးလी
ကောင်တော့လီးလို့လုံးနေ
အဲ့ဒါပြောတာ officer ကိုင်တဲ့ကောင်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဝိုင်းယူတစ်ခါမှမပြပေးဘူးလို့
အဲ့ဒါပြောတာဒီလုံး
ဒီဘွဲခွင့်ရေးတော့ကေးတကောင်စားရလိုက်ပြီသားတို့ခွင့်လေးကတော့ကောင်းတယ်လောက်ပါအောင်ကြိတ်အောင်ကြီးလာပြီ7ဒီပေါ်မှာ
and they do end up getting the recovery so
ဘယ်လာဆိုင်တော့ဒီချင်းကဆိုင်ရမ်းတော့မှာဗတဲ့ဆိုင်ရမ်းတော့မှာရှောင်နေလို့မရဘူးကျုံးကြရှိတာကျုံး
they kind of drive up just a little bit just to kind of scare him away but this is the perfect play for Alpha 7 all they wanted to do was get into the zone safely they have the guns
ဒွယ်ရီရတာယူလာဝိုင်းကြီးလာပြီးအတီခံလဲခံလိုက်နော် KRA တို့ပါလို့လေလာတီခံလဲခံလိုက်မင်းတို့အဲ့အမှတ်လူနေတဲ့ကောင်တွေဘယ်မှာတိုးလာပြီးတာတို့ TN နေနဲ့နော် TN ပါလားနော် TN ပါတို့နဲ့တော့တွေးတော်မှသာပြုတ်တင်းနေရတော့
အားပြီးတော့ဒီ E7 ကဘယ်ဖြစ်လို့ဖြစ်ကိုရောက်သွားတယ်နော်
အဲ့ဒါပြောတာ
E7 ကလည်းဒီကောင်နဲ့ super fan တွေပါတော့များပြီ
ပါတာပေါ့တိတ်ထုနေတာလိုက်မှတော့ကြားနေတာမပြစ်ဘူးလားရောမင်းတို့အဲ့ပြေဝက်ကောင်ဗတဲ့မဆိုင်ဘူးလား
အောင်ကြိတ်တာနေလို့
အောင်ကြိတ်တာလားအောင်ကြိတ်တာဒီဘွဲ15မှတ်နဲ့ chicken စားမယ်25မှတ်ယူလိုက်ကြာလို့ပွဲတယ်
တဖုံးပေါ့ဘူးလေညီကိုတို့ဇေမောငါနဲ့မဂျီငါနဲ့မ
ဘူးတော့ဇေကဘူးတော့ဇေနဲ့ကြော်နဲ့လမ်းခွဲလိုက်ပြီဇေမရှိတော့
ဘူးဂျီလို့ပြောတယ်ခေါင်းနဲ့ဂျီလို့
ငါနဲ့ဂျီ
ငါနဲ့မဂျီသား
တပည့်ဂျီ
ရမ်းကြိုက်လို့ပြီးတော့ဂျီ
to kick him out of one of those precious golden tickets to the finals that top 6 slot here goes Alpha 7
ဒါနော် EC7 နော်ဇုံကပါသေးရဲ့ EC7 သားယူဇုံ
especially considering that are sitting pretty on the boards they are dead confident
မို့မင်းတို့ချရင်ချသိလားပြေးဒီကောင်းနေတက်လာမင်း TM သိတော့ပြေးပြီလားမသိထိုင်းပါလားပြေးပါလားနေ
It's a big ego fight you got to pull it off if you go for it aggressive
အဲ့တော့ဒီလိုဟိုမှာနော် UNF ဆိုလဲအဲ့ကောင်တွေလည်းတိုင်ပတ်တာနော်
ဟုတ်တယ်
ဒီချိန်လေးတက်လိုက်မှာ
ဒီချိန်ကအခွင့်ကောင်းမဲ့တော့ဒီမက်ကတကယ်အခွင့်ကောင်းကြည့်လိုက်အောင်6တွေခွန်နေ8တွေလည်းတကောင်ဒီပဲကျန်တော့တာအဖက်ယူရတော့မှာ6နဲ့ပဲတက်ဟလာတက်သွားဖို့လို့
ဝိုင်းရကေးပရကောင်ရတာလေဒီ
ကောင်ရတာ
ဒီပွိုင်းလူလေးရော
ဒီပွိုင်းလူတာဟော
ဆုံး
ဘာဒီဘွားမှာစကောက်နေကိုဒီအဲ့သွားချတော့မှာ
ဟောဒီဆုံး
မုံရဘာမှမပြုတ်ဘူးမှာဗတဲ့သွားဆိုင်တော့
ပတ်လို့ရမှာ
ဗတဲ့အမ TN နဲ့ Alpha 7နဲ့ဗတဲ့ဆိုင်နေတော့တပ်ပါတီဝင် join မိလိုက်ရင်အဲ့ဆောင်းလှသွားပြီ
ဟုတ်ပဲ
You got Yangon
လာပြီနော်ဝိုင်းကြီးအဲ့ဝိုင်းကြီးလာချပြီသားတို့ပြီးနေတော့မင်းတို့မပြီးနေတော့ဒီကောင်လေးချားညံ့နေတာဟော Alpha 7ကုန်းသွားပြီဒီကောင်ကုန်းသွားပြီသားတို့
This is going to get messy so quickly
ဟောရမနဲ့တော့ခံလိုက်ရပြီမနဲ့တော့ခံလိုက်ရပြီသားတို့ကြီး
ထိုင်ထောက်နေရ
ဟိုငါတို့ကဖင်နှက်ရမယ်ကိစ္စဘလို့ဖြစ်လို့ပေးလိုက်ရတော့ငါတို့ကဖင်နှက်ရမှာလေဘလို့ဖြစ်လို့လဲရှောင်းလိုက်တော့
ပြန်ထောက်တာဟုတ်လားပြန်ထောက်ခံတယ်အဲ့မကနေဝင်တော့ဟိုနဲ့စောင့်နေ
ဗတေဆိုင်မဝင်ချမယ်ကိစ္စ
ရမ်းမပြောနဲ့မင်းပတ်ပြီးသိလို့
သိတာဗောကျွန်တော်သိတာဗောမဟုတ်ဒီကောင်တွေကအဲ့လိုသိရမလား Ever 7နဲ့ချနေတဲ့အချိန်မှာဝင်ချလိုက်ရင်ကျွန်တော်ခွင့်ရနေပြစ်တော့မှာအကောင်တွေပြန်ပြစ်တော့မှာလုံးပေါင်း
Ooh, attention turned. Again, hitting the shots onto Alpha 7. 1-for-1 trades as the plays come through. Carrillo up close with the shotty. Switches back to the rifle, ready to let it rip on the peak. Dopeness even trying to find a steal. Onto Alpha 7. Yasser hard flash down quickly.
ဘာမှပတဲ့ဆိုင်ကြဒါလို့လောက်ကြအောင်ထိုးကြအောင်ဒီချိန်ဝင်ကျွမ်းရမှာလို့သိလားတတ်ပါပြီအဲ့လိုပြတ်သွားပြီတီရကောက်စားသွားတော့ဂေးဒီ
ဟောဝိုင်းရမယ်
မဟုတ်အဲ့မှာ7ရမယ်ဂေး
looking to finish him. It's
မြန်မာနေအိုးဘာဘီအောင်ကြီးကီ4ကောင်လုံးယူသွားတာ
ဘယ်ကောင်လဲ
တူတင်နံပါတ်1ကကောင်
အဲ့နေအမမလို့ပဲနဲ့လီးရဲ
right behind him though 3
မလို့ဆိုတော့မရှိဘူးအမသူတို့လည်းရအောင်တော့ဖြတ်မှာပဲဦးလောစီကတော့ဇုံထဲပဲသွားလိုက်တာပိုကောင်းမယ်ထင်တယ်နော်
Tiamba silencing the marching band as they smash those drums, putting themselves into a good position.
You
come for the best right now, Jukes. You gotta back it up.
Yes, you do, and you can see right now you got RR.
But it's time to do it, but it's time to do it, no? Manaba be like us, bro.
Center of this circle is none other than Nongshim Red Force. Full squad, sitting pretty. When are they going to start getting active, though? They only got one elimination to their name with 54 points. That's 12 behind 6th place. A good win here could put them into that play style. Right now, you're going to see KRX. They're toast. There's no way. Unless they win this game and the next two, that's the only chance they have. But we have seen crazier things happen in the past.
What damage can they do to other teams that are trying to progress, remedy their own disaster that they've had in some of these matchups here for our survival stage? Maybe a lofty challenge. Fury still sitting pretty. They've had some great games. And once again, hitting heavy.
3ယောက်ထင်းနေတော့ဖြစ်အောင်တော့ဆော့အောင်ပါတော့ဇုံကမဆုံးတော့ဒီအဆက်လေးတင်မယ်သိလားဇုံကအဆက်လေးတင်မယ်
Next zone does pop on up there and you can see Nongshim the only squad that's sitting pretty
အဲ့ဒါတီယန်ဘားတွေမလားတီယန်ဘားတွေနဲ့ပြန်တွေ့မှာထင်တယ်သိလား
waiting for these teams to slowly creep in and then start putting
တော်တော်သွင်းနေပြီကျောင်းဘက်2ယောက်တွေ့လားကျောင်းဘက်2ယောက်တော်တော်ကြီးသွင်းနေပြီဟောတီယန်ဘားတွေနဲ့ဗတဲ့သွားမဆိုင်နဲ့မဆိုင်နဲ့
ရောက်မယ်နေတူတယ်ဘုံနဲ့လည်းလူတွေလုံးပေါင်းပြီးတော့ချိုး
ခေါင်းပါသွားပြီ
တခါလေးနော်ပြီးတော့တခါလေးတန်းတက်လိုက်
ဟောမိုင်းကောင်းတယ်နင်းတတိထောင်းတော့စမိုင်းရေ
ပြန်ကြတော့မယ်ပါခိုးပေးပါအောင်တသေးလုံးဝိုင်းပြီးနေတူတယ်ဟုတ်တယ်
ကောင်းကြီးအပါခေါ်Oh, oh, wow, Dwabi, doesn't know. Get a copy.
Yangon out of that one.
Holding this little hospital right here. And now they're having to do a defense against none other than Tianba. Tianba looking so strong. They have the outside advantage. They're going to start throwing all the util they have, and they have some good
chicken they say my baby.
Actually going to go ahead and back up with a
man, say love one here. Chicken with Ali. Man, say ratio. Only the young
You got to get active here. You need to start eliminating this.
It's not near the
လုံးလဲကောင်းတယ်ကျွန်တော်
အေးလေအဲ့ဒါပြောတာလေလုံးလဲကောင်းတယ်နေရာလဲကောင်းတယ်အဲ့တယောက်ပဲဒါကြီး
Sherlock Jusu
So imposter တယောက်တော့ရှိနေပြီသီလားဒါကြီးတယောက်ပဲ
မလာခဲ့အချိန်လေးမကောင်းတာပေါ့
ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီပွဲတော့ကောင်းလို့ပဲခဏခက်တည်းအကုန်ကောင်းလို့
ခံကောင်းချက်ပါကောင်းနေတဲ့ပွဲကိုကွာမရတော့ဘူးဒါကြီးမရတော့တော်တော်ခတ်သွားပြီ
looking for the peak spams over onto Eagle barely got back into the building
ဟောနေကြည့်လို့
Hyunbin said hello to QZZ. Hyunbin, only 18 years old, putting in work for his squad, trying to keep their dreams alive. They're in 11th place, but we've seen crazier things from Red Force. Goes back to the PUBG Mobile mechanics, and they won it on the last game of the tournament. So that is one squad you could never count out.
We do have to say goodbye to RRQ on this run. Still stuck down there in the depths towards 12th place. Gambo with 2 players left, one of them knocked for now as well towards the upper side. GK and Ulf still fighting to see if they can climb slightly higher up the standings here, Jukes. From 7th up to 4th, it's a relatively easy leap if they can find some way of keeping themselves in the running. A conversation of a couple elims, a bigger placement finish. Hyunbin not done yet though. Dealing big damage for the nade knocks him down. And Eagle swoops back in for another elimination here.
But super fortunate for Nongshim Red Force. They take out Tianba and they make this happen. I believe the only squad still left there. That's a huge opportunity for Nongshim Red Force to catch up, and that is EK eliminated.
Saw the one chance, man, where he's thinking fingers crossed if I can somehow get 2 elims off the back of this. Would have been walking away with something nice rather than leaving with nothing. That was Ragnarok that made the play. That's all they get here.
Point shy of that 6th place position. That's where they're going to end up for now. But Nongshim Red Force are so hungry. They are looking so good in this match. This is the game to put them in the show here at the last second. Surprised this team is being so passive. I mean, yeah, you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, but if you even want the chance, you need to take out this whole lobby. You got to get crazy aggressive. You have some high ground. What is it going to take for KRX to finally wake up and get aggressive here?
The passive play just won't cut it. Wow. Nade back over as well. Furia eating the shrapnel from that one, and it's an easy takedown with the follow-up from Mahan. So Furia do lose one player, but they instantly get revenge with quick shots back onto Malik. No crime goes unpunished in this lobby right now, Jukes.
Need a strong game, so strong that we don't even got to worry about Miramar. And they are doing that here. So they are playing as though their tournament life is on the line, and they are looking good. 3 players up. The zone is starting to close. They're going to have to find a way into this circle, but they are looking rock solid.
Definitely release to the beast, man. They want to go all the way to the finals. Huge plays that we've seen from them. Like you say, dude, it's 5 margins between the squads beneath them. Seeing yourself rise up, getting into a better squads beneath you further down. They just got to stick to this business. Painful scenes for Ulf as well. Could have been a different story on this one, Jukes, but it's just one man left, soulless, cowering behind the monster truck, thinking about a timeline where he can steal away a couple more points somehow, some way.
We're so close on the leaderboards that I have a strong feeling that there's going to be a team going home by just one singular point. So Soulless staying up for his squad here could be the difference maker. Let's just see how long he can hang on. Fury up. Have a vehicle there. They're going to hop into it, but this is going to be a death push. They have no room to move here. They're going to be going wide. You can see Nongshim Red Force waiting for it. The whole lobby is staring at this. And the shots are ringing out. They're trying to sneak through the gate. It's just silence. Furia just couldn't make the rotate.
Pandemonium trying to get through that small gap in defense.
KIA လေးလောက်ကွာ KIA လေးလောက်ပေးအောင် KIA လေးတာဒီပဲကောင်းတယ်
Lit up on the pipeline of Furia here. Very similar narrative for those two teams. It's just the Furia at least.
GG မဟုတ်ပဲ GG များဖြစ်နေဟုတ်တယ်အဲ့ GG မဟုတ် GG ရောက်လာတာ
above the top 6.
ခါရဲ GG ပါခေါ်အောင်
You want to keep fighting this one out. Guarantee yourself enough points to be above that threshold.
QXCZ, there goes Furia. So that is it. Top 6 teams. All out.
All
these squads here, obviously for Nongshim Red Force, 11 eliminations. They need to win this game. Second place is it. They need that chicken dinner. Solis hopping in the vehicle, denies it. Oh, Oxy ends up getting that last shot. So now it is really just up to KRX versus Nongshim Red Force. And it is none other than Nongshim that got everything to gain here.
You've
looked great in the fights we've seen leading up to this point, but how strong is the finish for them? Peek over, QZZ with the looking good to try and
that's got 2ယောက်3ယောက်တော့ဒါလို့နိုင်အောင်ပြစ်လိုက်တော့ကောင်းလေးစုံတိုးနေပြီနိုင်အောင်ပြစ်လိုက်တော့
Tizzy gonna have to make a play. He picks up. He goes in the open.
Okay, and that's ရှုံးသွားတာပိုကောင်းတယ်
It's up to so easy. With the S12K, gonna have to make it happen all by himself. What can he do? Gets thirst perfect. Get every single point that you can.
ကြီးတွေကသွားပေးနေသေးတယ်လို့ကြီးမပေးနဲ့တော့တပ်လိုက်တော့တခါတည်း
This could be big for him as well, man. Look at the timing. If he can actually get the heal off, he's going to be in a great position to at least attempt to the best of his abilities to fight for this one. 1 versus 3. What have you got for us so easy? Can you live up to your name and make that a reality?
He's
got to pull back into cover. Wants to go for the jump shot round the corner, baiting the crosshairs, going through the window, losing HP.
And he just says, nope, I'm out of here. And it's KRX that wins the game all the way down in last place. End up sneaking a chicken hitter here towards the end. But Nongshim Red Force, are you kidding me? This is an exciting extra 4 points with that chicken dinner. But you can tell they were fighting for everything.
It was a great approach on it. So all you got to do, man, it's the one chance, right? The teams above them falling to the wayside early. They're getting Elim after Elim. They're playing aggressive. That's the solution, Jigs. That's the answer.
Man, you take a look at these players' faces. You could just tell the intensity, the anxiousness in the air. Going home. I said it's not just 40 players. You got the substitutes, coaches, staff. Everybody's here. None of them want to go home. It's all about making those plays right towards the end. Even Furia, right? Furia currently sitting in second place, and you can see the passion coming from Igor right now. He wants to make sure that these guys are doing everything they possibly can to win. And let's listen in to this victory from KRX.
이거 우선 기어갔다. 동현아 왼쪽으로 벌려도 돼 왼쪽. 왼쪽 1평 좋다. 집안에 집안. 한대 더. 과감하게 해. 나이스. 나이스.
Nice celebration there. They know there's still a lot to be done. But
I'm
where you really need to keep this going game after game if they want to be within that conversation. Towards the upper echelons, it's only fine margins of the points. So far down, Jigs. It's going to be really hard.
Wild, right? Because that's what we need to see, right? We need to see a wild chicken dinner, crazy eliminations. Maybe that was the one. Maybe that was the one to kind of give them a little bit of confidence. With double-digit eliminations, if they want any chance. Now, anything less than that ain't gonna cut it. So you still got to give it up for them, right? I mean, the South Korean team, we know what they can do. It's just they've waited till the last second. That's why we're so doubtful.
Yeah, might have come a little bit too late. But hey, a win's a win. They're still going to be proud of themselves on that one. They were taking some decent fights as well.
Yeah, you know, this is what gets so tough when you're at the survival stage towards the end. If this was in the first day, right, or something like that, we'd be like, oh, let's go, right? Like, that's how you do it, right? That's perfect gameplay, literally, for KRX. It's just they're at a stage now where it's got to get a little bit more wild. But you know what? I want to hear from Geek and Cal Aris. Let's go ahead and take it on down to the stage and hear what they got to say.
Yeah, you do, because I've got Ragnarok once again here. You know what? He gave such an amazing interview last time. We had to pull him again to talk about some of these games. So let's take a look at what we've had today, right? It does feel to us, some of the pundits, the experts, that it's been a very passive lobby from a lot of the teams here throughout the day. Does it feel like that when you guys are playing it in the lobby, or what's your perspective on that?
Yeah, to be honest, it feels like harder than the 3 days that we played before. 2 days in the group stage and 1 day here. The lobby is being very passive, like you can reach the zone 3, zone 4 with 62, 60 players. That's so fucking...
So much, Kilaris. I've got Ketch here from Ulf Esports. We've got to talk a little bit about map number 3, managing to secure the chicken dinner. It's put you back into the conversation. You're in that bubble, just a few points shy of getting into the top 6. What were the comms like after you managed to secure that chicken dinner? Did a bit of self-belief come back into the team?
Üçüncü maçtaki wininiz hakkında konuşmak istiyorum birazcık. Şu anda böyle işte puanları yakın olan birkaç tane takım var, onlar arasındasınız. Top 6'ya girmek için arada çok küçük farklar oluyor. O win aldıktan sonra takımınızdaki atmosfer nasıl oldu? Size bir push verdi mi?
Yani win almamız tabii ki bizi çok mutlu etti. Daha çok motive olduk. Çünkü bu tarz maçları elimizden çok veriyorduk. Bu maçta biraz şanssızlık oldu ama gene hani puan alabildik.
ဖြစ်တော့လေဒါတို့ရေเนาะချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ထားတဲ့အသင်းဆိုတော့လေဒါတို့ရပါတယ်ဒီနေ့မရလဲပြဿနာတော့မရှိပါဘူးเนาะကျွန်တော်တက်နိုင်ဆုံးတော့အားပေးမယ်လေတော့မရသွားလဲဘာမှပြပြောစရာတော့မရှိပါဘူးเนาะအဲ့တော့လားเนาะသူတို့ဝေါ်ချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ထားတဲ့ဂိမ်းကမင်းပူဆဲတယ်လို့ကိုရီဂိမ်းထက်သေးလား
These last 2 maps are going to be on Miramar. You've got a good track record on
ဟုတ်တယ်
Miramar so far.
ကိုရီဂိမ်းကအခုကဖြစ်တယ်နော်ဘရိုဆဲတော့ဆဲတယ်ဆိုရင်မဲ့လောက်ဒီရကောင်တွေတော့မဆဲဘူးမင်းဒီရကောင်တွေကမင်းဟိုထားထောက်ပြရတာနဲ့ဒီနားထောက်ပြရတာနဲ့အေးနော်မင်းဒီဂိမ်းရကောင်တွေကမင်းတော်တော်ဆိုးတာဗျာနော်ငါတို့ဂိမ်းရကောင်တွေဆိုးလာပြီမှတ်တာဟမ်မင်းဒီမှာလာပြပွဲပြမှပဲယုံသွားတယ်ဘရိုနော်မင်းတစ်ချက်ဆွဲလိုက်ရင်မဘန်းရတဲ့ကွန်မန့်ဆိုတာမရှိဘူးတစ်ချက်ဆွဲလိုက်ရင်မဘန်းရတဲ့ကွန်မန့်ဆိုတာမရှိဘူးတောက်ချက်မကြီးအားလိုက်ဒီမဘန်းနဲ့ဟာတော့မရှိဘူးတိလားမင်းဒီကောင်နေဘယ်လောက်ဆိုးလဲမဆိုးလဲနော်မင်းငါတို့ဂိမ်းဆိုးလာပြီမှတ်တာအေးစခိုင်ပါလေးတော့တက်ပါတယ်နော်ပြန်ဘန်းရတာနေစကား
Önümüze bakacağız.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we lost our balance.
ဟိုတောင်းတန်းဟိုတည့်မလားဟိုရင်းမဆဲဘူးဆိုလို့ရှိရင်တော့ဒီအိုင်းမဲ့တရက်တို့ပါလို့ယူလိုက်ပါ
2 games and 4
Over the last 2 games.
ကိုလူတွေစိတ်ဆိုးနေကြတယ်
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining me. Don't worry, he's not injured. For those of you at home freaking out, it's not an injury.
နော်အရင်လုံကျူးပြောမှာပဲဥစ္စာလောက်လိုက်ပါနော်အခါလေးခေတ္တလောက်လိုက်တောင်းတန်းဆိုရင်တော့တရက်လောက်ပဲမြူလိုက်ပါသိတ်ကလေးကိုကြော့တော့တော့ငါချန်တယ်တယောက်မှကြည့်မဲ့သူမရှိတော့ဘူးပြသားနိုင်မယ်တော့ခုတော့နည်းနည်းပဲလူတော့တာလို့ကြည့်ဦးอ่ะဒီပွဲကြီးကအနည်းဆုံး10កောင်လောက်ရမှာအနည်းဆုံး10កောင်လောက်ရမှာ
Kadir City powered by play
။အညီမတက်ရင်ဖင်ချွတ်ပြပါတယ်နော်။တဟိုလုံးချွတ်ပြမယ်မင်းလာကြည့်။ထိုင်းမှာလာကြည့်။အားချောင်းလေးဒီကောင်လေးအားချောင်းလေးတော့ပြန်ချောင်းလေး။အညီမတက်ရင်နည်း။အညီတက်ရင်ပြော။အညီမတက်ရင်ဆောင်းအားချောင်းလေးပါ။အပွဲကြံသေးရဲ့ဘွဲကို16မှတ်လောက်ဆိုမှီသေးရဲ့။တပွဲ10မှတ်တပွဲအမှတ်20လောက်ယူလိုက်မှာပေါ့နော်ကြည့်ရမှာပဲဟဲ့အောင်ကြီးမတက်နိုင်ဘူး
ဟုတ်လေ
အဲ့မြူပြီးသွားပြီ
မပေါ့သွားလို့
ဟေး
ကိုတို့ရ
ဝိုင်းကြီးလည်းမဟုတ်တော့ဘူးလိုက်အော် bro ရဲ့နော်လူတို့တက်တဲ့အချိန်လည်းရှိတယ်ကြားတဲ့အချိန်လည်းရှိတယ် bro တော့အမြဲတမ်းကန်ကောင်းနေလို့လားကန်ကောင်းတဲ့ချိန်ဆိုတာလည်းရှိတယ်ကန်ဆိုးတဲ့ချိန်ဆိုတာလည်းရှိရလေအဲ့လိုပဲလေတဲ့
Magnus Carlsen taken to the stage for Team
Liquid.
A team very in need.
မြဲတမ်းကြီးပဲကန်ကောင်းနေဘဝလို့မခေါ်တော့ဝစ်ကျွေးဖြစ်သွားပြီမြဲတမ်းကြီးပဲကန်ကောင်းနေအဲ့ဒါဘဝမဟုတ်တော့ဝစ်ကျွေးဖြစ်သွားအမြဲတမ်းကန်ဆိုးနေရလဲဝစ်ကျွေးပဲအာကိုမသိလို့ရုံရဲဆိုးလို့ရှင်လေဝစ်ကျွေးပဲဗျာတက်မလားဟိုလူကြားမသွားရဲတာတို့ဘာလို့အဲ့လိုမျိုးဖြစ်ကောင်းဖြစ်နိုင်တယ်ဗျာအရန်ချောလို့လည်းဒုက္ခပဲဟာအကုန်လုံးဝိုင်းကြိုက်ပြီးတော့တက်မလားအဲ့လိုမျိုးတက်မဟိုဘလန့်လို့ပေါ့ဗျာတက်အဲ့လေဝစ်ကျွေးပဲဗျာတက်မလား
ဝစ်ကျွေးပဲအဲ့လိုတောင်းနေရ
Thank you. အဲ့လိုဝစ်ကျွေးမျိုးကြကြည့်အောင်ဆက်ချင်တယ်တို့ပါတော့
Update as AGL is looking to make a push so they can be in the top 6 to actually go to the finals. This squad
ပြန်မယ်ဆိုလဲဤလေးပါပါခေါ်ခဲ့တယ်နော်
in the group stages. This last game it has to do with none other than KRX. They finally showed up and they put themselves in a way that if they get another win, Max, they could make that push to top 6.
Not just
ချက်သားဟောင်းကြီးနောက်ဆုံးနှစ်ပွဲပဲကျန်တော့တယ်လို့ပထမပွဲတွေကပြောနေတယ်ချက်သား
with the side of Nongshim Red Force securing that building, but yeah, KRX definitely desperate to get some points.
ဟာ Walker လေးဘယ်ဘာလျှောက်ပြောနေတော့ဒါ e-sport Walker PMWC က
big name over there in South
Korea.
Korea.
Mobile Walker လို့ပြောတာ
shuffle, and you know what? It took some time. They showed promises
ဒါမှမနေလို့မဲ
I feel like they took all the right steps, Nipchura, to actually get it looked a bit shaky at the end, but you know what? That was just enough to get that win.
No, I'm really glad that KRX were able to win that. They made that push across to the north side of zone. I was hoping that they would do like a lot earlier, like 2 zones earlier, but ended up not happening, and it worked out just really well for them. As you're seeing, as we look over the highlights, you know, Nongshim we saw on the match rankings there, they also got 18 points.
ဦးစားပေးနေပြီလို့ထင်တယ်အမှန်ပဲမဲမြင်ပြရတော့ပါခုနကပွဲလည်းပြုတ်ဖို့ကြိုးစားပဲနော်ဒီရဲနဲ့ငါနဲ့ပါသွားတော့ဟုတ်တာမဖြစ်တော့
They're not really aggressive. Guess what? All the fights were just coming to them.
Look, I actually had high hopes that, well, not high hopes, but like their positioning here and especially being able to take
that
I actually thought they were going to pull out the win from this position, but obviously, you know, Zone was sort of closing in on that rooftop, which made it a little bit difficult for them to be able to peek over that top, because obviously KRX had a bit of a rotate in with only the trees to cover them, so it was looking really good. I also was a little bit worried for KRX because they didn't make the push on the one player that was left. Even though they win that, they get the chicken dinner, they're still a little bit afraid, and you can see it in their play style right now, but I do hope they can take it to the next game.
I mean, right now, what was it? What did you say, Lace? I can't hear you over this loud crowd from Alpha 7. They're also winning.
So NBA into our Salia Nishi.
But I know there was a clip that you wanted to see, Nipsura.
There was indeed.
Well, yeah, the final kind
of a little bit of a replay of KRX Hoxie, right? Because really enjoying that. Yeah, here you go. Oh no, it wasn't Hoxie. It was QZZ here.
You told me who's behind the tree. Hoxie's behind the tree.
Hoxie's not told. Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're going
to be over here. That's who I was really talking about. Because look, Benny and Trey are over by that hillside, right? And eventually QZZ is actually going to take this tree spot. And as the other two at the compound move around to either side, QZZ is right there, ready to take any sort of action he might need to take. He's got that back angle. There goes Hoxie. So it's just down to those two on the front line. And QXZZ is doing his job as an anchor point really, really well, holding the fort, giving his team a defense, giving his team cover on those angles, and that is what's going to win them that game.
Good one. That was a good play. At the end of the day, almost many 1v1s back to back. Oh, that's a bit scary. But actually, could not win a KRX. Nongshim Red Force win. If Yumbin didn't go overly aggressive on the Chamber position, that was a bit of a throw. As much as I do like Yumbin, I have to be critical when he does a misplay. That was a bit of a misplay, a bit of a throw coming out from Yumbin. But still, South Korea showing up massively here. We've still got 2 Miramars, and usually Miramar in South Korea is not a great cocktail.
Would it be safe to say, Max, that Yumbin finally did something that just pissed you off?
That's a bit of a stretch.
Chinny McConnell, Chinny McConnell, I don't know so much.
I didn't like that.
ဒီဘောအဆုံးဖြတ်ဖြစ်သွားလို့မရ
Let's
ဘူး
take a look at the overall to see what it's currently looking like with the top 6 teams and how close everything currently is. We saw it at the beginning of the day. A lot of teams being just separated by 14 points. Right now, Tiamba, they are confirmed to go to the finals. They're not going to be stopping. Furia with that last game as well were able to do so well. But if we're looking at the other teams, I mean, 6th place right now to 8th place. Lays only separated by 2 points.
Yeah, I want to sort of have a little touch on GK Esports. I mean, they were trying to beat that previous game, especially against stopping a rotation over on the bridge and finding such a huge position so early into military base. But then what happened? It was kind of just like they couldn't hold on to that spot. They had such an opportunity with 3 eliminations heading on into that rotation and Alpha 7 and all these teams.
တမတ်ဒီဘယ်နဲ့မှမကွာဘူးဒီကောင်ကြီးကြည့်အောင်5မှတ်ပဲကွာနံပါတ်4နဲ့သူနံပါတ်3နဲ့သူ6မှတ်ပဲကွာ3နဲ့8နဲ့တောင်ပါမင်း6မှတ်ပဲကွာ
I do believe that it should have been that game though.
And for me, I'm looking at
Go right now. Time back is wrong. I want the Nala Zoom, the Nala Zoom. The Nala being it. I think so.
They've only gotten 4 placement points.
Look, Kyumbi didn't piss me off, but Goat is. Okay, that's for sure, because they got 14 placement points. They got 1 chicken dinner at the start of the day right on Rondo, which was a very impressive Rondo. I loved it. It was so nice. And after that, nothing. And I am so sad because Rondo keeps slipping. They might find themselves actually on this second page very soon. They're right now still off. All gamers are accused. Yangon, all those guys need to show up. 16 teams headed into the finals.
Yeah, and for KRX, I said it earlier, casters were saying it too. If they want to get a chance at even contending for the top 6, they need to make sure they get a win here in this next game. If not, they're going to be fully out. So let's send it over to Kalaris, which I believe he is with none other than Juan Allen.
All right, drag him on in here. Come on, let's talk about everything that has been going on because we have got ourselves an interesting situation for Korea as a whole. From my perspective, I was mentioning on a desk before that it feels like the lobby is being quite passive here at the moment, but this is an
let's go.
They're very good at exploiting teams when they're overly aggressive against them, and now we've been able to see a little bit of that here from Nongshim Red Force to be able to kind of put that to bed.
Well, Nongshim have had so many good games on military circles, picking up a host of chicken dinners across it, right? So it's certainly these scenarios which is forcing this frankly stagnant lobby sometimes to jump into those more aggressive situations that is going to push them into a position to be able to exploit those exact weaknesses that you were highlighting there. So I think, yeah, right on the money with that one. Maybe they're going to be given more opportunities as people get more desperate.
Understandable. It bears repeating, though, that it is very understandable that these teams are slower about it. $3 million on the line with only these last few games remaining here, John. Is there anyone that you're looking at? Obviously, KRX, they get themselves that win, but they're still in last place. They still need big performances.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it would be great if KRX could make it in terms of a rags to riches story. I don't see it happening. I'm still looking at Ulf because this is a team that needs to prove themselves, and I'm desperate for them to jump up in towards those top 6 and maybe just about squeak in around the corner for a place amongst the top 6.
The middle pack's still unbelievably thick, dense here for our last day of survival stage. And again, if this passivity continues on, I am concerned for some of the teams. It means that all of our eliminations are going to be spread out across the majority of those teams in the middle pack, and from there we could even get a tied situation for 6th place.
Absolutely. I mean, chicken dinners will come down to it as well. That first tiebreaker, really important to be able to get those under the belt. People are starting to feel the pressure. The audience is starting to try and alleviate that, but I don't know if it's just adding to it for so many of our teams. The noise has got to feel intimidating, but I see some smiles here and there around the arena, and we're hoping that they can take that pressure and convert it.
Yeah, not only is it the Alpha 7 fans, but it's also the Furia fans on over here as well. They are loud and proud. Everybody is really coming out in full force here for their teams to try and get themselves a top 6 finish, and it is going to be very, very close. The only one that I truly in my mind can guarantee is the fact that Tiamba has looked unbelievably impressive here throughout the survival.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been far and away the best performing team, certainly on the first day. They've now gotten enough.
Who's
going to join them? Kalaris, let's head over to the casters to take us into Miramar.
Thank you, John. Thank you, James, and
But
thank
the
you,
game
Paris.
got
You've been
out, no?
amazing so
Pong
far
game
today.
got out.
Keeping the
Wow.
energy here for the survival stage, building and building. We've had Alpha 7 find their way into a fairly comfortable position, looking better and better with the energy that's been coming out.
Yeah, Mirama, yeah, Malino Piawa,
as well. A similar storyline. Everyone's screaming, pouring their hearts out for them. But there are two former champions fighting to stay alive in the competition. The other is a current reigning champion in Yangon Galacticos that had so much more to do. For the Yangon fans in the house, let's give them some energy!
Yeah, hey, let's get it
going. The crowd is excited. They are hyped. They know what's at stake as we get into the sandy desert of Miramar. 10 teams going home after these next 2 matches. And I've said this before, Jackie, and it's kind of wild after talking to some of these players and, you know, just getting a little bit of their viewpoints of just how blessing it is to be here in Paris, France, experiencing the culture, the love that these players get shown. I'm telling you, everybody out there that's watching, if you're a PUBG Mobile fan, a gaming fan in general, to be able to make it to the Esports World Cup has got to be a dream of a lifetime. I mean, the way that you get taken care of here, the food, every game imaginable. I mean, these guys have barbers, massage therapists on stage for these players. It's insane. And I talked to some of these guys, and they're just like, hey, you know what? Man, my hotel is booked up to the last day of survival stage. They said we win.
Boom.
Pack your bags. We're going home the next day. So it's time to put every single thing on the line here. Make it happen for your squad. And there's only one way to do that here, Jackie. You know what that is?
To show up. Give it your damn best, Jukes. You got to bring it and get those chickens.
So you let me be
nothing is granted.
So you let me be So you let me be
We get our circle towards the northern side, and we'll see if there's any more surprises in store.
Oh boy, here we go. Looking at some of the drops so far, so good. No kind of crazy hot drops, no shenanigans here. We see Geek stopping by to get some tacos in that gas station. Gonna be needed to fuel up for the road here as these guys still have a long one to cross. I mean, yeah, 8th place to 6th, only a 2-point. But that is the difference in points for now. Man, gotta give some massive love to Nongshim Red Force, right? They were so down on the leaderboard. They were like, what, like 12 places around there. And just like that, in one game, all the way up to 3rd. And that is how close this thing is. We can see the same thing happen now for AGAL, RRQ. I mean, even our defending champs, Yangon Galacticos, right? They're still within that range. And it is absolutely possible for them to make that run. But they got to make it happen now. And speaking of now, why don't you guys go hop in the game while these guys get looted and go ahead and get that Nine-Tails Fury AUG. The Uzumaki Naruto event is still happening, guys. One of the most phenomenal events in PUBG Mobile history. Go in the game and get that now because woo, this thing's about to heat up in just a couple minutes.
It will indeed. You're going to want a weapon that can match the level of excitement we got going on here. Live from EWC 26 at PMWC. Remember the name? Get your friends online right now, Jigs. If they haven't sent everyone the link, even the family dog, get them sat down, get them watching because the games have been delivering. You're doing the esport a disservice, Jigs. You've got to be right now. You're missing out.
This leaderboard is. And you can see the look on these players' faces. You got Killer Joe player cam down there. Just straight.
Where my PD? Where my PD?
7 are going to go ahead and get their drop location, so they're going to be looted up to perfection here towards the end of the game. We'd love to be able to see that from them. They're currently sitting in 4th place, but not comfortable just yet. You know, they go out early, 3-4 teams below them get a decent game, and they're stuck having to deal with everything on the last match of the day. And one thing that we haven't talked about, Jackie, that we got to bring up now.
Okay, they're safe.
Yeah.
They're making it to the finals. When you're that safe, you know what you can do?
You can get risky, Jukes.
You get mighty risky. You can look down those leaderboards and say, hey, who stole that last croissant at lunch?
Ooh.
Saying, who do I not want to see in the finals?
Yeah, who would I prefer to avoid not being in my lobby? When I come out swinging, we were surprised they even had to be in this position, right? A team that looks absolutely terrifying when they're playing their A-game PUBG Mobile. They come out survival stage, reinvigorated and delivering.
Not the way Jenny, not the way Jenny, the way not the way Jenny, not the way Jenny, no?
Will they get aggro and try and sneak?
Oh, you just see that, you just see what we do, no? Don't you just see what we do? Yeah, I'm low. Don't you know
Yeah, Tiamba finally true to form. I mean, I was shell-shocked even seeing them here in the survival stage.
That's
why I worry so many of these teams that are here because I was like, man, Tiamba starts going crazy, then they're for sure going to make it. That's one more slot gone. And potentially devastating for so many Wolves, representing the North American side of things. They're right there on that 7th place position cutoff. Only 1 point separated. Can you imagine the pressure these guys are feeling now? Dopeness taking an eye on 7-2-1 GS. Both these teams 14th, 15th place. They're not out of the running. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy. It could happen. I mean, KRX isn't done yet, but they need to win back-to-back, at least in my opinion. They got to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, man, it feels like it's one of those where honestly you kind of need like a three-peat situation to give yourself so much gas to push up with some of these other squads still accumulating points in the midst of these games even. We need to see him going out cutthroat as well, Jukes. Got to be big elim action for that side if this is the start of a new chapter coming into the closer of the last few games of survival stage. A lot of potential twists in the narrative on this one. We'll keep you locked in. We'll guide you through it, but sit back and enjoy the action for now.
I'll tell you one team that a whole bunch of fans are biting their nails right now because they are staring at AGAL. This is a team, folks, that is, or this is an organization, right, that's competing in the Esports World Cup overall, event over event. And their org needs them to make it to the finals, and I mean needs them to be in top 6. They're in 11th place, separating them from that 6th place cutoff. So the fans of this organization make it happen at the last second. It's so crazy to see here. I don't even know. Like it's gonna. Those 7th, 8th, 9th place teams, I think, are gonna really sting, and we see them not make it.
Soul crushing moment for some of them, man. You grind so hard all year long. Try to bring your A game. It's over before the real meat and potatoes of the action even truly begins to fight for that line. The pride of going home to your home country. The achievement you found here. We saw the eruption when Alpha 7 did it back in 2024 when Yangon took that win last year. Surprised everyone. Now that's a pipeline for some of these teams. You've got to be within the top 6 to even have a chance to make that your history.
Top 6 or nothing. Literally, that's the only thing we're staring at on the leaderboards is that line right between the GOAT and the Wolves, the two animals of the lobby.
Hello, I'm going to go to Lama. You are a team. Who go to so you let you know,
big chilling right now. Dongshim Red Force, wow. Well, they need to make a big rotation on up, and you got our defending champs, Young Galacticos.
So you let maybe
this is going to be a really rough rotation.
Potentially a tumultuous one as well. The squads that are ahead of them. So we need some no holes barred gameplay from Yangon. Pull out all the stops. And get the fans. So much versus a team that pays dividends. But when it comes to the crunch, they've been buckling in some of these really important situations. They've got to fix that right now.
go no me una ပွဲဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အဲ့မှာနံပါတ်5နဲ့6ကနှစ်သိန်းလုံးပြုတ်ပြတ်သွားတယ်
this last 2 games and finally the shots ring out and and that's on Ragnarok of all players, the superstar here of Geekay getting taken out. That has gotta hurt. 3 players up. Gonna have to do something here.
It feels like we felt that DBS shot go off. That's a hell of an elim to find a Geekay squad that's trying to grind as well, dude. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, how far even was he?
How did he get himself so exposed to get thirsted too? That's gotta hurt. But one thing I did like to hear when he did that interview there with Calaris was the fact that he said that no matter what, we qualify or we don't qualify, I trust my team. And that I love to hear, right? Because we've, in the history of PUBG Mobile, I've seen so many teams, you know, barely, you know, not make it into the tournament. You know, things happen, and the second it's over, split, having to swap players, do all that. They don't get themselves time to really develop together. But it just sounds like now it's a 3-man family, right? And this 3-man need to do something here.
Doesn't matter what the numbers are, they've got to come together like the 5 fingers on one hand, bro. Form a fist and punch through the rest of the lobby. It's the only pipeline they've got available. It does get way harder for them to do that easily. Only a few points as well. Literally 2 points away from being able to get your head above water. Push past walls, push past goat. 1 more point on top of that, suddenly you're lapping E-Arena. The stepping stones are there.
They're right there, man. I mean, only 2 points away. I mean, all they need is that 1-inch punch. Get it done. KRX are going to need a baseball bat, and there's a zone. Oh, that could be the bat in their corner here. They got a nice circle. See what they're able to do with it as teams playing this extremely slow, not trying to get into any silly engagements here. Can't afford to make a single misstep. Tianba, that is the one team in this lobby that can do whatever the heck they want, and that's what makes them dangerous.
So now Johnny, the way set them out, the way set them
the ones that aren't feeling it because they know they're making it. Alpha 7 popping out the vehicle now, looking over towards RRQ, trying to steal some eliminations. Looks like RRQ is going to engage this. Carrillo forced to hit the deck. Gets a lot of damage onto him. Where's the rest of Alpha 7? He's pretty isolated here. Carrillo all by his lonesome. He's going to throw out some util, but where's the rest of his squad to help him out here? He needs that support right now.
This could be way worse for Alpha 7 than it would be for RRQ. So they're scrap. It's messy on the pull.
Alpha 7 or EA to Kodo, Gondabila. Oh, Queen,
hit the deck, instantly apply the bandages to survive through this. Nate.
Carrillo could hear that nade bounce and almost touched his dang earlobe as he gets eliminated. RRQ looking to apply. Revo just forced to sit and watch as his teammate is gone. They're not in a comfortable position here, folks. 4th place, yeah, but they only have 70 points on the board.
RRQ saying in the comms, you thought you could fight this, you thought you could bully us on this one. No, we're further down the standings. Not today. They throw the heat right back at them. Smoke through 2 players. They leave Alpha 7 with their tails tucked, bailing out.
RRQ, yeah, you know what? They need to turn up the heat. They're a good 20, or what is it? I'm sorry, 12 points away from 6th place. They need a good game. And with this circle and how it's going to end, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. If you can get some easy eliminations, I mean, none of these eliminations are easy, but you can get some points early on. It's going to help you out big time. Nong Shim Red Force, though, right there in the corner, throwing out some of their utility.
No doubt, by the
way, man. This is a new non-Shin Red Force we're seeing right here off the back of the previous game. You went from feeling like you were slipping, but you couldn't quite get a grasp on the ladder to climb up. Suddenly now, the of engagement, they're getting themselves up nice and high. If they take this fight onto RRQ, get a few points out of it. Climb a little bit further. That's that conversation of safety that could become a reality from them. They leaped up from so far down the standings off the back of that last game.
So now young maybe like you were charged you, no? Chắc rất là còn chèn đi. Đi bọn dán chèn. Ôi mà sâu chạy chèn nào ngáo gần này đâu nhỉ mà đi đã.
KRX are in the zone. Yangnan Galacticos are
Cruz
right there on that
Cruz
top left
Devil
side of the
no?
circle next to your Cruz del
Cruz
Valle.
Devil. Only Diana đâu là
Now that dinner bell is starting to ring because someone's going to get a chicken here in a minute. Let's take a look at the replay though. Jan Fox with a beautiful nade. Oh my goodness. He didn't even move a muscle. He's like,
I'm
saying I've got as well. That could be something that's ringing out for AGAL as they're getting hit from two sides. This is looking messy. Lilu holding the front door if they try and push him. Oh no.
This is devastating. With 58 points, they're going to need a monster game in the final match of all matches in order to make it into the finals. And this is what we were talking about. Tianba can do whatever the heck they want. They're not feeling any pressure. Everybody else is. And they are tearing up the lobby and crushing dreams. Meanwhile, it's RRQ. Getting mighty close to the side of Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy is able to get a heal off so easy, up close and personal. Gonna throw some util, buy some time for his teammates. That does pepper up a little bit the side of RRQ, but not too much.
Hey, you want to
now so easy.
That bro me, I do going to mean the game. Wow, they did
He's applying that pressure on RRQ. He's getting the knocks. Nongshim Red Force looking strong here. Applying those shots through the smokes. The nades are ringing out and barely surviving.
Going to try and get a quick heal off. So easy tucking in whilst Hyunbin primes the nade over the top.
But there's only a top leader, no? I do going to get
RRQ got a rage quit this fight as they don't want none of this. It's got incredibly dire for them.
I think the man was penny like
for Jen Foss in the back line, panicking to scan over the ridge and see if he can provide some support. A bit of Overwatch to bail them out, but Nongshim back on the move.
They're out of here. They say, we got what we wanted. We got some eliminations. We hurt you good enough. Let's go ahead and get in the zone and secure this win. Nongshim with this
win. You let me one you to come
performance here. Oh, that's Goto, Killer Joe. Looks like he is going to get eliminated. Nongshim Red Force are on a tear right now.
Stolen point there for RRQ, it seems, as they do flash out. The back of attrition that we've got available there for Nongshim Red Force.
We Ubari do you
and for Go, a flubbed game, one where they go down off the back end of engage like this, mate. That could be them slipping out.
AGAL will absolutely disrupt their Lord's chances on the club championship if they don't make it into the top 6. And with them being out early, it is really tough. They have one game left to do it. All eyes are going to be on them to clutch it up here in that last game. But we're not done yet. We got Nongshim Red Force putting some shots. You can see, look at the coach's eyes right now. Locked in. Hoping to see something from his team. 3 players are still on the goat here eventually, though.
Yeah, that's down to only one. Their direct combination beneath them struggling. But you can still see Nongshim applying the pressure.
I'm looking at the coach's face, and I guarantee you that's the biggest smile we're going to see from him all day today, because that was a super lucky shift on his circle as it heads straight on over to Nongshim. That buys them a lot more time. Now they can just sit there. On the other side, though, it's going to be a battle as Ulf trying to make it happen for their team. 7-2-1 GS really down on the leaderboards. They need a win here, but they're going to have to go through Ulf in order to get it. Ulf, desperate. Aaron on the back line trying to find some angles. Catch getting the confirmation here. That is huge. Every point counts. And now you got the Wolves on the other side. They hear these shots. They need some of these eliminations. They're coming in for the third party.
Oh,
to make moves. Let's see if they've got a clip. He's turned cold on this one. Solar's tucked in behind the car with the org. Sitting inside the smoke with a pump as well. just trying to stay alive for 721 GS, the sole survivor of the squad.
တန်းတော့အဲ့ဝူကိုပြေးတော်တော်ပေးနေတာလူကောင်းကြီးအဲ့ရွယ်ရအောင်ရတယ်မျိုးအဲ့721 GS ဆိုတဲ့ကောင်ကြီးရတယ်မျိုး
shots indeed. Looking so good right here. Necessary before going into today was the 4th place player as far as individual player stats on day 1, and Ulf getting torn to shreds as they're just trying to survive. It's just Aaron. He's driving, he's turning, his back wheel is gone, he's forced to jump out and hit the deck.
နည်းတမီယောလုံးသားကြီး44ရောက်40ကျန်သေးရဟလား easy အဲ့ရောက်40လုံးမရရင်တော့တော့လောက်ရရင်အဆင်ပြေတယ်
back up and throwing the smoke to at least try and provide some sort of cover, but the flames dupes come in. And Masco finally found as well amongst all this. The molly spreads from so easy, so we lose Aaron, we lose 721 GS. 2 squads fall and Wolves are still fighting as Joker takes a bullet to the cranium.
And with that elimination on the 721 GS, I'm gonna call it. That is them done and dusted. The chances of them making it in are slim to none.
ဟုတ်တယ်ဒီကျန်ဖင်မဲနိုင်နိုင်ဟိုတွေ့မလားပါပဲသွားကန်ကန်လုံးတင်တာလောက်ရတော့မှာ
They need to either make it happen here or good luck. Young on Galacticos, I am looking at you. What are you gonna do here? You are the defending champs. You have all 4 players up. You have a good position in this circle. How are you gonna capitalize it? We're about to find out.
Ooh, KRX with a mini 14. Tony K not ready for that play, mate. Sniped from the back. Schweppes bailing out on a reposition as well, just trying to find cover to stay alive. You can take nothing for free in this lobby. All the space is fought for so aggressively from our remaining squads.
Let's see right now, man, these remaining squads are desperate. I have not heard this arena so quiet.
Oh, no,
day today.
Here
comes Alpha 7. Maybe
oh, no,
because Guizhou gets taken out. And that is Alpha 7 eliminated.
ပြနေပြီတိုင်းဟိုမှာသွားပြနေပြီတိုင်းတော့သွားပြနေပြီ
မပြပေးချင်ဘူးလားငါ
မပြမဲဘူးလားမင်းတို့ဟိုမှာမာနဲ့လို့အကုန်တက်နေပြီဟိုမာနဲ့ကုန်းပါမခေါ်နဲ့ပါမခေါ်နဲ့ပါမခေါ်ခံနဲ့ကောင်းတယ်တိုင်းတို့ကောင်းလားဖြူရီယာပြတ်သွားပြီဖြူရီယာပြတ်သွားပြီဒါပဲကဲလို့ရတယ်ဒါပဲကဲလို့ရတယ် easy ကဲလို့ရတယ် easy သွားခဲ့လိုက်တယောက်ပဲတော့သွားတာ easy let's go တိုင်း29ကောင်ကျန်သေးတယ်ဟလားနောက်တဲ့10ကောင်ပဲထပ်သက်ရှိကလောက်ကျော်ကိုရီးယားကောင်လေးအိုဘာတွေဘယ်လာ join နေပြီလို့ပေါ့အိုဘာတွေလီတပ်ပါတီလာ join ရ
လီ3အောင်တော့ဝိုင်းငါတို့က
ခွေးမတောင်းပြီကွာ
တကောင်းတင်းတင်းဟုတ်လား
ကောင်းတင်းတင်းသွားပြီနဲ့တူတယ်
ပြေးလိုက်တာကောင်းမလားလဲ
ကဲထားတဲ့ကောင်ပြန်တော့ဝါတယ်နဲ့စမိုင်းကိုလုတ်ပါအောင်နေကြီးဟိုလာပြီလားမသိတော်သေးရမလားစမိုးထဲမှာ
ကဲအောင်ဟာကဲအောင်
ထားတယ်ကန်ရတယ်ကုတ်ကန်ရတယ်ကဲရတော်ပါတော့ကွာကိုရီးယားကောင်နေမင်းတို့ဟောကိုရီးယားကတလုံးမကြည့်ပဲနေမှာ
so far away from the top 6.
So
it's
far
literally
away
going to be a
from the
2-man
top
hero
6.
play. They need to do something. 3 eliminations ain't going to be enough. There's no way they make it into this next game if they don't do more. Let's see what.
အဲ့ကိုရီးယားကောင်နေမင်းဘာလာလောက်တာငါတို့ဘက်ကိုလာပြီးတော့ကျန်တဲ့ကောင်တွေသွားပြစ်လေငါတို့ဒီမှာဗတဲ့ဆိုင်နေတော့ရှိသေးတယ်ကွာကိုရီးယားနဲ့ဗတဲ့ဆိုင်နေတော့ဝင်လာပြစ်သွားတာ
And here they go on rotation.
နှစ်ယောက်ကျန်သေးရဲ့တိုင်းနှစ်ယောက်ကျန်သေးရဲ့နော်တယောက်တည်းမဟုတ်နှစ်ယောက်ကျန်သေးရဲ့အများနေကြီးကိုလေချိုးလာအောင်
In the midst of all this, man, Tianba erupting. They get the line of sight for free onto Non-Shin and punish them one by one. The final elim stolen over by Hooksy from KRX as he'll get that shot off.
That is our defending champs eliminated. Young on Galacticos,
Round 1 တမှတ် E1 3မှတ်4မှတ်ပဲရမတက်တော့
away.
စိတ်နဲ့ကြာမြန်လိုက်တယ်အားရမဟုတ်လေဘလို့ပြလို့သေးပါလေအကုန်လုံးက
the next game if they want to stay.
ဒီကောင်လေးကမပြတာပြီးသွား
Look it on over though. There's still a lot of teams here. The Wolves are right there. This is their chance. The Wolves have to win this one right here, and they know it. If we win this one, we're going to the finals. We're going to see North America at the esports world finals. Let's see if they can make it happen here.
They're
looking mighty good. They're on the edge of the circle. This is where they play their best.
Got
KRX on the other side.
nó đây được ngã lên nên tan dia rồi phiền là
ngã thay mà về mìnhပြောlà bảo mìnhပြောnhư nào bảo được làပြောnhà được là hay à nói nhà được là hay à
inbox đã đi out rồi gì này mình đủ rồi
nó có sẽ đi làm rồi
nó quên một cái con nó sẽ lâu dài một lần
nó đi ra lại nó chỉ là
They get that
elimination.
The South Korean squad of KRX. And you can see the look on their faces. They know that is it for them. Looking at the rest of these squads though. Goats, Wolves looking to secure their placement into the finals right here, right now. Ula can make their dreams still happen though. RRQ can make it happen. And even Dopeness in 14th place if they win this game can make it happen.
That's how much turbulence we have in the standings at this point. So many sides having room to breathe, but you've got to climb over the shoulders of giants. Go team did good work to get some decent but they fall down to two players. The two that love off angles, that love getting aggressive, that can wrap themselves in situations where they're taking a few shots back from RQ as Gen Fox tucks his head down, peppers the shots towards them.
Better check yourself before you wreck yourself here. Go throw some of that util on the side of the last player of Tiana.
Oh, but there's la join my water.
And again, pretty inconsequential here. Milo is just there to just disrupt these teams. Just make them pay for any mistake they possibly make. Go need every elimination they can possibly get. It's going to be a little bit tough though. Milo is not making it easy. He's not just saying, I'm not giving up. I'm going to fight to the very end. And that's the end.
And that was just the entree. He's looking for the main course. A dish of goat is then trapped behind the vehicles. Force got to keep his head down. We saw Dopeness fighting wolves and doing good damage, but even getting the third-party shots off onto Quick.
Quick, forced to hit the deck. Gonna go for this thirst. Does end up putting a couple shots on the Moxie, but they should be able to get that res. Ulash said, no, we're pushing this. Here we go, shotguns in hand, and that's go, done for. Ula trying to roar to the top of the leaderboards. We got 3 teams remaining, and every single one of these teams needs this win.
Alula bringing the aggression to the lobby. They suffered a casualty, but it didn't bother them. If anything, they've rose to the occasion. Wolves, they've had to cower. The pack survives on, but after confident as they once looked in this game. 2 players there, free alive for Alula, and a full squad for Dopeness looking to deal damage and ruin their dreams.
And Dopeness are just trying to keep their dreams alive here at this point, and they have done a phenomenal job so far. 8 eliminations. They're pretty down on the leaderboards, but they're not too far down. They needed a win right here, and it's looking like they're gonna get it. They have the numbers, they have the plays, just cannot afford to make a single mistake. Baton using the welding gun to prepare that vehicle just a little bit further. Uh-oh, what is going on? Dopeness driving right in the mix here, almost gets the run over McClaws, pops him out with the headshot. Crazy plays happening back and forth as Dopeness risk it all. They go all in, and so far it seems to be doing quite a bit. They Wolves out of there, and now it's up to Quick and Yasser.
to shut down dopeness.
All comes down to this then, the battle of two duos after the risky. But the nades on point. Kenji sprinting to stay alive as Quick lives up to his name with the rapid flick and banishes him. Shuts down the rest of the team. Kenji, he gets the heal back in, Jukes. But they're so far split. His crosshair's going to be off target between either of them. It's a peek up for one. Decent damage. Re-peek onto
Kenji looking for the headshots here. And that's not going to be enough. It's Aula making it happen here in the second to last match. They're playing it cool. But I'll tell you what, these guys know what they just accomplished.
Tasting the victory on the stage. Again, a tempered celebration, more just the reality of it sinking in. Proud of themselves for withstanding that. Some crazy aggression displayed from our other teams. Dopeness. They made the call, Jukes. I respect it. It's good to see.
Oh my god.
Wait, look like about what? So like being like be about all.
Crazy risky plays.
Yeah, the for me to do. I am. I don't know. Like it, keep like
you know, trying to true they had the numbers, but hey, you know what? I'll give it to them, baby. I love to see that here at the end. Sometimes you gotta roll the dice.
I felt like that plot armor as well, man. That headshot in the lunacy of that.
Oh man, what a crazy turn of events here.
Even him, man, Kenji, like the way he's actually fighting it, it looked like he was ready to win this.
Dude, I mean, if they didn't have as much room in that circle, I think he could have hit those plays. I mean, he was hitting these crazy little angles up and down, moving his head to be able to try to get an advantage and hit those shots. They're playing it very smart, though. They weren't going to lose that game. What a wild play from Dopeness here. We'll see if that's going to be the one to pay off for them. They still get an excellent finish in this game, one that they so desperately needed. But it all comes down to this. Continuing your stay ahead to the finals or going home.
And I'm sure we'll break that down on the desk and really give you the nitty-gritty of just how close this is. The point you're making, the fact that it's still not safe for a lot of these squad Jukes, with some of the action we saw there as well. These teams want it. They're absolutely bringing the heat. And that last game, one mistake, another rough start, you could be cooked.
Yep. Oh man, and this is the problem. I mean, you are leaving it to the last game. You're gonna have every single squad here doing their absolute craziness to try and make it happen. And the thing is this, right? They have their coaches here. They have their squads. They're gonna tell them. In order to make it to the finals, you're gonna need 20 points and hope these top teams go out early, or you're gonna have to hunt them down and do it yourself. It's either one or the other. So if that is what the coach is telling you, that means that you got to play aggressive, like crazy aggressive, right?
Yeah. And we've seen that adaptation from some of our squads, and it's surprising, right? The almost complete personality switch that we're getting from these teams, where they've just gone, all right, we get it. It's either we absolutely put it all on the line, or we know we're not getting to finals. And for some, it paid off. It was a great point injection.
Oh, man. This is going to get wild here, folks. This is going to get wild. And the problem about this, again, is like when you get into that last game and you have, you know, 6, 8, 10 coaches telling all these teams the same thing, you never know what you're going to see. And guess what, folks? We're going to see it, though, here in just a second. Don't go anywhere.
Only yet, a name there, a name there, no? I'm sure of one. You are my arm, boy, Miana. Silence, Sarah, you know, I go in a view of a couple of you know.
Let's take a shot on.
Sit down. နော်မျောလင်းချက်လေးနော်ကျွန်တော်နည်းနည်းပဲကြံရင်တော့အဲ့နည်းနည်းလေးနဲ့ပဲအားပေးပြီးကြည့်ကြမယ်ဗျာနော်ဒီရောက်လာမှလည်းမကူတော့ဘူး
دمجت وايد جيب الكيل
We were wondering which teams were going to be showing up, and Alula is one of those teams, Neptura, that ends up showing up in a big way too.
Finally, all right, here we go. That is a great win coming up from Alula. We've been watching them the entire day, right? They've been making these plays, yeah, a little bit here and there sometimes, but the splits that they've been doing, the spread, the control they've been trying to get has finally pulled off in a massive 23-point game, and Max, when the overall rankings, when the points when they're so close together, 23 points is massive.
That's a lot of points on board for Alula. I wonder how close they're going to be to the top 6 after a performance like that. Though it's insane how easy it is to get wins when you don't waste all your smokes minute 1 of those matches. Wow, Smoke's pretty good, and Blank has hit you. Hello.
Hi guys.
Hi Blank. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And since we have Blank here, actually, Blank, you know, you look very stylish. You know what else you can do to look stylish in game? Just log in. Get into PUBG Mobile and check out that PMWC Lucky Spin, because it is available right now. So make sure you go spin for it before it goes away. It was co-created with PvP creator Nana. You do have the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and the Alien Infusion grows up, which ends up glowing just like Blank is glowing throughout this whole PMWC.
Oh, shucks, man.
Oh, shucks. Blank, but now that we have you here, I put you on the spot. Which team is not going to make it?
Whoa, triples. I think Nongchin Red Force is making it.
Wait, my show look boony look the vibe tara byo ni le mti bu yaw ni.
But he's right though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a team that really hasn't been playing that well like we expect them to, right? They've just been too passive. They did end up having that good game, but it was because they didn't have to move. The fight was just coming to them. Yeah,
the game played it for them pretty much. But there have been other instances like that, and again, I want to go back to groups for them where they played Sosnovka, they played Central, I believe it was Tiamba on the outside.
Yeah.
The thing was that they played that game. I thought they did fairly well, but even their coaches and their staff came across after and said, we got very lucky on that one. I didn't quite believe it. I somewhat believe it now, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, actually, the game after that game, because they got back-to-back chicken dinner on the island, right? Yeah. That was actually a very good game, in my opinion. They had a very good flex out. They had a big split, getting so much information, and ended up getting, in my opinion, their best game of the tournament so far. But we haven't seen that Nongshim Red Force domination yet, even on their win earlier today. As we said, it was not PUBG Mobile. It was an idle game, it felt like, and they just didn't have to do much.
I mean, to be fair, they did kind of pull back a little bit of something in this last game, right? We saw them on that edge, trying to do a lot of things, trying to get... They're very aggressive, very quick on the disengage to move elsewhere, really good on the reaction times if they got knocked, if somebody tried to do something. But, yeah, ultimately it didn't work out. It did work out for Quick here, though. Look at this nade. It's a 1v3. Yes, 2 are knocked. It doesn't matter. It's a nade. A nade is a nade. Boom! Down they all go, leaving Kenji just going... I'm all alone. Please help me. And no one's there to help him. He does try. He tries his best to come on through here. But yeah, it's an Alula game. It was from, I think, like stage 6. Honestly, the spread that they had over this was just making sure that they had all that control.
I don't know. I feel like there was quite a few people who could have won this game. Overall, right now, I think that Max was making a great point earlier behind the scenes in our little cupboard that we during these segments. He was saying basically that now they're playing with a huge amount of pressure. The pressure's really, really hard when you get to survival stage. It's 10 teams going out, 6 in. For Group B, it's way, way easier. Group A and Group B, just because it's only 3 teams that go out. You know you're guaranteed another opportunity going forward. I think it's making up these teams make some kind of ridiculous maneuvers right now.
We're talking about that team. One team that we really need to touch base on once again, because this is going to be the final match. Qualify. It is AGAL, because that team is currently in contention for the club championship. You can see them in first place for club championship. If they're not able to make it to finals, they're not going to be getting any points for PUBG Mobile here, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one. If they do not make it to the finals here, Team Falcons, all those guys are going to try and make a big bit catch up, but Vitality in particular,
Yes.
with how they played in their group, again, if you win a game, right, you get 1,000 points. So Vitality, ooh, they could be actually on the heels of the top squads.
Vitality. Oh no, he's back. He's back. Well, let's take a look at the overalls. We're going to be heading into the final match of survival stage here at PMWC at EWC 26. You can see some of their squads, but we're just going to be keeping a close eye on how close everything is right now.
For me, I think the funniest thing right now is that Alula is once again being the team that is knocking out Alpha 7 after that last game, just shunting them right now.
Wait, yeah.
It's happening all over again. It feels bad, it really does. But I think Alpha 7 can still make it. I think they've had some really promising performances today, Max. And Neptura, honestly, for me, I think Miramar has always been a map that has surrounded Alpha 7, and it has come to them in their time of need.
It has, yeah. We have seen many a comeback on off the back of a Miramar game. So the last one being Miramar, I think, yeah, it is all to play for. With a couple of points behind the top 6. You know, you do have GOAT that had an awesome game, awesome few games, but then have kind of dwindled a little bit there. A7's right on their heels.
Absolutely, but I think the biggest thing for me right now is that Alpha 7 is still smiling. They still look happy. They're pretty much, okay, I'll be honest, they're the only team that still looks happy of everyone down there.
When do they not? Especially with all the noise that the fans have been making that have been really giving Max a headache.
Yeah, looking at the rankings, I want us to all try and agree. Like, who do we think is already locked in 100%? I would say Furion above for me. No way they jump out of top 6. But Wolves, GOAT team, Nongshim, Red Force, if there's a big shuffle happening here, those 3 teams, if they really mess it up on this last match, could fall out of the top 6.
Wolves. I actually have Wolves even in as well, just because of the difference in points with the other squads.
That's fair.
That's fair.
That's fair. Yeah.
Well,
How about you,
analysis.
I think I kind of have to agree with Max. Part of me wants to go,
fair.
well, it's only 1 point difference. It's very fair, yeah. I think so. I want to say it's like, oh, it's only 1 point difference, so actually it should be second place and above are safe. But you also have to think about which 4 teams that are currently outside of the top 6 are going to come in to replace Furia and below. That is going to be the hard part, right? So even though there's only 1 point difference between them, or maybe 2, it's not going. There's 4 teams are not going to do it. So Ulf isn't going to do it. Geeke probably not. And the points now, there's a much bigger gap. So yeah, I am going to say that it's going to be the bottom 3 of the top 6.
Like, even when we're looking at the second page, Team RRQ, like, they could still make that push, right? Especially with the way that Nongshim has been playing, that some of the teams, especially from 5th place to 6th place, they could make that push all the way to top 6.
It is a great point that you make. I almost threw the mic at you there. It's a great. That's fair. It's a great point you make, though, because honestly, from what we've seen in survival stage right now, we haven't seen massive matches so far. As the crowd does get a little bit loud. Yeah, we haven't seen massive matches. I think some of the biggest games we've seen have been 11 eliminations, 13 eliminations, and I think that's what is skewing our idea. Someone could still come out on this last game and get a 17-15 elimination game with a chicken dinner. That's 25 points. That can rocket you just into the top 6 if you are quite low down.
Yep.
The thing is, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to ask you a question, because we have seen it in the past too for PUBG Mobile Esports as well, especially when we go into a match like this, where a lot of teams have absolutely nothing to lose. They're going to be playing without that pressure on their shoulders. What does that end up happening, especially with teams that are towards the top? They end up playing passive, and we can see sometimes that they get kind of caught with their pens down for those teams that are being passive.
It definitely opens up an opportunity, right, for the teams that are in the middle of the pack, because your teams at the top that used to dominate, your Tiambas, etc., maybe going to slow it down a bit, because we're in, right? We don't have to go extra hard. Teams in the middle like RRQ, that we just talked about, I think is a team that could actually try and go very hard on this one. Maybe not to the point of hot dropping. I would never recommend it.
Lap hard.
Lap hard. I want to see actually Nepeko do well. I feel like Nepeko sold us some really good moments at the start of this year, but it's been a bit more silent here. We can see some players getting together. Well, Alula, you know, you guys are already in.
They're celebrating.
That's a celebration. It looked a bit sad and somber, but they are happy.
They should be celebrating. They put themselves in a great spot to go to this last match. If we can get a chance to see that overall one more time, I would love to see, especially the first pitch, just to see how close everything is right now between some of their squads. So let us know in the comments below too. Who do you think is going to be secure before we go into the last match? I think Wolves might have done enough, Blank, for them to be able to secure it, especially especially when you got E-Arena with 69 points. You got to remember, not only do they have to get those extra 9 points, they have to make sure that Wolves and those teams above or below also stop performing. They need to stop getting those points.
Yeah, I think the promising thing about Fury, and I'll come back to Wolves, I promise, but the promising thing about Fury is they're still making some mad dashes, they're still making some aggressive rotations, they still have that fight in them. Some other teams are just waiting around a lot for the game to come to them. However, the Wolves, Seven, I do believe that this is a team that can stay in. They are locking in a big way. Yes, they've made mistakes, but there's constant adapting going on for this squad. I believe in them. I believe in Elementrix, dude.
Yeah, I mean, really happy, especially Necessary, right? He was one of the top players at the very start of this group, so NA, it could be looking good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to the...
Let's go. Get out of here, little, no, little Gigan, no, being on Palm Pian, 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 let them worry about it, Pian, Piabalido, not a cool Pian Mariam.
Take it away.
Yama, so you know so much. Dineya now so much, no?
We have 5 matches in the books. All right, guys, this is it. We've played all the games, we've done all the math, and now there's nowhere left to hide. One final game. If you're sitting on that cutoff line, forget playing it safe. You've got to make something happen right now. The pressure doesn't get any bigger than this. Here we go with the final match.
Sabi, Diary, Sabi, let's go, let's go, let's go. Compime, Diary, continue, Diary, let's go.
PMWC, and it's time to make it happen.
Right here, right now. Hopes and dreams will be crushed for some of these squads.
Where are PV done it? Let's go. No good go hand ba. Sabe. Kin na sang ane chicken da be. Na sang ngon tập buổi lớn đời chứ nó. Na sang ngon tập buổi jam rồi. Sang ngon nó better quá, sang ngon nó ne show be. Sang ngon that chicken.
To worry about right here. But what is the Tianba team gonna do? They're sitting at the top. They are the kings of this lobby right now. And they can also be the executioners. They can say, you know what? You're going home. This is it, the end of the line. Will they decide to hunt some teams down? Which teams will be able to survive that onslaught? It's time to find out.
Tiambas with a butcher.
Get out of here, Jimmy, you gonna you man la, you gonna you man.
For everyone else, it's really is a gauntlet. One wrong step, one misplay, a single elip for your squad, and that could be the difference.
Oh my goodness. The thing we were talking about earlier too is, Tiamba, everybody knows everybody's drop locations. They can hunt you down. They can camp out your drop spot, your rotational path, and make it annoying for you. Let's just see what's going to happen, though. Teams for this circle. Alpha 7 are going to be able to get El Pozo. That is a huge drop location for them. What kind of circle are we going to deal with, though, here, Jackie? That is the question.
Here we
EWC doesn't disappoint one bit.
Mate, if we did get something normal after all the circles we've had throughout survival, it would be wrong. I'm glad we finished it like this.
Oh man, I know we're glad, but these players are like, are you kidding me? They're gonna have to get on the road here mighty fast. You got Alpha 7 in El Pozo. They need to get in their vehicles and get moving. This circle might as well be a zone. Positions, especially those teams lower down the leaderboards. Because just a regular, 3-point chicken dinner ain't gonna cut it. You will need some serious points.
Bring the heat, man, fully. No more chance for mistakes, but chances for you to get yourself some beautiful skins. So of course, head on in game, give that lucky spin a go. and draw for a piece of that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament set. You don't want to miss it, much like these teams do not want to miss out in one of those coveted 6 places to qualify for our finals.
Oh man, so much to talk about, so much to keep your eye on. Just a quick reminder for anybody that's just been tuning in here at the last second. First off, you missed one heck of a show, I'll tell you that right now. But you came in right on time because this is it. Last game, top 6 is it or nothing. AGAL, the squad really wanting their team to make it into that top 6, not just to make it into the finals for them personally, but also for their entire organization that is battling it out here at the Esports World Cup for those champion points. And if they don't make it into the finals, they ain't getting any.
Yeah, it's even more brutal there, bro. That club championship sort of looming over you. For so many of our other squads, it's about doing yourself justice. Holding that jersey on your chest and knowing that the organization that supports you is going to be proud with the plays that you've made. Don't leave your fate in the hands of other teams, and that's a very real possibility with what we've got going on in the lobby right now.
Oh, man. Just looking at the points so far, if you are a GAL, honestly, you need to win here. Like, it's either win or go home. We got to look at it. I mean, 75 points is Nongshim Red Force, and this is if they don't even get any points on the board, right? So it's not looking good. It's not looking good. The odds are severely stacked against them, but the math is still possible, right? Until they are out, there's still a chance. So let's see what they're able to do. But right now is that calm before the storm, and this storm is going to definitely ring out a little sooner than normal just because of how crazy this first circle is.
It's windy out there. Pressure's in the air. And tension that you could cut with a knife. It's that thick. See Amber on the move, making their way up through Los Leones. Goat team on the wraparound as well, slowly coming up the coastline. Nongshim 1 point behind Goat in 6th place. Wolves only 2 ahead of Goat.
သွားတော့မှတိုင်းတွေဇုံကသွားမှာအဝေးသွားမှာဆိုတော့เนาะဒီချိန်ကြီးကစထွက်မှာရတော့မှာ
Inches of distance between our squads.
ပွဲကစားခြင်း9မိနစ်ကိုရကားတွေပေါ့
So close to breaking into that top 6. Both of our former champions outside of the bubble right now. The arena just beneath Alpha 7 by 1 point. Get line of sight over onto Ulf, the team directly competing against them right now in the runnings.
The tension is so thick here. Guys, there's so many different possibilities. Yeah, I mean, mathematically, Wolves should be okay, right? I mean, because it's going to take either a couple teams at the bottom to go crazy. If Goat and Nongshim get some points on the board, Alpha 7 gets more than 10, Wolves get none, then they're out. So, there's so many different combinations that can happen here. It's going to be tough to keep track of, that's for sure. But man, it's still so many of these teams that can make something happen. But a lot of them need a ridiculous game here. Not a normal game, not a good game, a game of a lifetime. We're talking 20 points minimum. And even 20 points might not be enough.
25မှတ်ကြီးကြတော့လေကွာတိုင်းတွေကဘလို့သွားရှာမတော့လို့
cards out here to get something on the board.
ဘယ်သူမခေါ်ပါနဲ့တောင်းမှမှာလေဘလို့နားလဲကွာပွဲပဲလာခိုင်းလိုက်တာ
Rotation from Alpha 7. They're going to be so focused right now, ignoring everything that's happened over the course of this event and trying to treat this as one isolated game. That's the only way you can really approach it safely. Not have that mental side that's really eating away at you.
And you can see, just look at them driving. They're playing this very tight. They are very close together here. Not trying to make a single mistake. They can't afford to lose a single player on rotation. And for those of you guys that haven't been keeping up with what's been going on earlier in the year, we have Alpha 7 here, the dominant squad we've known for so long. They are our PMWC champions. And for all of 2026, they have not made a single international final. They didn't do it at PMGO Season 1 in Indonesia. They didn't do it at PMMI in Macau. And now they're here in Paris, France. And they are on the chopping block once again. But they're not too far away. 5 points is definitely within reach. But that's if Nongshim Red Force, Goat, and Wolves somehow, some way don't put anything on the board. And they go deep into this circle. They're just on the right side of El Azahar. And they are very familiar with the zone. I've seen Alpha 7 play this position plenty of times.
Zone shift coming in now as well. Ooh, okay. It plays into their court jukes.
Northern shift. Big break, especially for the side of Al Ula, who's all the way up there. They're going to be able to find a pretty spot in this circle. Everybody's now going to have to head towards Alpha 7. They come in very late into the zone, considering that they were all the way on the other side in El Pozo. With this zone shift, they have got the blessing of a lifetime here.
Opportunity presents itself, but they've got to grab it with both hands and not let go.
Uh-oh.
Wolves on a pull-up. That's Furia in the distance. If Furia shut them down here, it would be deadly stuff for Wolves. Both of them so close in the standings, though. It could go either way. Necessary tries to dive back into cover, but the bullets hit quick, and he's dropped by Silence.
Oh, no. Elementrix barely hits that broken wall and leaves them out in the open. Now Slonic is getting hit. This is devastation for the side of the Wolves. They need to put something on the board here.
Hey, Wolf got
is not enough to feel comfortable at all. And now they are down 2 players.
Down to a duo. This is a 0-point game.
Oh, one bad drive again. Oh boy, this AGAL. The team fighting for those club championship points. Now battling it out with DK. Here they go, Safchi barely avoiding those shotgun shots, but they're ringing out back and forth. It looks like AGAL are holding on for dear life here. It's just XZZ, last player up for the team.
Trying to keep himself alive, head above water, wants to go for the pickup play back onto Maple as he runs around towards the stairs. Tiamba with their eyes coming over as well on the push-up. It's Milu close by, and thankfully Ragnarok is tucked in just below the rock face. Alpha 7 even took pot shots onto this. Gets his mate back up in Flower H. Trying to see what more he can do to put a foot down, stop any re-aggression from the side. Ragnarok on the peak, loses out in the duel versus Milu.
And here comes Milu with the pop shotgun! And that is DK eliminated from this tournament. Tiamba with nothing to lose. Crushing dreams right here off the rip.
See it on their faces. The reality of the situation seeps in. They fought so hard. Game in, game out, trying to grind enough points to save themselves an opportunity into the finals. But it ends like that.
They needed a win here and weren't able to make it happen. Out of all the teams they faced, it's Tiamba. And now it looks like AGAL is going to have to do the same thing. Tiamba, nothing to lose here. They are a lock for the finals. They are so confident. And we've already had one team eliminated. You could see the devastation already. And there's going to be 9 more teams in the same position in just a few minutes.
Cooking nades. One from Maple, but not quite on target. A blip from Yangon Galacticus in the healing field as they take pot shots off to 721 GS. DK forced to breathe in the reality of the situation. Brutal feeling to have to go through. After fighting
路
so
邊嘛
hard,
把
coming
把
so
抽嚟比較
close.
快，你一個皮帶要先抽嚟嘅事。
Having some great games too, man. I mean, I really hope we see this team continue on here together. It's only a matter of excited here because they know they need them. They need double-digit eliminations. They know they can't afford to slow down here. One is not enough. They need the flush.
Come out with the big plays now. Keep it going, keep it developing, hunt down the teams in the lobby and show us what they were made of in last year's Say Cloud on the move as the crowd starts to give the energy out. EWC is bringing the heat, bringing the entertainment, and Say Cloud looks to close the gap through the smoke, looking for a pickup play.
It's been quiet for far too long. It's time to start making some noise here and cheer these teams on. At 7-2-1 GS are getting shot from multiple dimensions. That is beauty of silence actually going and punishing them. But that is a desperate elimination on Galacticos team. But they get another confirmation. 2 to start off.
2's a decent start, but it's got to be even more. They're looking with their eyes scanning around the top side to see if they can find where Masco is, and they will. Romeo will spot him out. That's a third added to the tally. But they can't waste time. Quickly reset off this, take the loot that's necessary, and then push for more.
Let's go. Let's go, Young-On. Let's see them continue to push it here. But now it's up to a big defense. It's AGAL versus Tianba. The team fighting for those championship points, and they get the knock onto Eagle. They now have the numbers advantage. Tianba, nothing to lose, 0 pressure on their backs. Let's see if AGAL can clutch this up, throw in some more utility. Maple, up close and personal. QZZ, back it off a little bit. He's got that utility, though. One nade can change this fight entirely.
Only 2 players remain alive for the Tiamba side. Nade over onto Flower H's position, but not enough to follow through with it yet. Maple dashing one back, Flower H priming another. That's Go Team looking for a final to Alpha 7 amidst all this.
Now that's it, AGAL take out Tianba, and that is 6 eliminations for the squad. They needed every single one of them, and they got them.
You're only going to have a few seconds to catch your breath, though. Everyone.
Revo
takes the hit over down on the deck. Foops man with a reply. It's a headshot.
AGAL in the mix as well. Alpha 7 have to hang on here. If they don't, they will be eliminated. Revo is not. It's up to Carrillo. Has to make a play against Force. He's in a 1v1 situation. He's got the shock. He's going to get the MK, though. He's getting hit from multiple angles. And he goes down. Without with the jump down. Gets off-angled as well. And here comes AGAL. Devastation for the side of Alpha 7.
They're down to just one man.
Flashbacks of 2025 all over again.
Obscure trapped miles away, unable to assist, down to such small margins, but it just seems like it's ended off the back of the collapse that comes their way.
Oh man, I do not want to be obscure right now. I'll tell you that the pressure has to be monumental. You can already see the look on the fans here for Alpha 7. Oh, they can feel what is imminent. But there's one player still up. It's not over until it's over. And Obscure looking for some plays, trying to get some eliminations, and not able to get the finish on the Flower H.
It could still go down to the wire. Obscure's just got to go absolute beast mode. Max energy from this man. That's what we need to see if they've still got a chance to keep themselves in the runnings to go to the finals. But the other squads are looking to build off the back of the weakness that's been shown in this lobby. Goat nearby. Alula again engaging to farm more points off of KRX. E-Arena scrapping against YG. That's Yangon. Possibly going the same way as Alpha 7 if this carries on.
Losing a player there. Gonna go ahead and try to get the res off. Definitely want to keep an eye on some of these big contenders here in that top 6. Young Galacticos are trying to make a run for it, though.
But again, they need another 10+ eliminations and the win if they want it to happen. Going to be pretty darn tough. Especially now with just 2 players. Honestly, it's pretty much, they're done. Yeah, they're counted out at this point, at least in my eyes, unless we see an absolute miracle. But are we going to see the miracle from none other than Obscure? We'll have to see.
It's just such a ridiculous environment to be left in, man. Oh. The pressure from your team, the pressure from everyone that's on your side.
No,
we do see the pressure paying off for AGL, how they're playing it though. 8 elims right now.
What a start for AGAL. Perfect, as a matter of fact. They have every single player up, the zone hard shifts down to them, and they have the high ground. This could be the comeback for AGAL. Their club championship is on the line here, and they're trying to make it happen for their organization. Ulf, on the other hand, still in the mix here with 67 points. Trying to pop shots onto Silence. He's able to barely get away from that one. And this is outside on the edge of the circle. Furia, pretty much a lock here for the finals. At this point, they're just having their victory lap, but Ulf, job's not done yet. Trying to make it happen.
Got to get so aggressive as well for Ulf. That point barrier slipping further and further away. AGAL take a swift headshot from Schweppes as he flicks over. Reply back onto Joker from Eren with the Mini 14. Fury are on the move, but they're going to run into Yangon.
And that is it. That is our PMWC champs out of there. We will not see a back-to-back victory. We will have a new champion in Paris. And it could be one of the teams that you are seeing here as Wolves is barely alive with 2 players. Furia putting in the work here in the final game. And Ulf trying to make a mad dash to the finals.
A lot to get done. Dopeness clashing versus Furia as well, with back and forth trades of blows, leaving it down to 2 players. Side of Furia just looking to farm some points on this one. Alula getting engaged versus the weakened E Arena, while Hyunbin goes in on AGAL.
Here they go, Nongshim Red Force starting to get some eliminations here. That's devastating for Alpha 7. The worst case scenario for E Arena as well. So Easy is on the push, looking to eliminate AGAL, and they get another knock. And now AGAL looking done and dusted here with just 1 single player. And now it's down to Flower, H, getting shot as well. So many points away now from that top 6. It's looking grim for AGAL.
In the midst of all that carnage, the last member of Alpha 7, Obscure, falls. They are out, and with that said, both of our prior champions of EWC here at the PMWC have been slain. Like Duke said, this year, another new champion will be crowned.
The 3rd event for Alpha 7 to not make it into the finals. Back to the drawing board. Something has got to change, that's for sure. And hopefully we'll see that at the end of the year. But now we are here and now. Eliminate Furia. Furia, don't gotta worry. They did enough here. We should see them in the finals. But with that start from Ulf, things are looking good as they still have 4 players up. Catch so experienced here. The whole team very, very seasoned going into this game. They're in 9th place right now. A win here could put them in the running. Wolves are on the chopping block. 2 players up. Gotta survive.
Tied. 5th and 6th place. Go team that fell early into this game, and Wolves both have 78 points. Wolves still have a chance to bolster that and make it more, give themselves a chance to keep their heads above water. It's E Arena and Ulf that are looking to clamber up and knock them out of those coveted spots. It's still all to play for here for a few of our squads.
Elementrix trying to keep the NA hopes alive. as here they go. The bull drive out into the open. They're shimming, they're shaking, they're hitting that gas all the way to the floor, and it looks like they are able to make it up the hill for now.
Tuck into the map geometry and provide themselves at least a little bit of cover to buy a bit of time on this one and calm down, reset from it, pop the meds.
Oh, if you're a fan of the Wolves, you're just rooting for Al-Ula and Noxian Red Force right now to wipe out this entire lobby, because they do have a decent point gap, right? I mean, they still have 7 points separating them from E-Arena, even a couple more for Ulf, but a chicken dinner here will get it done. AGAL, you gotta give it to them. Such a strong start with 9, but 9 isn't gonna do it. They need more.
Ula going in. This is onto the Wolves. They've really got to withstand the true test of the finals on this one.
Wolves
goes down to
Wolves
quick. SMG hits him swift. That's only one player.
Baton running for his life right now. Trying to survive. All they need is just 1-2 points. Any placement point is huge here. As a matter of fact, there's only 7 teams remaining. He's going to secure at least 1 placement point for his team, but you still got a lot of teams here that can put up big points on the board. Dopeness down there, actually getting a knock on a Soulless. That is huge. Ulf have to hang on.
We've still got a chance to do it justice on this one. Room to move up, Dukes is nowhere near secure for a lot of these teams. That's the reply you want, though. Nade on target. He's got to convert. The knock isn't enough. Can he look to get elims from this backline? Shots coming over from Nonshin as well as they spot out onto the last member of Wolves.
And he's making a lot of noise. That's the problem, though, right? He does get that knock, but he needs to survive longer, as long as possible. And that nade onto Aaron is gonna hurt, because he's completely isolated from the rest of his squad. That's gonna leave Ulf with 2 players up. E-Arena looking like the big threat here as they get a beautiful circle shift onto them. The Thai squad looking good. Dopeness are still in the mix here as they do end up getting a res on one of their players. They're not out of this just yet. If they win this game and take out this whole lobby, they can make it.
Just got to rise to the occasion. Down 1 man in the squad, but still playing like a full team with the mentality they've been bringing out here on the last game of the survival stage. Scarface taking pot shots back over to Nonshin Red Force up on the hillside. Dopeness down in the depths. Tizzy back on the move, regroup with the squad now. And Wolves, dire straits. You got that knock, but you couldn't convert it. To Alula back up to a full squad in the elevated position.
The pressure is on. It's Baton versus
something
happened for his team, and it's not gonna be enough. That's the Wolves out of there, and now they're gonna be just hoping that it's just enough. They do end up passing GOAT. That is huge. Let's see if they can hang on, because there's still 2 teams, even 3, that could make this happen.
If Nonshin and Alula just start absorbing some of the points from the squads down below, it could leave us in a more locked-in position. E-Arena and all the ones that are really trying to drag this one to the bitter end of a big finish. It looks like it could be best for E-Arena if they keep this up.
E-Arena broke a record, a PUBG Mobile record in Rondo in the group stage, and somehow are here in the survival stage. Nonshin Red Force, the last player of AGA. It's Flower Age. It's done and dusted for that. And here comes E-Arena onto Nonshin Red Force, looking to turn things up. It's XVY though, making it happen against Mormon Joker, up close and personal with the shots, and that's Nonshin Red Force.
Massive plays. Gets into the back line, weaves through him, and shuts the squad down. Got to be swift with his decision-making. Pops the smoke, gets his teammates back up fast if he can. It all goes down to this then. Can they get enough out of this one? Finish off Ulf and leave themselves in a position to climb through and fight for that final spot.
Who is gonna get it?
တက်ကိုတက်သွားပြီ
A must win from both
Tell
of
me
these
to tell
teams
me,
to
kuna
be
le ki ya like
confident
that.
that you're making it into the finals. And it looks like, guys, we have an even matchup. It's gonna be a 3v3. Ulf versus E-Arena for all the marbles.
You know you've got to win this one. Clean up, take that chicken dinner and do the best that you could physically do to guarantee yourself that chance of finals safely. They do restock. They get their HP back, had just enough time to reset. It will be a fair fight. 3 versus 3, everyone's topped up.
You can hear the crowd starting to make some noise. Ulf, such a seasoned team. E-Arena as well, red hot in this tournament. And it ends up with the 3v3 for your tournament life. Looks like Tourniquet is able to find an airdrop. That is huge at this point. Is able to be at least fully level 3'd out. Doesn't switch out for an air crate weapon, but he's still got that AUG. Tons of util on the side of E-Arena.
Oh,
Have to be kitted out pretty well here. This is stage 8. This is it. This is the last circle. So this zone will go down into nothing. The first knock is so critical at this point.
One pick, one opening. You could start to flush your way through. You could full commit onto it and shut down the squad with the numbers advantage. Decent damage onto Mormon. He's got to give up that advanced position. Bails a nade back over and Aaron equalized. Both of them on low health.
Back it up immediately. Get those heals off. Reset. Try again. Man, that one knock would have been brutal, though. Yeah, you can see immediately Tourniquet throwing out those smokes, trying to support his teammate. So that way he can get ready for the rest of the match. Tourniquet gonna be leaving it up to the, no more HP at all. That's it, no drinks, nothing. So this is exactly where he's gonna stay at. Tourniquet, about 70% HP, gets shot as well. Only bandages to make things even. He makes the peak though, puts some damage onto Scarface. Critical here, but Scarface gets some return shots as well. But Scarface is wide on the open.
They're sweating bullets right now. They don't want to overcommit. They don't want to be exposed. You want to be that first domino to fall and have everything collapse on top of you following it. They heal themselves back up, but that's the entry. Scarface goes in. Gangster level plays as he opens it up on Mormon. Joker looking for the reply. Claps back onto Aaron, but he can't find any more. Crumbling down to only one member of the arena. And Joker trapped in the back with no health. They throw the net. And that's the boom that gives them that and going through to the finals.
Ulf Esports with the clutch chicken dinner. And wipe that sweat off your forehead, baby. You have done it.
You don't want to chicken rồi sắp tốn mà.
Dire straits for both teams. The twist in the narrative. Our former champions cut down. Squads that were trying to clamber above them cut down. The realization of what's occurred for many of our teams starts to sink in. The hopes, the dreams, everything they put into the love of the game over the course of this season, culminating in the end of their run here, at the beginning of the finals for some.
And you can see Catch, excited but still biting his nails, thinking, do we do it?
But
Everyone's a math expert at this point, right? Just, was it enough to push them into that top 6? That's the question. But a clutch chicken dinner is always going to get you excited here. So look at this last fight. That initial knock was so critical. And then Scarface, 4-3, gets it right at the end. A beautiful way to finish things out from such a reputable team here in PMWC. But man, some titans, Jackie. A tough sight to behold every single time.
Some of the biggest, brightest,
legendary players
that spark excitement just from having them on our screens. Removed from the equation. trying to figure out if they've made it through or not, as all these players are running the numbers. That's why it was such an intense final game here, Jigs. That's what we said. This has been delivering in the survival stage. The fact that we're sat here trying to break down the numbers, waiting for the desk.
We'll see if Ulf did it. We'll see if the Wolves were able to hang on there. As that would be an absolute miracle for the side of North America. Things out. A crazy performance. As you can see the look on Baton. He's blinking right now, just wondering, oh, was it enough? We'll find out here in just a minute, but I'll tell you one thing here, folks. The survival stage didn't disappoint at all.
Lived up to its name through and through. The sheer contrast of how this moment now feels for a lot of these players. You can see it there. A team like EK, they gave it their absolute all, Jukes.
Oh man, it was so close. So many teams could have gotten it done. It just came down to that last and final game. And you know, EK had some beautiful signs of life. They looked so rock solid and just weren't able to get it done at the end. And that's the tough part here, right? When you reach such a pinnacle tournament like the Esports World Cup. It really just comes down to who can clutch it up right there towards the end. Is he picking at some smiley faces? I see a lot of hearts. That's a good sign, right? But who knows where things are going to end up. We'll wait for the desk, of course, to break it down. But we do know the teams for sure that weren't able to make it. You can see the look on the faces of Alpha 7. Extremely disappointed here once again. And who knows what's going to happen. We know at the end of the year, PMGC coming around the corner. A lot of time to do some homework and come back strong then.
Yeah, got to remedy things and try and reset from it. It means so much to them. They always put blood, sweat and tear into the game. Time and time again, they fight so hard. There's a reason why they've got such a passionate fan base, man. Really exciting team to watch. Fighting hard. But this time around, it just feels like the level of competition has risen so high.
Yeah, so high indeed. It's tough to see such a historic squad that had a historic run, right? They won the World Cup a couple of years ago. They win the Global Championships last year, and then not able to make a final this year is rough, you know. But who knows? But this one is so great, right? Every single tournament, there's always somebody stepping up. And someone that's gonna step on the stage looking real good today is gonna be Barney. Let's take it on over to him for some big announcements.
Looking good today? Do I not look good every day, Jukes? That's just out of order. Okay, I'm joined by Tiamba here. The past 2 days were about survival, but for Tiamba, it was about dominance. An absolutely incredible performance over the last 2 days. I've got Eagle here standing next to me. Eagle, let's talk about today's result. Now, coming out of this in such a dominant fashion, has that made the team feel a lot more positive going into the finals?
那么这次生存赛呢，对所有的战队来说都是为了生存而战，但是对天霸来说，完全就是碾压性的遥遥领先。那你们这次在这个生存赛打的发挥的那么好，是否对你们后面的淘汰赛，包括我们最终的决赛里面更有信心了呢？
信心是当然的，因为我们毕竟在澳门打的也很好啊，我觉得这就是我们的实力，对。
Definitely, we are feeling a lot more confident. We have been performing this well throughout a whole year, and honestly, the group stage was an anomaly. So our form is back, and we are feeling absolutely in peak form right now.
I love that. Tiamba are back on top. Right, let's have a little chat about today. Today's performance wasn't as dominant as yesterday, but it didn't really need to be. So I assume you guys came into today with a bit more of like a passive approach. Did you feel like you were going to get targeted, or did you target any specific teams to make your finals run that bit easier?
那么你们昨天就生存赛第一天，你们发挥非常非常好，然后直接吃了2次鸡，然后但是今天呢就是发挥稍微稳定一些。那你们是否认为可能是因为其他的战队都在针对你们，然后你们需要做出应对的应对的措施呢？还是说你们的战术也稍微改变一点，你们在针对某一些其他的战队来让他们淹死在这个生存赛呢？
没有听太清楚，但我觉得我们这个今天没有发挥那么好，是，确实前2把手感没有打出来，
对，然后我们肯定还是想着奔着第一来的嘛，所以我们后面几局也没有放弃，还是把自己的游戏内容展现了出来。对。
I'll say today, at least for the first 2 matches, we definitely, our hands weren't that hot, and we felt like we definitely didn't play to our the best of our abilities, but we're still always gunning for #1, so we are still trying very hard throughout every single match.
All right, well, with that being said, we've got some things to do, gentlemen. It's time for the fun part. Follow me, let's go over to the Crusher. It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. I bet this is the fun bit. They've done all the playing, they've competed here on the Gadir City grid throughout the entire of these last 2 days of the survival stage. But now, it is time to fulfill their destiny and to crush 10 keys until only 16 are left intact for our finals run that kicks off on Friday. You know the score, you guys have seen the Crusher before. It is time to say farewell to 10 of our teams who just didn't quite cut the mustard, which is what we would say in the UK. Gentlemen, step up here onto the Crusher. As you can see, it's very ethereal, it's very cool. We got smoke pouring out of it as well. Okay, now, you guys know what we're doing here. So, QZZ, can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Press it, yeah. Oh, with a bit of vigor, I like it. Okay, we're about to crush 10 keys right now. And so, Eagle, I would like to know, what would you like to say to these teams before you eliminate them?
那我们现在要粉碎10支战队的钥匙。你在按下这按钮之前，有什么话想跟这些战队们说的吗？
希望你们下一次 EWC 的旅程能够更顺利一点。
Better luck next time on your next EWC run.
Oh, I like it. Okay, I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go. Woo! That's 10 keys eliminated from the Esports World Cup. The PMWC has been absolutely electric for the past 5 days of competition. There's so many. And we're also going to send it over to Kalaris with a very important interview to close out today. See you in a bit.
All right, thank you very much, Barney. Yes, we are with Alula's Quick here to talk about their result and their performance, considering they are also through into the final. So first things first, I've got to get your thoughts. You guys are now in the final. What's the feeling in the team right now? You've made it into the final.
كويك اول شيء الف مبروك على التاهل، اخذتوا المركز الثاني بالسرفايفل ستيج، فاحكي لنا شعورك انت والفريق بعد الاداء الاسطوري ووصولكم لمرحله النهائيات بالبطوله.
والله شعور ما ينوصف ابدا، يعني سوينا ريمونتادا حلوه كلش، انه رجعنا للمركز الثاني وتاهلنا، الشعور لا يوصف الصراحه.
အားမထားပါနဲ့ဗျာเนาะကျွန်တော်အကောင်းဆုံးတော့ကြိုးစားခဲ့တယ်ဆိုရင်မဲ့လေเนาะကျွန်တော်ဒီနှစ်ကတော့ကျွန်တော်နဲ့မဟုတ်ဘူးလို့ပဲတွေးရမှာပဲပေါ့เนาะဘာလို့ကျွန်တော်မနစ်ကကျွန်တော်ချန်ပီယံယူလာခဲ့ပြီဆိုတော့ဒါသူတို့လုံးပြထားတဲ့ performance တော့เนาะဘာဖြစ်ကျွန်တော်ဟာမြန်မာတွေမခေဘူးဆိုတော့ဟောတော့တက်တည်ပြပြီးသားဖြစ်သွားပြီဆိုတော့လေเนาะကျွန်တော်ဘာပြဿနာတော့မရှိပါဘူးเนาะဒီနှစ်ကရှုံးသွားတာဆိုတော့လေကျွန်တော်နှစ်တွေမှာလေเนาะဒီတက်ကောင်းတဲ့ပုံစံလေးနဲ့ပြန်လာနိုင်ပါစေเนาะကျွန်တော်တက် tournament တွေလည်းရှိနေသေးတာဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော် tournament တွေလည်းเนาะကျွန်တော်ဝိုင်းနေနေတော့ဒီတက်ပို့ပြီးတော့အောင်မြင်မှုတွေရရှိပါစေလို့ဆုတောင်းပေးလိုက်နေပဲเนาะကျွန်တော်ဒီနေ့ဒီပွဲလေးကတော့ဒီမှာတွေမှာပြီးဆုံးသွားပြီဖြစ်ပါတယ်เนาะကျွန်တော်မနက်ဟုတ်ကကျွန်တော်တောက်ကြစနေတနင်္ဂနွေလုံးမဲ့ပွဲတွေလည်းမပြဖြစ်ဖို့တော့များပါတယ်ပေါ့เนาะမပြဖြစ်ဖို့ကတော့80ရာခိုင်နှုန်းလောက်ပြီးကြပါတယ်ဆိုတော့အားလုံးပဲကျေးဇူးများတင်ပါတယ်เนาะလာကြည့်ပေးကြတဲ့ viewer တွေ group B day 1 day 2 စားပဲ day 1 day 2เนาะလာကြည့်ပေးကြတဲ့ viewer အားလုံးကျေးဇူးများတင်ပါတယ် thank you so much ပါတော့တဲ့ခွင့်ရရလို့ရှိရင်လည်းကျွန်တော်ဒီလိုပွဲလေးတွေကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာအတင်းတို့အားပေးနေတူကြည့်ကြပါသေးတယ်ဆိုတော့အားလုံးပဲကျေးဇူးပါကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ game ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့လောင်းနေပဲနားလိုက်ပါတော့เนาะကျေးဇူးပါအားလုံးပဲတက်တာပါ
Where do you think's realistic here for Alula in the final?
game ပဲပြောမှာ
اخر شيء ايش بتتوقع خلينا نقول اداء ايسبورتس بنهايه البطوله او ايش من وجهه نظرك بيكون اداء مقبول لك انت والفريق والمنظمه
متوقعين ان شاء الله اداء جبار، ندخل بقوه نركز على يعني ما عندنا شيء غير توب 3 اتوقع، يعني اقل احتمال توب 3 داخلين فول فوكس فول جديه، ما عندنا شيء نخسره، نلعب فور فان.
We have nothing to lose. We're going to play with full focus, full strength. Nothing's going to stop us. We're aiming for but the least of our expectations is hopefully top 3 at the end of the competition.
All right, thank you very much, Quick. Thank you, Stanson, for those translations as well. That does it for us down on the stage. Let's move on.
Shukran Sandstorm for that translation, Kalaris for the interview, and also Barney for being able to show Tiamba how to crush those keys. And what's going to stop him? I know which teams are going to stop him. Those top dogs from Group A and Group B that are currently waiting for these squads that are going to be in the finals as well. Because Alula, you might have been able to perform here, but grand finals is going to be something. Alpha 7.